Yi Yuan did not follow up. His brain was in the midst of rapidly revolving. It seemed like he still underestimated these two Deva realm powerhouses. Resolve toward the limitless god-killing Bao. The allure of Tao artifacts was too great. Men die in pursuit of wealth. Birds die in pursuit of food. In order to obtain the limitless god-killing Bao, Riverward almost threw away even his life. And these two Deva realms clearly would not give up so easily either. Shui Yuan and Lone Soul definitely found a tracking expert. Furthermore, this tracking expert is very proficient in array formations. To be able to get invited by them, it must be a Deva realm powerhouse too.
Ye Yuan analiz et.
Shui Yuan and Lone Soul, two great Deva realm powerhouses, their reputation was extremely resounding. It was impossible for Riverward to not know them. Yi Yuan also learned of these two people's names from his mouth. Riverward's face changed and he said with a look of despair, "Then it's definitely Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye. His Heavenly Eye is able to see through all that's unreal. He is even able to cast time recall. Little friend, Yi, leave me behind and escape for your life by yourself." Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "It's too late. Even if you hand the limitless god-killing Bao to them, will they let me go? I originally thought that I did it flawlessly. I didn't expect that there's still a divine ability, like Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eyes. Looks like it was me who underestimated Deva realm powerhouses." Riverward heaved a sigh, knowing that what Yi Yuan said was true. Yi Yuan already got involved in the muddy waters. It was very hard to get out. Even if he handed over the limitless god-killing Bao, these few Deva realm powerhouses absolutely would not let Yi Yuan go. As for him, he was currently merely a cripple. "Little friend Yi, it's me who dragged you down," Riverward said with a sigh. Even if he was an old monster who had lived for no idea how many years, he felt grateful toward Yi Yuan too. If it were others, they would have long killed and snatched the treasure. Not only did Yi Yuan not take away the limitless god-killing Bao, he even treated his wounds. He went from the initial vigilance to the current shedding tears of gratitude. Unfortunately, Senior Riverward, do you know what place has extremely powerful restrictions that even Deva realm powerhouses are extremely fearful of?
Ye Yuan suddenly
asked. Restrictions. Riverward was stunned. That's right. This is our only way out, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Fleeing along the way, Yi Yuan ran through all of his trump cards. Only in the path of array formations did he had a lease of life. These three people were all Deva realm powerhouses, their strength significantly stronger than even 90 origins. Even if he took them into the chaos world, it would also be impossible for Yi Yuan to have any chances of victory. As for whatever time freeze with his current strength it would cause negligible interference to Deva realm powerhouses. The only path that remained was the Tao of array formations. Riverward was an old monster who had lived for 1 trillion years. His understanding of the heavenspan world must be a lot more than his. That was why there was this ask. Riverward had a strange expression as he said, "Restrictions that made even Deva realm powerhouses dread. It will be an even more dangerous place to us." Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "Do you want to die or live?" Riverward said, "Of course I want to live." Yi Yuan said, "Want to live then stop talking nonsense. Is there such a place? Or not?" Riverward said, "If talking about powerful restrictions, a place that made even Deva realms dread, then there's only 8 Void Mountain." Yi Yuan clearly had not heard of this name before, saying, 8 Void Mountain? Riverward said, 8 Void Mountain Range is the junction between the Middle Realms and West Realms, the boundary of 2 worlds, stretching continuously for 1 trillion miles, and on its main peak 8 Void Mountain there are powerful restrictions everywhere. Legends have it that the 8 Void Mountain's restrictions were set up by an ancient major power overnight and had once annihilated countless powerhouses before. The restrictions there stretch for 80 million miles, being incomparably massive. But there are indeed Many major lucky chances there. Quite a number of people will brave the risk to go there and seek out lucky chances. There is even no lack of Deva realm powerhouses, and many Deva realm powerhouses died there. When Yi Yuan heard, he was extremely shocked in his heart too. Overnight, vast restrictions that spanned 80 million miles were formed. It was simply unimaginable. How powerful a Formation Dao master to be able to set it up. Yi Yuan's present Formation Dao strength was absolutely great grandmaster class. But even making him set up 8,000 miles of restrictions overnight, he would find it extremely difficult to do. This was the difference in level. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and he said, "Okay. Go there. You lead the way." Shinra Ghost region was in the southwestern lands. They just had to keep on flying in the northeastern direction and they would be able to reach 8 Void Mountain. Both sides, one party chased and the other fled. Their speed was swift to the extreme. However, both parties' distance was gradually shrinking. In merely half a day's time, it shrunk from the initial 1 million miles to only 500,000 miles currently. At this rate, in merely half a day's time, the 3 Deva realm powerhouses would be able to catch up. "Brat, run away. This Deva wants to see how far you can run." Behind came Shui Yuan's smug laughter. With the strength of Deva realm, sending out their voices with divine essence, it was not anything hard to transmit it for several 100,000 miles. Heavenly, I was still alright, but Shui Yuan and Lone Soul, two people, had a stomach full of pent-up anger. The two of them fought for the limitless God-killing bow until the sky and earth dimmed. But who knew that a snipe and a clam were locked in a fight? It was only to the advantage of the fisherman. In the end, it was actually snatched away by a river word who did not want his life. However, just as they were about to catch river word, Yi Yuan rescued river word. The two people did not have any solution, and so they spent a huge price to request Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye to take action. With the unexpected turn of events, they finally found the perpetrator now. The two people's anger could be imagined. The two of them wished to tear Yi Yuan apart right now. Yi Yuan was not affected at all, still increasing his speed to the limit. But River Word frowned hard and said, "No way! We can't last until 8 Void Mountain like this." Yi Yuan said, "Is there any place ahead with irregular space?" River Word's eyes lit up and he said, "There is. Go north. With your speed, you'll reach it in at most half a day." Yi Yuan did not say another word, immediately making a turn and headed north. River Word was secretly shocked. He discovered that Yi Yuan's mind was too stoic. Under such enormous pressure, he could still maintain such calm. It was simply not like what a young man should have. He had lived for 1,000,000,000 years and also felt that he was not as cool as Yi Yuan. Currently, both parties were on a flat road. There was not the slightest bit of ripple in space. This way, even if Yi Yuan urged his speed to the limit, he would still be unable to shake off the 3 people. But going to an irregular space, Yi Yuan's spatial law would be able to unleash its greatest effect. In irregular space, even though Yi Yuan's speed would be affected too, the impact on those 3 people would be greater. This way, the advantage of Yi Yuan's spatial law would be magnified, shaking off the 3 people from there. Originally, this idea should have been thought of by him, this old man, but he had long already lost his cool. In an environment where one could not see any hope at all, people who were able to keep their cool were truly very few. But Yi Yuan was not affected in the least bit. Starting from discovering these 3 people, Yi Yuan's mind did not have the least bit of fluctuation, calm until he was like an ice-cold machine. Just how on earth did this boy accomplish it? ****. Above the void, several figures flashed away. In a short half a day's time, both parties' distance already shrunk until there were just a few tens of thousands of miles between them. This distance was already barely enough to let Deva realm powerhouses attack. It was just that Yi Yuan's movement technique was too fast. It was very hard for them to lock onto Yi Yuan. After attacking, they were bound to be delayed for a while, which would let Yi Yuan slip away. Moreover, Shui Yuan and Lone Soul, two people, were both secretly at loggerheads, neither willing to eat a loss. For caution's sake, Shui Yuan, three people, did not unleash attacks. Brat, you can't escape. Stop now and hand over the limitless God-killing bow. This emperor can spare you from death, Lone Soul said in a clear voice. Boy, you have exceptional talent. As long as you hand over the limitless God-killing bow, not only will this deva not kill you, I'll even take you in as a disciple. Shui Yuan was not willing to show weakness and similarly shouted. These two people saw that Yi Yuan was young and goaded him with words from time to time, but Yi Yuan completely ignored them. By the side, Heavenly Eye smiled coldly and did not speak, secretly cursing the two for being fools. He had long detected that Yi Yuan was a young man with extremely strong mental capacity and was absolutely not an ordinary person. From him hiding from the two people's eyes and ears, then leaving, then setting up restrictions as well as the spatial node technique, these were all not what the average young man could think of. This young man did not only have outstanding strength, but his mind was also even meticulous to the extreme. It was simply a joke for these two people to want to use words to disturb Yi Yuan. However, he did not expose it either. Either way, Yi Yuan was already a turtle in the jar. Sure enough, before long, Yi Yuan's voice came from in front. Are the two of your heads kicked by donkeys? Such idiotic games, better don't play it in front of this young master. If you have the capability, chase after. The moment the two people heard, their faces turned green. This kid was too arrogant. Brat, after this deva catches you, I'll definitely let you taste the feeling of a fate worse than death, Shui Yuan said furiously. Both parties' distance got closer and closer. Over 70,000 miles, 60,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 10,000 miles. At this distance, the two already had sufficient assurance in being able to seriously injure Yi Yuan. Brat, you'll die very horribly, Lone Soul said with a cold smile. Finished talking, the two people virtually made their moves at the same time. A terrifying undulation rippled out above the void. But right at this time, the two people's faces changed. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan disappeared. Heavenly Eye's expression changed wildly and he said, Fine lad, truly cunning. This area is an irregular space. In this place, his spatial law is able to unleash its greatest effect. No wonder he suddenly made a detour north. It turns out that this is waiting for us here. Only then did Shui Yuan react to it. His expression was grim to the extreme, and he said in a solemn voice, Damn brat, too despicable. Lone Soul said in a cold voice, After capturing this brat, this deva will definitely boil him well. A duck that entered the mouth had flown away. The two of their fury could be imagined. With this hold-up, the distance that finally managed to shrink was pulled apart from Yi Yuan once more. At this point, they did not have other ways to and could only toughen their scalps and chase. But upon entering irregular space, their speed suddenly fell and they no longer traveled 10,000 miles in an instant like before anymore. To them, it was like driving on a flat road, then suddenly turning into a mountain slope with irregular bumps. Irregular space was like a maze. It was very easy for people who did not know spatial law to get lost inside. Even if they were Deva realm powerhouses, their perception of spatial law was still very blurry. Their current advancement speed was not even as good as an Empyrean's advancement speed normally. The more they could not catch up to Yi Yuan, the more anxious they got. The more anxious, the slower the speed. In the end, both parties' distance pulled further and further apart. Damn it! Where on earth did this punk pop out from? How can he be so crafty? Shui Yuan said in an explosive rage. Lone Soul smiled coldly and said, Isn't it still because you're too dumb? Shui Yuan was greatly enraged when he heard that and said, I'm dumb? Hehe. Said it like you're very smart. Even if you know he's running this way, what methods do you have? Alright, stop arguing. Keep arguing and that punk will be escaping. to God knows where. This area of irregular space can't stop us for long. We've already left behind divine sense imprints on his body. Even if he runs to the ends of the world, he can't escape either. What I'm curious about right now is, what on earth does this brat want to do? Heavenly, I said with a frown. Shui Yuan said, what can he still do? Take it one step at a time. With his bit of strength, even if he runs to the end of the heavenspan world, he can't escape the palm of our hands too. Lone Soul sneered and said, shut your mouth and listen to Brother Heavenly. Lone Soul had clearly realized it too. Among the three of them, Heavenly I had the sharpest mind. Heavenly I shook his head and said, I don't know what he's trying to do, too, but with my judgment, this boy absolutely won't be running around wildly like a headless fly. Chase first. See where he runs to. The two people stopped talking, displaying their movement techniques to the limits, and continued to pursue. A day later, Heavenly I suddenly felt the divine sense imprint left in Yi Yuan's body suddenly accelerate. That brat already exited the irregular space. He's heading toward the northwestern direction. Northwest direction, what place can let him shake off our pursuit? Heavenly I frowned and racked his brain. Hearing Heavenly I's words, the two people were absorbed in thought. There are quite a number of dangerous places in the northwest direction. Windless Valley, Sea of Lightning, Blackwater Marsh are all in this direction. I reckon that he might be thinking of hiding in these dangerous places. Make us not dare to chase him further in, Shui Yuan said. Heavenly I nodded and said, there's indeed this possibility, but along the way there are quite a number of dangerous places. Which one is his target? Lone Soul said, these dangerous places are all the same to him, all death. After entering, I reckon that he'll hide inside when he's nearby after he's driven into a corner. Heavenly I shook his head and said, wrong. He definitely has a target. Just that we haven't thought of it yet. This brat is really an interesting opponent. Along the way, Heavenly I had witnessed many of Yi Yuan's means, and this actually caused his fighting spirit to set ablaze. People all said that he opened his Heavenly Eye. Actually, what people did not know was that with the Heavenly Eye being opened, the mind's eye opened. Using incredible meticulousness to describe him was all too apt. These countless years, those able to compete with him in intellect, he had not encountered before yet. It was also precisely by relying on remarkable intellect that no matter which mystic realm he went to, he could scheme against his rivals perfectly. But along this way he was plotted against by Yi Yuan dead in his tracks and did not gain any advantage at all. He had never thought that catching an Empyrean little fellow would actually take so much effort. This made him have a feeling of humiliation. Not catching Yi Yuan would likely affect his Tao heart, making him have flaws. During his next blight tribulation, a full 4 days passed. Only then did Shui Yuan three people come out of the intricate, irregular space. This made Shui Yuan three people have a feeling of going nuts. This area of irregular space was huge. They got lost inside many times before finally finding the exit. The current Yi Yuan had long already run until he was out of sight. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I had a flash of inspiration and said in shock, I got it. This brat is going to 8 Void Mountain. Asterisk asterisk. Standing at the foot of 8 Void Mountain, Yi Yuan felt an upsurge of emotion. The scenery before his eyes made the feelings of admiration in his heart arise spontaneously. Being able to lay down such peerlessly magnificent and unparalleled ingenious array formations indeed made him have the greatest esteem toward its creator. The entire 8 Void Mountain was an ocean of array formations, stretching in an unbroken line. This place was like an impassable natural chasm, lying in between the middle realm and west realm, separating numerous rivers and mountains. It was very hard to imagine that such a colossal starry sea-like array formation was actually set up overnight by one person. Just what kind of terrifying realm did this person's formation Tao strength reach? Yi Yuan was unable to imagine it. Over 60 years of comprehending Tao, Yi Yuan thought that he had already reached a terrifying realm in formation Tao. But in front of the 8 Void Mountains restrictions, it was not worth mentioning at all. 8 Void Mountains Grand Array. What was truly terrifying was that the area, spanning 80 million miles, 8 Void Mountain was a grand array that blended into one harmonious whole. Breaking the restriction by force was equivalent to facing the entire grand array and would be instantly obliterated. Hence, challenging the formation must have a formation pathmaster to lead before one could go up the mountain. Rashly entering the mountain was equivalent to a road that led to death. A grand array that spanned 80 million miles, even thinking about it felt terrifying. Yi Yuan even felt that this was not what human strength could accomplish at all. And looking over, this grand array was formed by one small-scale array formation after another. These small-scale array formations were interlinked, forming an organic entity, being incomparably harmonious. This kind of means was God knows how many times more brilliant than Yi Yuan. Using the alerting restrictions, one had to know setting up a small-scale interlinked formation was easy, because the variables that needed to be calculated were relatively few. But once the array formation scaled up, the scale of the calculations would skyrocket by no idea how many magnitudes of difficulty. An 80 million miles colossal array formation, the computational complexity was simply unimaginable. This kind of boundary was already not what Yi Yuan could imagine. At this very moment, Yi Yuan finally experienced the feeling of there was always someone better, and heaven beyond heaven. Yi Yuan had a feeling that the 8 Void Mountains restrictions were most likely the pinnacle work of the heaven-span mountain for countless tens of thousands of years. Yi Yuan, do you have confidence? Seeing this kind of terrifying restriction, undulations, Riverward could not help swallowing his saliva. This place, it was difficult to gauge how many people had died every year in the past. Even if one brought a formation path grandmaster here, a moment of carelessness, and it would also be the outcome of turning to ashes. Are there other paths that can be taken? Yi Yuan answered with a question. Riverward choked, shaking his head slowly. Brat, see where you escaped to. Right then, 3 terrifying auras arrived with a whistle. Shui Yuan 3. People finally rushed over. Go! Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly turning around. He ascended the mountain. Shui Yuan 3 people's arrival immediately aroused the attention of numerous powerhouses. Apart from the ever-present restrictions, 8 Void Mountain was rather like ordinary mountain ranges, being tall and having lush green trees standing in great numbers. Of course, there were also many lucky chances. Legends said that this grand array had once eradicated countless supreme powerhouses before, leaving behind countless lucky chances. Hence, there were many powerhouses searching up and down the mountain. 2 Empyreans bringing along a cripple actually provoked 3 Deva realm powerhouses. Are they crazy? They seem to be hiding from the Deva realm powerhouses. That's why they fled here. Hehe, wonder if those 3 Deva realms will give any rewards if we kill those few guys. Everyone was discussing the situation. Right at this time, Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly, I said in a clear voice. Whoever can keep this boy behind, this Deva will reward a peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure. Dead or alive. The moment these words came out, the mountain immediately boiled with excitement. Ha ha ha, boy, wanna blame that you shouldn't have provoked such a powerful existence then. At this time, the formation pathmaster who was the closest to Yi Yuan gave a strange laugh and pounced over toward Yi Yuan. He was a peak Empyrean powerhouse and also a 7-star formation god. The array formations at the foot of the mountain, he had already thoroughly familiarized himself with it and would not set off the array formations. Yi Yuan just gave a cold laugh and snapped his fingers. A stream of divine essence fired at 50 feet in front of that person. In an instant, an azure flame lit up. That person did not have time to cry out tragically and was already burned to ashes. Everyone's faces could not help changing when they saw this scene. However, the allure of a peak heavenly emperor spirit treasure made them forget fear, pouncing over toward Yi Yuan this side one after another. Yi Yuan's face was cold, his fingers snapping repeatedly, igniting one restriction after another, annihilating 7 to 8 people with a snap of his finger. Furthermore, his feet did not stop, walking straight up the mountain. When Shui Yuan and Lone Soul saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Brother Heavenly Eye, it's completely useless like this, Shui Yuan said, anxiously. Heavenly Eye smiled and said, this boy's array formations are extraordinary. The solidness of his foundational skills isn't beneath mine. Originally, I also didn't count on these fools to be able to keep him behind. I just need them to obstruct for a moment and it will be able to let us catch up to him. The two of you follow me. Make sure not to take any missteps. Otherwise, even immortals can't save you guys too. The moment the two people heard, they could not help being overjoyed. But in the next instant, Heavenly Eye continued, taking action this time already far exceeded my expectations. The price that we agreed upon before isn't enough. The two people secretly cursed the sly old fox, threatening them at this time. But at this time currently it really would not do without him. They could only swear a heavenly Tao oath and agree to it. Done with these, Heavenly Eye took a stride and walked up the mountain. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was well deserving of being a Super 8-star formation god. His speed of ascending the mountain was not the least bit slower than Yi Yuan. But currently Yi Yuan had long already annihilated more than a dozen 7-star formation gods and scaled to a height of more than 1,000 feet. After Yi Yuan killed more than a dozen people in a row, there was finally no one who dared to come up anymore. But right then, the powerhouses on top actually poured down. Seeing this scene, Riverward's complexion immediately turned ashen and he said, damn it, the allure of a peak heavenly emperor spirit treasure is seriously too great. Even 8-star formation gods are tempted too. With this, we're dead for sure. It was true that Yi Yuan was formidable, but he was restricted by cultivation realm and was not as good as 8-star formation gods after all. Furthermore, these 8-star formation gods had researched here for many years and were extremely familiar with the restrictions here. Yi Yuan was in trouble now. However, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, sure enough, men die in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. Since you all want to set off on your journey so much, then I'll send you all off. Done talking, he repeatedly snapped his fingers again, killing the heavenly emperor powerhouses that rushed up first. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's pupils could not help constricting and he cried out in surprise. Could it be that this boy doesn't need to make deductions at all? It should be his first time going up the mountain. Why is he so familiar with the restrictions here? This Deva used several thousand years' time when comprehending the restrictions below 10 miles back then. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's shock was not shot at random. On this 8-void mountain, each restriction was extremely complicated. Formation Tao Grandmaster took each step very carefully, akin to treading on thin ice, especially people who came for the first time and were not familiar with the restrictions here. They were even less daring to anyhow move. A moment of carelessness and there would be the outcome of perishing and Tao dissipating. Furthermore, the further up, the more complicated and profound the restrictions. The restrictions on top of Yi Yuan's head, those were all rank 8 array
Formation.
Its power was immensely strong, being sufficient to kill heavenly emperors. Yi Yuan had not walked to that place yet, but he could accurately set the restrictions off to explode. How could this not shock Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye? With Yi Yuan exterminating heavenly emperors with snaps of his finger, those heavenly emperors were naturally not willing to show weakness too. They looked down from a height and had long already gotten the restrictions behind them down to the tips of their fingers. Each and every one of them attempted to trigger the restrictions too. But Yi Yuan was seemingly like in his own backyard inside the restrictions. It was only to see him display his skill in a dazzling manner, hitting onto the nodes of the surrounding restrictions and annihilating all of the attacks. Following that, he repeatedly snapped his fingers and exterminated another Heavenly Emperor again. This was the magical battle between restrictions. What it competed in was not cultivation but the understanding of restrictions. Clearly, Yi Yuan's understanding of the restrictions here far exceeded these Heavenly Emperors. Deal with those two people behind him. Amidst the chaos, no idea who yelled out. Everyone immediately woke up. Attacks smashed over toward Riverward and Wild Blade that side. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark, the speed of his hands accelerating faster. He actually defended against the dozen over Heavenly Emperor's attacks flawlessly. When Heavenly I saw this scene, his pupils could not help shrinking and he cried out in surprise. How is this possible? Could it be that this boy came to 8 Void Mountain before in the past? He already understands the restrictions here to a transcendent degree. Shui Yuan, two people had astonished looks on their faces too.
Ye Yuan,
Measly little Empyrean actually defended perfectly under the attacks of more than a dozen 8-star formation gods. Brother Heavenly I, looks like only you personally taking action can deal with him. Heavenly Emperor Shui Yuan said. Heavenly I's face fell and he said, as long as let this old man enters the range within 100 feet of him, he'll die beyond a doubt. Done talking, the 3 people went up the steps, with Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I, this super powerhouse, leading the way. Their speed was extremely fast. The distance from Yi Yuan was getting smaller and smaller, and Yi Yuan's speed slowed down significantly because of the obstruction of numerous Heavenly Emperors. Of course, it was primarily still because he had to protect Riverward and Wild Blade, 2 people. Riverward's expression was extremely ugly. He was a 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor super powerhouse. At present, he actually became a burden to others. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I and the rest getting closer and closer at the back, he became increasingly anxious in his heart. Little friend Yi, many thanks for your protection along the way. Looks like this limitless god-killing bow isn't fated with me. You bring it and continue advancing. Don't care about me anymore. Riverward gritted his teeth and said. For Riverward to be able to reach his present realm, he had lived for a trillion years and had experienced no idea how many schemes and deception, conspiring and outwitting. But such a righteous and loyal person like Yi Yuan, it was still his first time meeting such person in his life. In this current state, he definitely would not be able to transcend the Deva Blight tribulation. There was already not much difference between dying sooner or later. Rather than becoming Yi Yuan's burden, he would rather just die. Shut up. Just the likes of these few trash can't stop me yet. A big grown man is behaving like a girl. Don't you find it humiliating by threatening to
commis suicide?
Relax. When I can't hold on, I'll throw you out.
Ye Yuan's
hands moved like lightning as he said with a cold yell. Right at this time, Yi Yuan fired out another few streams of light, blowing up another Heavenly Emperor, making Riverward feel shocked. This guy was genuinely strong. Dealing with these 8-star formation gods was actually like chopping vegetables. If not for the numbers being too many, Yi Yuan would have long rushed forward. Riverward turned his head to look and could not help drawing a mouthful of cold air. The speed of Heavenly I 3 people coming up was very fast. They were already merely around 500 feet away from them. Whoever can kill this punk, this emperor will award a Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure plus 3 carefree Heavenly Laugh pills. Right then, Heavenly I suddenly roared again. The entire 8 Void Mountain could hear it clearly. Carefree Heavenly Laugh pill was a rank 8 spirit medicine. It was hard to get even with a mountain of gold. With this, even more Heavenly Emperors were moved. The surrounding Heavenly Emperor powerhouses swarmed over, practically blocking off the path up. Riverward's expression changed wildly, and he said, "This dog thing? Really? Shameless. Little friend are you really fine? Amen? Little friend. Yeah?" He discovered that Yi Yuan completely ignored him. The surrounding attacks became more and more, countless light motes fired. Over, dense like raindrops, making Riverward's scalp go numb. When Heavenly I saw this scene, his eyes revealed a delighted smile. Shui Yuan even gave a big thumbs up and said smugly, "Fellow Taoist Heavenly, I is really brilliant. This move will really claim this punk's life." Lone Soul was serious in speech and manner, but his face also revealed a smile. At this time and said, "Inviting fellow Taoist Heavenly I this time is really of great help." Heavenly I said smugly, "This brat has a sharp mind. Furthermore, his array formation attainments are indeed extremely strong. Going to 8 Void Mountain is indeed his best choice. It's a pity that he ran into this old man. Playing tricks in front of this old man. This 8 Void Mountain will be his burial ground." Puff. His voice had yet to fade when another heavenly emperor was killed. This time it was 2. Another moment passed. Yi Yuan's fingers snapped repeatedly, directly, annihilating 3 heavenly emperors. The movements of Yi Yuan's hands got faster and faster, and increasingly precise. Before long, a dozen over heavenly emperor powerhouses were actually slaughtered cleanly by him. At this time, there were many more heavenly emperors that swarmed over. But Yi Yuan's speed of killing people got faster and faster. Killing until the back, there was already no one that dared to come up anymore. Beside Yi Yuan, Riverward's eyeballs were almost popping out. What happened? Just now, he was clearly still being overwhelmed. How did he erupt all of a sudden? Heavenly I 3 people were still feeling pleased with themselves earlier. Now they were directly rendered mute. What's going on here? Shui Yuan looked at this scene, shocked until he stared dumbfounded with his mouth agape. Heavenly Eye's gaze turned intent and he looked over toward Yi Yuan and could not help sucking in a mouthful of cold air. This boy is comprehending the formations. Walking along the way, his formation Tao strength grew stronger again. Just now he was surrounded. It was just because he wanted to borrow these people's hands to comprehend the array formations. Now, he comprehended it. Heavenly I opened his eyes wide and said in shock. By the side, Shui Yuan 2 people listened until they were dumbstruck with amazement. This boy's comprehension ability is also too freakish, right? Lone Soul could not resist complaining. Heavenly I shook his head and said, "This boy already trod out his own path. In Formation Tao, his understanding of Formation Tao already pries right at the source. This 8 Void Mountains array formations is a huge treasure. Vault to Formation Tao powerhouses. It only depends on whether you have the ability to excavate it or not. This boy definitely didn't come to 8 Void Mountain before in the past, so the inspiration that the restrictions here gave to him was huge, letting his strength make a qualitative leap within a short time. Hiss. Truly a terrifying lad. Heavenly Eye's analysis was already very close to the truth. Actually, Yi Yuan had been comprehending the formations along the way. People should not look at how his speed of scaling the mountain was very fast. Actually, it was just that the restrictions at the foot of the mountain were too simple. Yi Yuan was able to deconstruct them very quickly and turn them into his, all the way until Heavenly Eye used a Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure as bait to lure 8-star formation gods to deal with Yi Yuan. This allowed Yi Yuan to achieve mastery through a comprehensive study of the things along the way, and let his formation Tao strength make another qualitative leap. Actually, if Yi Yuan wanted to ascend the mountain, he could have long rushed. But Yi Yuan was not in a rush. He was not fleeing for his life. He wanted to match magical powers with Heavenly Eye. It was just that Heavenly Eye did not know these thoughts. Yi Yuan rampaging in all directions finally made those heavenly emperors abruptly startle awake. They finally realized that the peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure was not so easy to get. This young man's strength in Formation Tao was already stronger than even the vast majority of 8-star Formation gods. The only thing he lacked was Cultivation Realm. But on 8 Void Mountain, this place where powerful restrictions were spread out all over the hills and dales, Cultivation Realm was directly overlooked. The restrictions here were too strong. Whoever could make good use of the restrictions here, whoever would be the king here, those able to cultivate to Heavenly Emperor Realm, none were fools. They got carried away by the peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasure previously, and also thought that Yi Yuan's realm was low and easy to bully. That was why they would throw caution to the wind and rush up. Now, they all knew that Yi Yuan was not some soft persimmon but a tough rock, while they themselves were eggs that would break with a bump. Everyone spread out, making way for a path. But Yi Yuan's speed of climbing the mountain did not become faster. Instead, it became slower. Heavenly I3 people were looking like they were about to catch up. Everyone had strange looks. Only then did they know that they had become cannon fodders without rhyme or reason. I suddenly realized that this guy didn't care at all whether or not there were people fencing him in. What the F***ck? Those who died are so wronged. This kid is comprehending formations himself. In the end, we ran up to let him practice. Messing around for so long, we're all air. At this very moment, the heavenly emperors on the mountain had an impulse to vomit blood. Only at this time did they understand that it was Yi Yuan himself who slowed him, and not them hindering Yi Yuan's footsteps. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I3 people went up the steps. In a twinkle, there was only a distance of over 100 feet. Shui Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Fine lad, you don't think anything of us at all." His voice had yet to fade when a stream of divine essence passed through multiple restrictions and landed beside them. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I snapped his fingers and annihilated it. "Fine lad. This is provoking this emperor. Very well, this Deva wants to see how much capability you have and whether or not you're qualified to challenge this Deva." Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I gave a cold cry and returned a blow with a backhand. Yi Yuan's fingertips pointed, resolving it easily. The two people's showdown in magical abilities officially began. Both parties were still climbing the mountain continuously, transforming restrictions around them non-stop, while between them, it was separated by a distance of over 100 feet. The same time, they were also separated by quite a few layers of restrictions. With a moment of carelessness, not only would one fail to harm their opponent, but they would also instead turn themselves to ashes. One stream of divine essence after another fired out continuously. Both parties' hand movements became faster and faster, making people see things in a blur. Watching the situation from the side, those Formation Tao Grandmasters were all dumbstruck with amazement. The Formation Tao strength that the two exhibited currently simply took people's breath away in wonder. Every move and stance was incredibly ingenious. This kind of ingenuity was completely different from martial art moves. That was the understanding of Formation Tao, understanding of 8 Void Mountains restrictions. While at this time, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I finally displayed the fearsome strength of a Deva Realm Formation Pathmaster. An existence such as him already pried into the source of Formation Tao, his strength being formidable until it made people despair. Yi Yuan virtually did not have much strength to fight back under his coercion. In the beginning, Yi Yuan could still contend with Heavenly I as an equal. But along with the passage of time, Yi Yuan's defensive ring got smaller and smaller. Previously, the restrictions that Yi Yuan left behind made Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I succumb. It was because Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I harbored underestimation, coupled with the ingenuity of Yi Yuan's skills. Actually, there was suspicion of resorting to trickery. The might of Deva Realm was simply unimaginable. Currently, both parties clashing head-on with the gloves off, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I unleashed his powerful strength to the fullest expression of its beauty and form, astounding everyone. This was the oppression of cultivation realm. Heh, reckless and blind punk. He probably doesn't know that the place fellow Taoist heavenly I attained the Tao is 8 Void Mountain. Back then he gained enlightenment on Formation Tao at 8 Void Mountain, becoming a Formation Path Grandmaster in one stroke. Later he even relied on heavenly I and Formation Tao to transcend the Deva Blight Tribulation. How can he be placed in the same category as an Empyrean realm brat? Shui Yuan said with a disdainful look. Walking along this way, they repeatedly suffered losses. All the way until heavenly I overwhelmed Yi Yuan at this time that they finally had a feeling of exultation upon fulfillment. Logically speaking, they were all old monsters who had made a name for themselves for a long time and should not be so enraged. But along the way they were led by the nose by an Empyrean Realm Junior and seriously could not refrain from exploding anymore. Lone Soul also smiled coldly and said, "Fellow Taoist heavenly I knows the restrictions below 3,000 miles like the back of his hand. Does this brat think that by comprehending Tao this short while he can rival a Deva realm? Too naive." When those 8-star formation gods saw this scene, each and every one of them marveled endlessly, feelings of worship arising spontaneously. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I is too strong. He's really walking about amidst the restrictions pretty much like in his own backyard. It's a pity. That kid's talent is exceedingly high. It's just that facing a genuine powerhouse, he's still too young and inexperienced. TSK, if I can reach Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I's heights one day, I can die without regrets. The might that Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I exhibited was the kind of power that made people suffocate. It was strength accumulated over countless years. Although they marveled at Yi Yuan's formation Tao strength and talent, all this was futile in front of absolute strength. Even Riverward's face was ashen too, a look of terror on his face. In front of such formidable strength, he could not see any hope. Yi Yuan's defensive range was already being suppressed to the extreme. The three of them were akin to a candling flickering in the wind, possible to extinguish at any time. At this very moment, Riverward even felt that Yi Yuan was somewhat pompous. Correct, it was pompous, this word. They thought that Yi Yuan was too confident in himself, thinking that he could match wits with a Deva realm powerhouse by relying on array formations, even taking the initiative to provoke Heavenly I. But now, he had his face slapped by Heavenly I's powerful strength. Just now, if he was not self-conceited and went upwards to flee for his life, there might be no chances of survival. But now, they were already latched onto by Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I. Even if they wanted to go, they could not leave either. Riverward acknowledged that Yi Yuan's talent was terrifying. But it was precisely this terrifying talent that let him lose sight of who he really was, and that he was somewhat ignorant. He forgot that he was just over 2,000 years old and was only at the Empyrean realm. How could the might of a Deva be provoked? Actually, what everyone did not know was the shock in Heavenly I's heart. The shock in his heart was already unable to use words to describe. Both parties' showdown in magical abilities was quick until it made people see things in a blur. In an instant, they could even fire out 10,000 streams of divine essence to set off restrictions. They changed positions non-stop, arriving among new restrictions continuously. This kind of switching required incomparably powerful deduction and computational ability. One could say that the two of their brains were currently like 2 teraflops. Supercomputers operating at full power. They would have to experience countless mathematical calculations every second. But the problem was Heavenly I was long already thoroughly familiar with these restrictions. While it was Yi Yuan's first time coming into contact with these restrictions, in the instant of switching restrictions, Yi Yuan already completely cracked the next restriction. That was how he could accomplish a seamless switch. Otherwise, as long as there was a bit of slip-up, he would catch the oversight and directly annihilate the other party. But up until now, he did not find any careless oversights. This brat's computational ability was too terrifying. But fortunately, along with the restrictions getting more and more complex, Yi Yuan's ability was clearly falling somewhat short of his wishes. Such a showdown made people watch until they became bedazzled. The 8-star formation gods by the side had long already watched until they were intoxicated. Each and every one of them opened their eyes wide, fearful of missing the
slickest detail.
array formations were dead, people were living. The battle of magics between two peak formation Dao experts was just like an educational competition to them. How could concentrating on studying here for them be as directly beneficial as watching two top experts demonstrating personally? The two people changed positions, the height of them scaling got higher and higher. Yi Yuan did his best to hold on under Heavenly Eye's powerful attacks. Riverward, two people followed behind. Even their breathing was practically about to stop. This kid can really endure it. He's not dead until now. Truly a shame. The restrictions in front, I haven't comprehended yet. Already have no way of keeping up with them. They already fought to the height of 2,600 over miles. The restrictions up. There are also getting more and more dangerous. I reckon that punk can't hold on much longer. The two people's showdown in magical abilities already passed 8 days and 8 nights in a blink. During this period, Yi Yuan guarded against Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eyes. Frenzied attacks making everyone's jaws drop. In other people's view, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye had clearly already squeezed Yi Yuan to the limit. Yi Yuan had the possibility of tumbling at any time. But Yi Yuan held in there just like this for 8 days and 8 nights. During these 8 days and 8 nights, both parties scaled a height of more than 2,000 miles. 8 void mountains array formations, above 2,800 miles were Deva Realm Grand arrays. Except, in the midst of such a confusing battle, nobody discovered that Yi Yuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. In these 8 days and 8 nights, Yi Yuan's comprehension of formation Dao could virtually catch up to the total sum of all his previous comprehensions. Already, over 60 years of comprehending Dao made Yi Yuan's formation Dao be remolded anew, and these 8 days and nights of comprehension let Yi Yuan's formation Dao scaled new heights, especially that Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye had an original view of the comprehension of 8 void mountains restrictions. Yi Yuan and him battling in magical abilities were equivalent to corroborating his comprehensions with the other party. The two of their relationship was like an extremely wise master guiding the disciple step by step. Yi Yuan's method of comprehending formation Dao followed the same pattern as alchemy Dao. These complex to the extreme array formation restrictions were merely just one foundational array formation after another in Yi Yuan's eyes. No matter how complicated the array formation, it was merely arranging these foundational array formations in an extremely ingenious method, making the power increase greatly from there. Therefore, Yi Yuan's speed of comprehending array formations far surpassed the average person. Back then at Fiend Flame Mountain, Yi Yuan was able to deconstruct the rank 8 grand array with an extremely fast speed because of this. However, his own comprehension was one aspect. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eyes comprehension was another aspect. Those able to reach Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eyes boundary all strode out their own Dao. In the eyes of 10,000 people there were 10,000 stories. The same array formation restrictions, the things that different people comprehended were naturally different. Paying back in his own coin was able to let Yi Yuan's comprehensions towards these array formations be even deeper, and could even pry into the source of the person who set up the formations. The reason why he provoked Heavenly Eye, the objective also lay precisely here. There was indeed disparity between him and Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye, but the gap between them was far smaller than others imagined. While Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was strong until it made people despaired, wanting to kill Yi Yuan was absolutely not such an easy matter too. At least one would have to reach the height above 2,800 miles too. But when they fought until above 2,800 miles, Yi Yuan's formation Dao strength was another boundary. Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly, I did not know what it meant, unleashing attacks. Frenziedly. While Yi Yuan fell back little by little, letting Heavenly I think that he reached his limit and could finish him off very quickly. Actually, his current formation Tao strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as when he was at the foot of the mountain long ago. It was just that nobody knew. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was about to die, but they did not know that he was accumulating strength to deal Heavenly I three people a lightning blow. Yi Yuan did not come to 8 Void Mountain at random. Along the way he had already planned everything out. The array formations here were formidable to the extreme. As long as his formation Tao strength was strong enough, he could completely rely on the array formations here to exterminate Deva realm powerhouses. And what he wanted to do was to make someone suffer from their own scheme. Along the way, Yi Yuan already determined from the clues and inklings that this Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I was absolutely not to be trifled with. Therefore, he did it very carefully. Along the way up the mountain, Yi Yuan advanced gradually and entrenched himself at every step, feigning an appearance of gradually not being able to hold out. He had once laid down array formations. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I should have some understanding of his strength. If he did it too fiercely, it would give himself away instead. Therefore, he used the technique of concealing his strength and let Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I think that he was almost reaching his limits little by little. He was continuously comprehending array formations, but towards the back he shrunk his defensive circle and let Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I think that his comprehension was getting harder and harder, but his true strength was advancing by leaps and bounds. Shui Yuan and Lone Soul were still unaware. Seeing Yi Yuan's defensive circle already being compressed to the limit, they could not help being greatly excited. Ha ha ha. Brat, aren't you very capable? This emperor wants to see when you can last until, Shui Yuan said with a big laugh. Lone Soul also said, fellow Taoist Heavenly I, double up, make this brat turn to ashes. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I nodded his head slightly and said in a clear voice, boy, the array formations here are already almost reaching the limits of 8-star formation gods. Your strength should be about this much, right? Any further up and you'll die beyond a doubt. Roughly 2,000 miles, there was the boundary between 8-star formation gods and those who surpassed 8-star formation gods. Surpassing 2,000 miles was the domain of Deva realm. Under this, even if Deva realm powerhouses accidentally set off restrictions, they could also rely on powerful strength to hang in there and not die. But any further up and the power of the restrictions would soar exponentially. Once a Deva realm powerhouse set it off, they would die without a doubt. Yi Yuan was still unconvinced as he said, humph, 3 old fogies. If you have the capabilities, breach my defensive circle before talking. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I laughed loudly and said, this Deva comprehended. Tao on 8 Void Mountain is akin to walking on flat ground below 3,000 miles. How can it be something that you, this brat, can compare to? Just you. Watch. This Deva will breach your defensive circle and let you die without a burial ground. While talking, Yi Yuan already broke through the distance of 2,000 miles. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I laughed loudly, suddenly firing out countless streams of divine essence, the power even skyrocketing several times. Yi Yuan's defensive circle was compressed to the extreme all of a sudden. In the restrictions that he was at, there was virtually no place to stop for a rest already. At this moment, Yi Yuan and the others were placed in jeopardy. However, Yi Yuan similarly fired out countless streams of divine essence like mirages, barely managing to clear this dangerous hurdle. Except, everyone could tell that Yi Yuan probably could not block the next round of attacks anymore. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I three people gave a loud laugh, directly charging past 2,800 miles this threshold.
Brat, prepare tu di.
Fool, the space above 2,000 miles is the place where this emperor can truly put my abilities to good use. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I gave a cold laugh. The divine essence that fired out this time even skyrocketed several times. Deva realm array formations were incomparably complicated. The array elements were naturally in abundance too. The points that could set off restrictions naturally became increasingly more. At this point, he was a hero with no place to display his prowess. However, right at this moment, Yi Yuan's fingers moved like phantoms, firing out countless streams of divine essence. The numbers were above Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Eye. The unexpected eruption made the entire 8-void mountain fall into shock. What's going on here? This brat clearly almost could not make it just now. So, why did he suddenly erupt? It turns out that this brat has been hiding his strength all along. My God! Turns out that his formation Dao strength already rivals those in the Deva realm? This boy is really a freak. With one move, people on the entire mountain were amazed. The divine essence that Yi Yuan fired out in an instant, it blotted out the skies and covered the earth. When Shui Yuan and Lone Soul saw this terrifying scene, they were immediately frightened until their complexions turned pale. The restrictions above 2,000 miles were sufficient to take their lives. Yi Yuan taking action at this time was clearly aiming to drive to death. Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, save us! Shui Yuan cried out in alarm. The light that filled the sky caught Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye by surprise, making his expression change wildly. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's heart shook wildly. He had some understanding of Yi Yuan's formation Dao strength and felt that it was impossible to reach such a degree, unless Yi Yuan comprehended even more restrictions on 8-void mountain. This shock was by no means insignificant. How could someone be monstrous to such a degree? He actually still had leftover strength to comprehend Dao under his frenzied bombardment. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan comprehended was not a little bit, but leaps and bounds. A qualitative leap. If Yi Yuan previously had half a foot stepped into the gate of Dao, then, now he truly entered the domain of Dao. However, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was ultimately a Deva realm major power. Although he was startled, he did not panic. It was only to see Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye repeatedly snap his fingers, firing out countless streams of divine essence in an instant, neutralizing the restrictions that Yi Yuan fired out. Finelad, you're truly cunning to the extreme. Even this emperor almost succumbed too. However, want to turn the situation around with this? Dream on. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye gave a cold laugh and said disdainfully. He knew the restrictions above these 2,000 miles like the back of his hands. So, how could he lose to a junior? The killing traps above these 2,000 miles were like child's play to him. Crack! Right at this moment, a shocking bolt of lightning suddenly fell. The pale white lightning tore across the sky. It was as if rending the sky into two. Horrifying power. The explosive clap of thunder shocked until everyone suddenly jumped. There were a few 8-star formation gods who almost stepped on the wrong nodes and almost set off restrictions. This scene came too suddenly, abrupt until everyone did not react to it. Rumble. This shocking bolt of lightning landed on Heavenly Eye 3 people's bodies with an inconceivably swift speed. Ugh! The 3 people gave a muffled groan, akin to being struck by 5 thunderbolts, instantly blasting them into a daze. Receiving such a fierce blow, the 3 great Deva realms auras immediately withered significantly, especially Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul. His body was practically dissipating under this strike, although he stabilized his figure in the end by relying on his powerful strength. His body became incomparably illusory all at once. Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul was a soul body and was most afraid of lightning. Ordinary lightning was nothing, but how could the power of this Deva realm array formation be ordinary? As for the other 2 people, they were a little better than him but also suffered heavy damage. It was just that this scene, in everyone's eyes, was even more shocking than that bolt of lightning just now. The restriction was triggered. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye, this formation path grandmaster, actually lost to an Empyrean Realm Junior in a battle of formation. This turnaround was too astonishing, resulting in everyone forgetting their thoughts for a moment. A second ago, Yi Yuan was already in the throes of his deathbed struggle. The next second, he actually dealt a superb major turnaround, setting off a Deva realm restriction. The entire 8 Void Mountain fell into death-like silence. Riverward stared dumbfoundedly with amazement. He opened his mouth wide and looked at Yi Yuan, an expression like he had seen a ghost. It was as if it was his first time knowing him. Heavenly I lost? He still did not quite dare to believe it. Is my eyesight failing? Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye is a legendary figure of 8 Void Mountain. He was actually defeated. Just what kind of person is this boy? His Formation Dao attainments are also too terrifying, right? A puny little Empyrean boy actually seriously wounded a Deva realm powerhouse. This incident will likely become the 8 Void Mountains' new legend. The surrounding 8-star formation gods all used astonished gazes to look at Yi Yuan, sucking in cold breaths. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Eye and said with a cold smile, akin to walking on flat ground below 3,000 miles? Hoo-hoo, I think not, right? Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye comprehended Tao at 3,000 miles and knew the restrictions below 3,000 miles like the back of his hand. Just earlier, he was still saying that it was akin to walking on flat ground below 3,000 miles. But in a blink, he had his face slapped by this bolt of lightning. Suffering this blow, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's powers were immediately more than half gone. However, Deva realm powerhouses were indeed formidable to the extreme. The restriction that Yi Yuan exhausted all his ability to detonate was actually unable to kill them. Heavenly Eye was very weak, but he had puzzlement all over his face as he said, how is this possible? I clearly already cracked all of them. Yi Yuan said coolly, you think that you know the array formations here, but, actually, you don't understand them at all. 8 Void Mountains. Restrictions are far more impressive than what you can imagine. Heavenly Eye's pupils constricted, even more confused. You all definitely think that 8 Void Mountains restrictions are one connected to another. As long as you comprehend all of these restrictions, even if you crack the restrictions, you can scale 8 Void Mountain. Unceasingly, Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. Many 8-star formation gods secretly nodded their heads but had curious looks. Could it be that it was not like this? You are all wrong. This 8 Void Mountains grand array is a living grand array. On the same flat surface, there are countless kinds of restrictions, and they aren't fixed and unchangeable. When you crack a restriction, actually, you're still inside another restriction. Different combination. Methods will form restrictions with varying powers. Therefore, when you're standing on a node, it might be the intersection point of many restrictions. These intersection points are just the formation eyes of many array formations. It's just able to let you pass through safely, that's all. But, comprehending the formations like this, it's impossible for you guys to ever walk to the summit. Yi Yuan's words were akin to thunderbolts falling on their heads, exploding in everyone's ears. Powerhouses that could walk to 2,700 and 2,800 miles, which one was not a distinguished talent in Formation Dao? Whether or not Yi Yuan's words made sense, they were clear at once. If this 8 Void Mountains array formations were formed by countless nodes, linking up a few of the nodes would be a restriction. What they comprehended were the restrictions after these few nodes were linked. But, actually, these points were merely just a shared node used by several restrictions. The things that they comprehended were too surface level. Wrong. We were all wrong. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. My many years of comprehending Formation Dao was really utterly wasted. I understand. I thought that my Formation Dao is already close to Dao, but only now do I know that I know nothing at all. This Emperor will descend the mountain right away and comprehend Dao from the beginning. Quite a few 8-star formation gods actually went straight down the mountain. Yi Yuan's words were akin to being filled with wisdom, letting them understand. The crux involved all at once. Only then did they understand that turns out the things that they comprehended all along were nothing at all. At the same time, there were some people with vacant looks. Something that was upheld for so many years being denied. This sort of blow could be imagined. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I had a lifeless look. His countless years of pride, it was shattered to smithereens at this instant. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I comprehending Tao on 8 Void Mountain was once a legend of this place. Comprehending Tao at 3,000 miles, this was not what anybody could accomplish. But, after 3,000 miles, he was unable to go an inch further. He thought that this was him encountering a bottleneck. It turned out that he was wrong from the very start. Brat, consider yourself ruthless. This score today this Deva has remembered. After I recover my strength, I'll definitely tear your corpse to pieces. Shui Yuan yelled coldly, turned to Heavenly I again and said, Fellow, Taoist Heavenly I, what are you still in a daze for? Still not going? Waiting for death? Actually, Shui Yuan was extremely displeased in his heart. He expended a huge price to invite Heavenly I. He did not expect that this guy was a pewter spearhead that shone silver. Impressive looking but useless. Pursuing for miles, in the end, he actually lost to an Empyrean realm brat in a battle of magical abilities. Of course, he did not dare to go too overboard right now. Want to walk out of 8 Void Mountain, he still had to rely on Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I. He naturally knew that Yi Yuan was extremely monstrous, but he just could not swallow this grievance in his heart. How awe-inspiring were Deva realm powerhouses, but they lost at the hands of an Empyrean realm brat, and it was even in front of so many powerhouses. This made him utterly lose face. The moment Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I heard, he was filled with fear. This place was not a place to stay for long. Go! Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I did not hesitate in the slightest, turning around and leaving. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Looks like you haven't figured out the situation yet. You wouldn't think that I'd watch you guys go down the mountain. Just like this, right? The 3 people felt their scalps tingle walking down the mountain, frenziedly. But under the heavy restrictions, how could they speed up? Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, firing out countless streams of divine essence in an instant, detonating the restrictions around the 3 great Deva realms. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I's scalp tingled, not daring to dawdle in the slightest, neutralizing Yi Yuan's attacks frenziedly. But Yi Yuan's comprehension of 8 Void Mountains restrictions had long already flung him several streets behind. So how could he block? Rumble, rumble, rumble. For some time, lightning, ice, raging fires, sword lights, so on and so forth. All sorts of restrictions suddenly exploded. Terrifying energy undulations reverberated in the mountains, making the powerhouses around the mountains palpitating with anxiety and fear. 3 great Deva realm powerhouses completely did not have the strength to fight back under Yi Yuan's pursuit. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I was virtually about to vomit blood. His defense was like paper paste in front of Yi Yuan. But he could not stop defending. If he gave up resisting, Yi Yuan would detonate even more restrictions. At that time, with all kinds of restrictions being all summoned over, the power would be several times, even several dozen times than now. Although the restrictions below 2,800 miles were not comparable to Deva realm, the power was extremely strong too. Plus, the 3 people were already seriously injured. The power of the restrictions was magnified infinitely. However, they were Deva realm powerhouses in the end. Unleashing all of their power, they actually barely managed to withstand the impact of the restrictions. Of course, their injuries were also continuously worsening. 8 Void Mountains powerhouses watched until they stared dumbfoundedly and their mouths agape. An Empyrean realm hunted 3 great Deva realm powerhouses until there was no road to heaven and no gate into the earth. This scene was absolutely an unprecedentedly rare sight. this kind of powerhouse, which one wasn't an existence that shocked the world. But under Yi Yuan's invincible might, they were thrown into a panic. Rumble. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning landed. Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul let out a tragic cry, his figure no longer able to maintain, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. A Deva realm peerless powerhouse of his generation was dead. He fell in 8 Void Mountain just like that. I actually witnessed the demise of a Deva realm powerhouse today. How many years has it been that we've heard of a Deva realm powerhouse dying? This young man is too terrifying. After today, the entire heavenspan world will probably tremble because of it. Witnessing the fall of a Deva realm powerhouse made all the powerhouses sigh incessantly. Such a powerhouse was originally the strongest existence in the world, virtually having undying bodies. What could make them perish was also just the most terrifying Deva blight. Tribulation in this world. At least they had to die at the hands of a Deva second blight powerhouse and above too. But Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul died in the hands of an Empyrean Realm Junior. Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul was originally a ghost path powerhouse, his cultivation being immensely formidable. But no matter how strong he was, he also had the weakness of ghost path powerhouses. It was being utterly restrained by extreme yang and indomitable things. Actually, cultivating to Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul's kind of realm, the lightning laws that could threaten him were already exceedingly few. Yet, this place was 8 Void Mountain, the apex of Formation Dao. The might of the restrictions here were seldomly seen in the world. He was struck by the restriction lightning consecutively. So how was there the logic of not dying? Rather, it was the other 2 people who were much tougher than him. But at this point, they were already extremely weak as well. No way. Carrying on like this, I'll die here too. Shui Yuan, this fool. Just, what kind of a terrifying fellow did he provoke? I got scammed badly by him. This time, bringing him along now is just a burden. I can't continue like this anymore. Heavenly, I was burning with anxiety. Bringing along 2 people previously, he was certainly not Yi Yuan's match. But now, he already could not quite hold out under Yi Yuan's savage bombardment. Thinking up to here, he no longer hesitated and cried out coldly, Heavenly, I open. By the side, Heavenly Emperor Shui Yuan was caught off guard and only felt his divine soul suddenly suffer a heavy blow from a sledgehammer, making him feel drowsy. Heavenly I-U. He only had time to say 3 words and was struck flying by Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly I with 1 palm. Suddenly, countless restrictions exploded on his body. Heavenly Emperor Shui Yuan was originally already seriously wounded. Currently, his divine soul suffered heavy damage as well. So how could he still withstand the bombardment of these restrictions? Without Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's lead, it was like he stepped on countless landmines. There was nowhere to hide at all. In a single breath, he was blown by countless restrictions into a pile of minced meat. Another Deva realm powerhouse fell. It was just that Shui Yuan did not die at Yi Yuan's hands. Instead, he died at Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's hands. The world of martial artists was so cruel. Faced with imminent disaster, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye directly pushed his own people into the fire pit. Hiss! What vicious means! When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them could not help drawing a cold breath. Without these 2 people hindering, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's speed suddenly sped up. Among the 3 people, he was the least injured. Heavenly Eye was a Deva realm formation pathmaster in the end. His formation Dao strength was formidable to the extreme. He could naturally neutralize the majority of the restrictions' power. Now, without Shui Yuan 2 people dragging him down, his speed suddenly accelerated. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly. He still underestimated this guy in the end. The further down, the weaker the power of the restrictions and the smaller the harm to Heavenly Eye naturally too. As long as he could endure until below 2,000 miles, it would be very hard for Yi Yuan to cause substantial harm to him anymore. Among the three people, the most troublesome one was Heavenly Eye instead.
Ye.
Yuan naturally did not want to let him off. Even if did not kill, he also wanted to inflict serious wounds, making him unable to recover within a short time. Otherwise, being targeted by a Deva realm powerhouse all day, Yi Yuan would find it hard to eat and sleep. The two people, one chased and one fled. They arrived at the foot of the mountain in a blink of an eye. Brat, hide in 8 Void Mountain for all your life if you have the capability. As long as you leave 8 Void Mountain, this Deva will definitely tear your corpse to pieces. Upon exiting 8 Void Mountain, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye suddenly became light, fleeing like flying. Before leaving, he even left behind harsh words. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said to Riverward, "Senior, lend the bow to me." Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye fleeing 8 Void Mountain was akin to the tiger returning to the mountains, a fish entering the seas. As long as he recovered slightly with Yi Yuan's bit of strength, he could just wait to be slaughtered unless he could attain Tao in 8 Void Mountain. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Riverward's expression changed, and he said, "The limitless God-killing Bao's power is extremely strong, but your strength." Yi Yuan said, "Relax, I have a score in my heart. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye is too strong. I can't let him leave." Riverward's gaze glimmered and he said with a nod, "Okay, you be careful." After talking, he did not hesitate either, taking out the limitless God-killing Bao. He passed it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not say a word, removing the restrictions on the Bao in no time. Flat. A terrifying surge of power engulfed the wildness. The entire 8 Void Mountain was stunned by the limitless God-killing Bao's horrifying aura. Tao artifact. It's a Tao artifact. What terrifying power, no wonder the three of them pursued until here. When someone saw the limitless God-killing Bao, even the pitch of their voice changed. A terrifying backlash force gushed out of the limitless God-killing Bao, wanting to kill Yi Yuan like killing those heavenly emperors. But right then, an even more majestic and imposing aura suddenly released from Yi Yuan's body, suppressing the limitless God-killing Bao's power. That was the pressure of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. Tao artifact. The reason why it was called Tao artifact was that the powerful Tao accumulations hidden inside were akin to heavenly Tao personally descending. But any Tao artifact still paled in comparison when in front of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. The limitless God-killing Bao's haughtiness that had just shown its head was thoroughly suppressed by Yi Yuan. All this was quietly completed in the instant that Yi Yuan gripped the limitless God-killing Bao. Bystanders did not detect it at all. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help turning pale with fright. Riverward even had a look of astonishment. Such a precious treasure, there was simply no way of controlling if one's strength was not up to par. But Yi Yuan actually did not suffer the least bit of backlash when holding it in his hand. In fact, he felt fear, this emotion, from the limitless God-killing Bao. This made him feel extremely absurd. Why would a Tao artifact fear an Empyrean? But the more he denied it, the stronger this feeling got. Yi Yuan gripped the limitless God-killing Bao in his hand. His aura instantly skyrocketed to the peak. It was as if the enormous 8 Void Mountain only had him alone left. Sword, come. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. Countless divine essence gathered over from all directions, forming a light sword. Bao arched, sword notched. These movements were completed in one go, akin to floating clouds and flowing water, natural and smooth. 8 Void Mountains powerhouses were already dumbstruck with amazement. Yuan actually substituted the arrow with a sword by condensing a sword with the power of source. Every element was not something that should happen to a martial artist at Yi Yuan's realm. Yet, these impossible things gathered onto his person alone. Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit poured into the limitless God-killing Bao crazily. However, a Tao artifact was a Tao artifact after all. All the strength in Yi Yuan's body was virtually depleted in an instant. while he merely only pulled an extremely small angle on the limitless God, killing Bao. But just this extremely small angle was sufficient. Go! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, fingers letting go slightly. The light sword disappeared with a swoosh. Rumble. A breath later, an astonishing loud boom came from the distance. Talking about it was slow, but actually, from when heavenly I left to Yi Yuan chasing after, then to drawing the bow and releasing the arrow, it was merely several breaths' time. With heavenly eye's current speed, it was merely a distance of several million miles. This distance did not count as far at all to a Tao artifact's arrow. Yi Yuan's divine sense was constantly locked hard onto him. With this arrow tearing across the sky, it arrived in an instant. A Tao artifact coupled with Yi Yuan's sort of source. How astonishing was the power? No need to look, Yi Yuan also knew that heavenly I would have to recuperate. For more than 1,000 years, even if he did not die this time. The entire mountain was silent. Everyone put down the things in their hands and looked at this young man who was a nobody. In several days, among the 3 great Deva realm powerhouses, 2 were dead, and 1 was seriously injured. This proud battle achievement was sufficient to be written in the annals of history. Thinking back now, everyone also felt like they were dreaming. Just what kind of freak is this boy? This emperor has comprehended on Tao at 8 Void Mountain for many years, and it simply can't compare to his measly few days. Not only is his comprehension ability exceptional, but he can also even suppress Tao artifacts and comprehend the source of Sword Tao. How can there be such a monstrous person in this world? This boy clearly has a Tao artifact in his hands. But why do I actually not have the desire to snatch it over? Dealing with him must have a surefire plan. Once you can't kill him, the consequences will be catastrophic. 8 Void Mountain was the holy land of the formation path, the hidden lucky. Chances were countless. The powerhouses that come here to comprehend formations and excavate treasures were too many to enumerate. Even high-level heavenly emperors were not in the minority too. It was just that these few days Yi Yuan and Heavenly I-2 parties sent the 8 Void Mountain into a tizzy. Seeing Yi Yuan cut down Deva realms overwhelmingly, this kind of impact was seriously too strong, resulting in the treasure being in front. But they did not dare to have designs on it. A few days ago, the people who had designs on it had all already turned to dust. Even Deva realm powerhouses died. Let alone them? Of course, there were quite a few people who saw that Yi Yuan was debilitated, their gazes revealing murderous gleams too. But no one dared to come forward. The place where Yi Yuan was located was at the fringe of the restrictions. He could enter 8 Void Mountain at any time. Inside restrictions, Yi Yuan was close to invincible. The high altitudes of 8 Void Mountain naturally had several Deva realm experts hidden too. Originally, the fight here had nothing to do with them, they could not be bothered either. But that instant when Yi Yuan took out the limitless god-killing Bao, there were still quite a few people who were moved. It was just that there was still nobody who dared to take action. The overturned cart in front was a warning for those people behind. Ruining one's cultivation base for a Tao artifact was not worth it. Go up the mountain. Yi Yuan threw the limitless god-killing Bao back to riverward and swallowed medicinal pills himself, rapidly restoring his physical strength. But leaving 8 Void Mountain at this time was clearly not a wise move. 8 Void Mountain's powerhouses were too many, rashly leaving without recovering to peak state was equivalent to a lamb walking into the tiger's mouth. Right now, everyone was looking at him. It was hard to guarantee that people would not be moved. Being stimulated by Yi Yuan previously, quite a few middle and late stage heavenly emperor powerhouses all went straight down the mountain and comprehended on Tao from the beginning. At this time, there were quite a lot of powerhouses at the foot of the mountain too. As for those with weak strength at the foot of the mountain, they were currently quaking in their boots. After all, Tao artifact this sort of thing, the power was truly too great. Yi Yuan holding the limitless god-killing Bao in his hand earlier. There was even a misconception that he could shoot through the sky. That arrow earlier, people reckoned that even a first firmament heavenly emperor would find it very hard to receive. This arrow also let Yi Yuan have a clear understanding of how terrifying Tao artifacts were. No wonder so many people would be moved. Yi Yuan brought the two people and went straight up to 2,800 miles. It was only to see him repeatedly snap his fingers. The power of restrictions suddenly erupted. This scene gave everyone a fright. What's he doing? Committing suicide? Someone cried out in surprise. But, in the next instant, 8 Void Mountains spiritual energy suddenly surged, gathering over toward Yi Yuan this side. At the 3,000 miles area, a Deva realm formation path expert had a stunned look. As he said in shock, "This 8 Void Mountains restrictions can still be played like this? Looks like this Deva was really ridiculously wrong these few years." It turned out that the 8 Void Mountains restriction that Yi Yuan triggered was actually a spirit gathering grand array. It can still be used like this? I never knew that 8 Void Mountains restrictions can even trigger a spirit gathering grand array. A spirit gathering grand array above 2,800 miles. The power is extraordinary. This boy is going to break through. 8 Void Mountain had always been synonymous with danger. Under the powerful restrictions here, no idea how many powerhouses fell here. But they had never heard that the restrictions here could still be used as a spirit gathering grand array. They suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was already not comprehending array formation. He was playing with array formations. Ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. Clearly, Yi Yuan comprehending Tao here already gained the true essence of the 8 Void Mountains formation path. On the contrary, they were cautious in taking every step here, akin to treading on thin ice, fearful of setting off restrictions. What they comprehended was just extremely superficial formation Tao. Around 2,800 miles and above spirit gathering grand array, the spiritual energy was incomparably abundant, forming a thick fog around Yi Yuan. He brought Riverward and Wild Blade to a safe place outside the fog and said, "You guys help to guard me." After talking, he entered inside the fog. Under such thick spiritual energy, Yi Yuan's strength that was drained was in the midst of rapidly recovering. He sat within the restrictions, both eyes tightly shut. He was comprehending the formation Tao comprehensions along the way. Yi Yuan fought his way up to 2,800 miles all the way from the foot of the mountain. The things acquired were not just exterminating Deva realms. 8 Void Mountains grand arrays were like a vast ocean. The more he navigated, the more unfathomable he felt. With Yi Yuan coming up all the way, he had a lot of comprehension and needed time to digest a bit. While at this time, the chaos world within Yi Yuan's body finally could not hold back and started expanding once again. Within Yi Yuan's body, his cultivation method started operating on its own. He started advancing toward the late-stage chaos realm. All of his mind and body were put into comprehending formation Tao. This comprehension was 7 years long. In 7 years' time, Yi Yuan finally fully comprehended the formation Tao in 2,800 miles. Unknowingly, already reached late-stage chaos realm. There's only a step away from grand completion chaos realm. Looks like I absorbed quite a bit of spiritual energy during these 7 years. Yi Yuan removed the restriction and scattered the fog. Everything returned to tranquility. Suddenly, he discovered one resentful gaze after another currently looking over towards him. Amen? All looking at me like this for what? I didn't seem to have offended them, right? Yi Yuan said with a curious look. Wild Blade had a strange expression as he said, "Young master, you didn't offend them? These 7 years, this mountain full of powerhouses have all been offended by you." Seeing Yi Yuan have a blank look, Riverward added on with a bitter smile and said, "Your array formation virtually plundered all the spiritual energy. These 7 years, the powerhouses on the whole mountain were unable to cultivate. Yi Yuan only cared about close seclusion back then and did not think that much. During these 7 years, he absorbed more than a significant amount of spiritual energy. The array formations above 2,800 miles, their power rivaled Deva realm. Such a spirit-gathering grand array. How horrifying was the power. Yi Yuan's current realm was roughly equivalent to peak 8th firmament. Empyrean. He also did not think, with the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's freakish refining ability being able to let him break through 2 minor boundaries in a row. How great the capacity of spiritual energy did that require? 8 Void Mountains' spiritual energy was extremely abundant. Furthermore, the further up, the thicker the spiritual energy. Yi Yuan's spirit-gathering grand array was too unreasonable. The spiritual energy above it could not snatch any at all, so it only snatched the spiritual energy below. The major powers who comprehend formation Tao here, those were all calculated. With tens of thousands of years, they cultivated while comprehending Tao here, but Yi Yuan drained the spiritual energy that they cultivated dry. How could they not be resentful? But these heavenly emperors did not dare to offend Yi Yuan either, afraid that he would smite them with a bolt of lightning. There was no choice. They could only endure and hope that he would finish cultivating soon. Who knew that this guy was really shameless? The moment he cultivated, it was 7 years. These 7 years, the cultivation of the powerhouses below 2,800 miles virtually did not make the slightest improvement. The resentment of the mountain full of powerhouses grew increasingly heavier. Riverward and Wild Blade almost could not bear it anymore. If Yi Yuan still did not wake up, they almost could not resist taking the initiative to wake Yi Yuan up anymore. Yi Yuan yawned and said with cupped fists, "Seniors, sorry about it." This Yi was comprehending Tao here and forgot the time for a moment. Truly sorry. Said that he was sorry. Yi Yuan completely did not have an apologetic appearance. He relied on his ability to seize spiritual energy. So who did he bothered? This 8 Void Mountain was not opened by someone, right? Who set the rules to prohibit cultivation here? Yi Yuan was not an overbearing person. It was not worthwhile for him to blame himself for this sort of thing. Breaking through 2 minor realms in 7 years, he was still very satisfied. On 8 Void Mountain, the group of heavenly emperors dared to get angry but did not dare to speak. Fortunately, it was only 7 years. If Yi Yuan comprehended for 80 to 100 years here, they might as well go down the mountain. At this time, a figure slowly walked down from on top of the mountain. It's Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun. What's he finding that surnamed Yi for? Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun is 8 Void Mountains legend. An existence above 3,500 miles. Even more fearsome than Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye. Could it be that he's looking for trouble? Heh, there's a good show to watch now. Want to find trouble, he would have long gone for it. Why would he wait for that surnamed Yi to finish cultivating? The moment this figure came out, it immediately caused a stir. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun was a terrifying existence above 3,500 miles, his cultivation being terrifying to the extreme. Existences the likes of Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye had to bow their heads in submission in front of him too. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun slowly walked to the vicinity of Yi Yuan and opened his mouth and said, "This old man is Xiao Yun. Little friend, Yi finished cultivating. So are you going down the mountain?" Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "I'm Yi Yuan, offering greetings to Senior Xiao Yun. What Senior said is right. This Yi is just about to go down the mountain." Xiao Yun said, "Little friend, Ye's formation Tao can move the gods, making this old man admire endlessly. I wonder where little friend Yi was taught. This old man wants to find a time to go and exchange views with little friend Yi. Wonder if I can." The moment these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun, what kind of proud existence was he? He actually humbled himself in making acquaintances. Furthermore, his tone did not seem like addressing a junior, but like he was talking to a peer. Clearly, he felt that Yi Yuan already had this qualification. Toward such existences, Yi Yuan was long already used to it and naturally would not feel any feeling of being overwhelmed by an unexpected favor. At once, Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "This Yi came from Southern Border's Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. If Senior Xiao Yun is interested in coming, I'll naturally feel greatly honored by your gracious presence. Alright, this Yi still have important matters. I'll take my leave first." Xiao Yun nodded slightly and said, "Southern Border's Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, is it? Okay." This old man has noted it down. At this time, he suddenly said in a clear voice, "If you all covet little friend Ye's Dao artifact, it's becoming enemies with this Deva." This voice instantly spread throughout 8 Void Mountain. The heavenly emperors who had formidable strength were actually eager for action in their hearts already. After all, the allure of a Dao artifact was too strong. Furthermore, as long as Yi Yuan left 8 Void Mountains powerful restrictions, he was just a measly little Empyrean realm brat. With their late-stage heavenly emperor strength, why would they care about an Empyrean? But this sentence from Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun immediately dispelled their thoughts. Yi Yuan could be offended, but Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun? They could not afford to offend the latter. With Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun's awe, Yi Yuan swaggered out of 8 Void Mountain and left just like that. But even if there wasn't Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun, he would not care either. 3 great Deva realm powerhouses pursued him for 1 trillion miles and failed to make him stay, let alone a few heavenly emperors. Presently, his strength made great improvements. Even if he was not a heavenly emperor's match, escaping did not pose a problem. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun naturally understood this as well. It was merely offering a convenient favor. That was all. At least, his one sentence could save Yi Yuan quite a bit of trouble. When the 3 people left 8 Void Mountain, Yi Yuan stopped his footsteps and said to Riverward with clasped hands, "Senior, this Yi has other important matters and will take my leave here. If Senior is free, you can also come to Southern Border's Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma to find this Yi." He and Riverward were chance acquaintances. Yi Yuan saving him was also just happening to be present on the occasion. Presently, Shui Yuan 3 people, 2 were dead and 1 seriously injured. Was impossible to find trouble with Riverward within a short time. Riverward was a 9th firmament heavenly emperor powerful existence. Even if he was presently crippled, he had the ability to protect himself too. It was naturally not nice for Yi Yuan to overstep his boundaries. If it was too deliberate, Riverward would even think that he had some devious thoughts. Riverward's expression was complicated. Finally making up his mind, he handed the limitless God-killing bow to Yi Yuan and said, "Little friend Yi, this limitless God-killing bow I'll give to you." Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. Riverward practically died with his Tao dissipating for the limitless God-killing bow. But now he actually gave it to him? He shook his head and said with a smile, "Senior, you don't have to be like this. I didn't save you for it." But Riverward insisted, "Little friend, you doesn't have to worry too much. If you covet it, you didn't need to save me at all. You could have just killed me back then. I'm giving it to you, firstly to thank your life-saving grace. Second, it's that I'm already crippled. Wanting it is useless too, so might as well give it to you." Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "All right, then this Yi won't be pretentious, and accept it first. In the future, when Senior's strength recovers, I'll return it to you." Riverward smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "I employed the power of my small world to escape with my life and already damaged my foundation. Present, my small world is already in ruins, becoming a dead world. How can I still recover my strength?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, rest assured, heaven doesn't cut off all roads. Leave your injuries to me." Riverward trembled all over and looked at Yi Yuan and said, "You have a way?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, 100 over years ago, this Yi had once experienced a great battle, with my small world being completely devastated. Later, this Yi gained enlightenment on Tao and created the Chaos Samsara pill. That was how I recovered. Senior's injuries are largely identical with this. Ye's past injury, albeit having some minor differences. After this Yi breaks through to the heavenly emperor realm, as long as I find suitable rank 8 spirit medicines, you can naturally recover. Riverward's eyes were originally gloomy. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he immediately had a hopeful look. This, truly, heaven doesn't cut off all roads. Being able to meet little friend Yi, heaven truly didn't forsake me. Heaven truly didn't forsake me, Riverward said with an agitated look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if Senior doesn't have anywhere to go, why not go to my heavenly eagle and become a permanent resident? Riverward nodded his head repeatedly and said, I'm all alone by myself, without a tie in the world. So I'll go together with you. Finish talking. The three people set off once more, heading toward the southern border. Returning to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, it was already several months later. Yi Yuan ordered people to settle Riverward and Wild Blade down, and then he went to find Bai Tong. The reason why he came back was that he received Bai Tong's summons. Brother Bai, what happened? Yi Yuan asked. Bai Tong's expression was rather ugly. Handing a jade slip to Yi Yuan, he said, you see for yourself. Yi Yuan's heart sank, having a foreboding premonition. Sure enough, after he looked through the things in the jade slip, his expression became extremely ugly. Ning Tianping was captured. Yi Yuan heard Ning Tianping say before, his master, Mo Lifei's enemy, was called Li Zhaoqing, and was at the eastern border's Skyfame Great Imperial capital. But this Li Zhaoqing had merely a peak true god cultivation. Even if he broke through to Empyrean realm with Ning Tianping's present strength, dealing with him should not be a problem. Before leaving, Yi Yuan gave Ning Tianping quite a number of Empyrean spirit treasures. Even if he could not win, running away should not be a problem. But did not expect that Ning Tianping was actually captured. The jade slip said that Mo Lifei was already killed and Ning Tianping was imprisoned. This was nothing much. What was strange was that the other party made Yi Yuan bring 50 rank 7 divine pills to go and redeem him. Furthermore, it could only be Yi Yuan alone. Who the other party was, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest clue. But Yi Yuan was certain that it was not Li Zhaoqing. Just the likes of him did not have this ability. Yi Yuan dug deep within and thought of many possibilities, but also did not think of who it was. What do you think? Yi Yuan asked Bai Tong. Bai Tong had clearly already thought it over and said in a solemn voice, this is definitely a trap. Furthermore, the person who laid down the trap understands you very well. In my view, the medicinal pills are just a cover. Their real objective is you. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Tianping has followed me for so many years. I know his disposition. Even if he dies, he also won't reveal any information about me. I'm afraid that right when Tianping left the city he was already targeted. Bai Tong's face fell and he said, no way, right? Could it be that we have a spy among us? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Heavenly Eagle developed too quickly these few years. Although the cohesion is very strong, wanting to watch over every aspect is clearly not too likely. It wasn't a secret that Tianping and I left Heavenly Eagle. It's also not strange that people knew. They don't dare to take action against me, so they naturally thought of a plan for Tianping. The other part clearly knows me very well and definitely laid down an inescapable net waiting for me. Bai Tong's expression changed and he said, Then what to do? Don't go. Yi Yuan gave Bai Tong a glance. The latter's face turned red. He knew that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to not go. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping were master and servant in name, but brothers in reality. Back then, Yi Yuan killed people in a rage for Jiang Ming, who was a nobody. Now his brother was in trouble. So how could he sit by idly and remain indifferent? Relax. The reason why they don't dare to take action against me is clearly that they don't have confidence. Moreover, I made great harvests going out this time. These are all outside of their expectations. But before this I have to make some preparations, Yi Yuan said. Bai Tong was worried about his safety. He naturally would not blame Bai Tong. I'll go together with you, Bai Tong said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, You can't go. There are definitely informants inside and outside the city. Once they discover that you aren't in the city, they will definitely kill the hostage. Bai Tong's brows furrowed, clearly being quite worried about Yi Yuan going alone. What he was worried about was if the other party had heavenly emperor powerhouses. With Yi Yuan's current strength, forget about saving people, he would get captured himself too. As for spatial law, it was already something that everyone in this southern border knew about. The other party would definitely seal off the space around the area and not give Yi Yuan the chance to escape. This trap was a complete and utter scheme. You had to come whether or not you wanted to. Furthermore, the enemy was in the dark and Yi Yuan was in the light. This was virtually a certain death scheme. Skyfame Great Imperial Capital was not the same as other cities, with endless streams of horses and carriages, being so crowded with people. Yi Yuan arrived outside the city gates and could not help being taken aback. A girl was standing there, already welcoming him. The girl greeted with folded hands at the lower right side and smiled brightly. As she said, Sia has been waiting here for a long time. Sir seems to be very surprised to see Sia. This woman was none other than the Rong Sia who he happened to meet once before. Rong Sia was Southridge 10 Nations Cloud Jade Imperial City's princess, who later entered Linghua Pavilion. Back then, she instigated behind the scenes to have people frame Jiang Jade Hall. Later, under Yi Yuan's compelling power, Rong Sia had no choice but to come over and extend a formal apology. Yi Yuan did not expect that it was actually this woman controlling everything. At the back, what deep scheming. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, You're of the divine race. At that time, Yi Yuan knew absolutely nothing about the divine race and did not detect Rong Sia's abnormality. Meeting again now, he recognized it with one look. This time, it was Rong Sia's turn to be surprised. She was first taken aback, and then she immediately smiled and said, Sir actually knows about the divine race. Then Sia needs to reintroduce herself. Divine race is hidden. Lineage's divine daughter, Rong Sia, pays respect to Sir Yi. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Yu Mingli being captured was to be this whatever divine daughter. He did not expect that he would actually encounter another divine daughter. A surge of killing intent immediately gushed out. Rong Sia was rather surprised by Yi Yuan's reaction. It was still all right previously, but upon mentioning divine daughter 2 words, Yi Yuan's expression immediately changed. Hidden lineage. Looks like the divine race being suppressed in the abyss world. Your hidden lineage escaped a calamity, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Rong Sia said in surprise, Looks like Sir knows a lot about the divine race's secrets. Yi Yuan said in a cold voice, Not just know, but this Yi even almost killed a divine son and the profound lineage's 9th elder. Hope that you aren't so unlucky to end up in my hands this time. Rong Sia opened her mouth wide, a look of shock as she said, Profound. Lineage's 9th elder. Impossible. The 9 elders are the strongest people in the race. With your strength, you can't even survive one move under his hands at all. Rong Sia naturally knew what kind of figures the 9 elders were. So in her view, Yi Yuan's boasting was a little too big. Yi Yuan said coolly, Is that so? Isn't the 2 worlds passageway about to link up soon? You can find 9 origin to confirm it, see if I'm bragging or not. Also, you all have an ancestor called Dameld. An arm was cut off by me. I don't know where he ran to now. Rong Sia's face was full of shock. Those were all the divine races. Legendary class figures out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Especially Dameld, that was a peak powerhouse of the previous epoch. Absolutely not just anyone knew about these things. Furthermore, with her understanding of Yi Yuan, it was impossible for her to talk through her hat. Could it be that he really did it before? This was too scary. She drew a deep breath, her expression slightly awkward as she said, "Sir, please follow me." Yi Yuan followed Rong Xie into the city but discovered that the people in the city were few and far between. Furthermore, the people here were all very strange. A murderous aura faintly loomed on each person. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly recalling something. These people are all from the Death Soul Gate? The Death Soul Gate is your divine race's organization. Yi Yuan suddenly paused his footsteps and asked. Rong Xie raised her eyebrows and praised. Really can't hide anything from Sir Yi. That's right. The Death Soul Gate was single-handedly established by our hidden lineage. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "In that case, the ones who attacked Heavenly Eagle back then and wanted to bring me away, those were your people too." Rong Xie did not hide it and nodded her head and said, "That's right. It was single-handedly arranged by me." Yi Yuan's fury loomed and he said in a cold voice, "Looks like this Ye's grudges with the divine race are really quite a lot." Rong Xie smiled sweetly and said, "Sir Yi, rest assured, these grudges will be resolved very soon." Yi Yuan looked at her and said, "Looks like you're very confident in being able to keep this Yi here." Rong Xie smiled and said, "In order to capture Sir Xie paid a considerable price. If this can't keep Sir as well, Xie, this divine daughter, can't carry on anymore." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then let's wait and see." Yi Yuan followed Rong Xie and arrived at the City Lord Manor. Upon entering the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan detected that the nearby space was already thoroughly confined, unable to teleport at all. It seemed like what Rong Xie said was right. She really schemed for a long time in order to deal with him. Arriving in the hall, an old man slowly came up and bowed to Rong Xie and said, "Your Highness, divine daughter." Rong Xie nodded slightly and said, "Uncle Song, Sir Yi has already been invited, but what surprised this divine daughter is that he actually understands our divine race very well. This makes things a little difficult for me." Uncle Song was slightly surprised and said, "Since that's the case, kill and be done with it." Rong Xie shook her head and said, "Sir Yi is someone who is born in response to the general trend of situation. He is bound to be part of that group of people who decides the heaven-span world's direction in the future. If such a person can be utilized by me, he shall be a great aid to our divine race. Trampling the heaven-span world. Sir Yi, do you know why I had to invite you over?" Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Why?" Rong Xie heaved a sigh and said, "Actually, our mission is to take over the extreme nether Bodhidharma without a sound. But you rose too quickly and you completely stirred up the waters of extreme nether Bodhidharma, resulting to the current situation. The southern border became your world alone. The divine race's plans in the southern border were all disrupted by you alone. However, this divine daughter admires you greatly." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "I want to see Ning Tianping." Rong Xie smiled and said, "Bluffed you. Ning Tianping isn't here at all. You can't see Ning Tianping as long as you stay in Death Soul Gate and do things for this divine daughter. He'll be fine all the way. But if you insist on opposing the divine race, then apologies." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Is that so? Then I wonder, Your Highness, divine daughter's life and Ning Tianping's life, which is more valuable?" Hey, Sir Yi really loves to joke around. You seem to have forgotten. This place is my territory. Rong Xie laughed until she shook with laughter. It was as if she heard a very hilarious joke. "Immobilize." A cold cry came over. Rong Xie's laughter abruptly stopped. Yi Yuan rushed toward Rong Xie like an arrow that left the bow. But right at this time, Dao marks inside the hall glimmered, and they actually cracked Yi Yuan's heavenly Tao true word in an instant. Uncle Song's figure flashed and directly clashed with Yi Yuan. Behind him, Rong Xie kept giggling away and said, Sir Yi underestimates. Xie too much. Your heavenly Tao true word is famous throughout the southern border. So how can Xie not guard against it? Without the heavenly Tao true word, you're like a tiger without teeth. I want to see how you'll capture this divine daughter. But right at this time, there was a blue blur before Uncle Song's eyes. It was only to see countless swords appear in front of him, filling the entire hall. Uncle Song's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, Sword formation! Sword formation formed with 1,000 Empyrean spirit treasures. Someone like you is too dangerous. Looks like I shouldn't have thought about soliciting you. Rong Xie's face was full of bitter smiles. Her estimation of Yi Yuan was already as high as possible. One could say that even a heavenly emperor powerhouse would find it hard to escape her control too. But who could have thought that a measly Empyrean defeated four great heavenly emperors in an instant, and took her prisoner? Too late. Bring me to go find Ning Tianping, Yi Yuan said coolly. Rong Xie shook her head and said, I've already imprisoned him in the clan. You can detain me here and have Uncle Song bring him here. He wanted to use Ning Tianping to blackmail Yi Yuan, and then to render him for her use. Therefore, she had the idea of imprisoning Ning Tianping long-term and sent him to the clan. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, No need. I'll go together with you all. Rong Xie's gaze turned sharp and she said in a cold voice, Impossible. My hidden lineage has been living in seclusion for as long as 1 trillion years. No outsider has ever gone in before. If you go, I'll be the hidden lineage's sinner. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, There's always an exception. Since your hidden lineage has already come out of seclusion, how long more can you remain hidden? At this point, going or not isn't up to you anymore. Finished talking, Yi Yuan tapped on Rong Xie's back. The latter involuntarily opened her mouth and Yi Yuan directly threw a medicinal pill in. You! Rong Xie looked at Yi Yuan with a look of shock and anger. This medicinal pill is called Adversity Life-Chasing Pill. It is a poison that I specially refined. This poison is akin to bone-festering maggots. It will burrow into every inch of your flesh after entering the body, unable to be purged at all. Furthermore, after your body is completely necrotic, it will even take effect on your divine soul, making your soul disintegrate, never to reincarnate for all of eternity. You should know my alchemy Tao strength. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try, Yi Yuan said coolly, making Rong Xie swallow the poison. Yi Yuan did not care about her anymore. Her life and death was already in his control. Rong Xie smiled coldly and said, You think that I'll be threatened by you? Even if I die, I also won't bring you to the clan. Yi Yuan stared at Rong Xie, looking until the latter felt her hair stand on. And suddenly, Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Looks like you still haven't given up. Your divine race only has one divine son and one divine daughter for every lineage. They are all existences that will become 8 marks heavenly Tao realm and above in the future. Your divine race, you are few in population to begin with. Even though you've recuperated and built up energy for many years, it's probably less than 1/10,000th of the human race too, right? I wonder how great an impact a divine daughter dying will have on your hidden lineage. If there was no battle with 9 origin, Yi Yuan also would not know so many things about the divine race. Divine sons and divine daughters were extremely hard to come by. They could be said to be the lineage's future. Some inklings of this could be seen from 90 Origin's attitude toward you, Mengli. Therefore, Yi Yuan was certain that the hidden lineage definitely would not sit idly by and watch Rong Xie die. Sure enough, Rong Xie's expression turned stiff, and she was immediately like a ball that deflated. All right, you win, Yi Yuan said. I also want another person. Li Zhaoqing should be a member of the Death Soul Gate, right? This sky-famed great imperial capital already became the headquarters of the
Death Soul Gate.
Very clearly, Li Zhaoqing was a member of the Death Soul Gate. In fact, Yi Yuan suspected that Mo Lifei and Li Zhaoqing's grudge back then was sowed when the Death Soul Gates moved out back then. Mo Lifei died, his Tao dissipating, leaving only a wisp of remnant soul and, escaping. Rong Xia nodded and said, "Uncle Song, you take care of this matter." Uncle Song was helpless and could only comply. Middle Realm, Windrise Great Imperial Capital. This was a great imperial capital under Heavenly Emperor Ziyun's command. A ninth firmament Heavenly Emperor. It was incomparably flourishing. Yi Yuan followed Rong Xie and arrived at the busiest inn in Windrise Great Imperial Capital, arriving at the best room. Rong Xie took out a jade ornament and pushed the door and entered. Yi Yuan felt himself pass through a thin membrane, and it was another world in front of him. This scene made Yi Yuan click his tongue in wonder. Capable people hope to rely on the surrounding environment to forget about worldly affairs, well deserving of being the hidden lineage. Indeed have a knack. Yi Yuan marveled with admiration. With his spatial law and formation Tao attainments, he did not even discover that a small world was hidden behind this door. Most likely it was even less likely for the Heavenspan world's major powers to know that the powerful divine race was hidden right under their eyelids. Rong Xie shot him a glare and said in a chilly voice, "For 1,000,000,000 years, you're the first human to enter this place. But you don't be happy too early. As well, the small world's entrance changes frequently. Since you entered, this entrance won't open anymore in the future. Your divine race is so powerful. Why would there be a hidden lineage like you?" All? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Although the divine race is powerful, propagation is too difficult. Many powerhouses completely don't have progenies after living for 1,000,000,000 years. In order to maintain the propagation of the race, an ancestor of our divine race proposed to start another lineage outside of the 8 lineages, which is the hidden lineage. The significance of our hidden lineage's existence is for the sake of the propagation of the race. Rong Xie did not conceal it either, as she said. But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he asked, "Propagation? Isn't it very difficult for your divine race to propagate? Could it be that starting an independent lineage can multiply?" Rong Xie gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, "Our divine race is a race that's blessed by heaven. Apart from our own propagation, there's still a portion that comes from the Heavenspan world's various races. Human race, demon race, fiend race, and other races all have an extremely small chance of giving birth to a divine race member. It's just that this chance is far too low. Some people won't even awaken all their life. Our hidden lineage's mission is to find these people and make them awaken, obtaining Heavenly Tao's recognition. Back then, when you returned to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, my divine race bloodline had just awakened not long and was chosen to be the hidden lineage's divine daughter. That's why my strength would advance by leaps and bounds." Hearing what Rong Xie said, Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly, monstrous waves surging in his heart. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Rong Xie was very surprised too. In her impression, Yi Yuan was always calm and composed. Even when facing the besieging of 4 great heavenly emperors, his expression did not change too. What was with this now? How can it be? How can it be? Yi Yuan muttered to himself, battered out of his senses. "What's wrong with you?" Rong Xie asked curiously. Yi Yuan trembled all over. Grabbing hold of Rong Xie, he asked fiercely, "Could it be that divine race powerhouses will also be born in small worlds?" Rong Xie nodded and said, "That's of course, although this chance is extremely, extremely low. In 1,000,000,000,000 small worlds, the living things can't even be calculated in quadrillions. Such a large cardinal number, there will naturally be countless divine race powerhouses born every day. It's just that, in small worlds, the lifespan of martial artists is too short. And our divine race's numbers are scarce, our energy limited. and are simply unable to attend to it. Otherwise, how can our divine race's status be what the human race can? Shake, crack, crack. Yi Yuan's finger joints clenched until they creaked, his entire body trembling. He had always been curious why Nine Origin would settle on Yu Mengli and choose her as divine daughter. It turned out that Lier was actually really a member of the divine race. Suddenly, Yi Yuan felt lost, his entire person like it was drained empty. Someone like you is too dangerous. Looks like I shouldn't have thought about soliciting you. Rong Xia's face was full of bitter smiles. Her estimation of Yi Yuan was already as high as possible. One could say that even a heavenly emperor powerhouse would find it hard to escape her control too. But who could have thought that a measly Empyrean defeated four great heavenly emperors in an instant and took her prisoner? Too late. Bring me to go find Ning Tianping, Yi Yuan said coolly. Rong Xie shook her head and said, I've already imprisoned him in the clan. You can detain me here and have Uncle Song bring him here. He wanted to use Ning Tianping to blackmail Yi Yuan, and then to render him for her use. Therefore, she had the idea of imprisoning Ning Tianping long-term and sent him to the clan. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, No need. I'll go together with you all. Rong Xie's gaze turned sharp and she said in a cold voice, Impossible. My hidden lineage has been living in seclusion for as long as 1 trillion years. No outsider has ever gone in before. If you go, I'll be the hidden lineage's sinner. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, There's always an exception. Since your hidden lineage has already come out of seclusion, how long more can you remain hidden? At this point, going or not isn't up to you anymore. Finished talking, Yi Yuan tapped on Rong Xie's back. The latter involuntarily opened her mouth and Yi Yuan directly threw a medicinal pill in. You! Rong Xie looked at Yi Yuan with a look of shock and anger. This medicinal pill is called Adversity Life-Chasing Pill. It is a poison that I specially refined. This poison is akin to bone-festering maggots. It will burrow into every inch of your flesh after entering the body, unable to be purged at all. Furthermore, after your body is completely necrotic, it will even take effect on your divine soul, making your soul disintegrate, never to reincarnate for all of eternity. You should know my alchemy Tao strength. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try, Yi Yuan said coolly, making Rong Xie swallow the poison. Yi Yuan did not care about her anymore. Her life and death was already in his control. Rong Xie smiled coldly and said, You think that I'll be threatened by you? Even if I die, I also won't bring you to the clan. Yi Yuan stared at Rong Xie, looking until the latter felt her hair stand on. And suddenly, Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Looks like you still haven't given up. Your divine race only has one divine son and one divine daughter for every lineage. They are all existences that will become 8 marks heavenly Tao realm and above in the future. Your divine race, you are few in population to begin with. Even though you've recuperated and built up energy for many years, it's probably less than 1/10,000th of the human race too, right? I wonder how great an impact a divine daughter dying will have on your hidden lineage. If there was no battle with Nine Origin, Yi Yuan also would not know so many things about the divine race. Divine sons and divine daughters were extremely hard to come by. They could be said to be the lineage's future. Some inklings of this could be seen from Nine Origin's attitude toward Yu Mengli. Therefore, Yi Yuan was certain that the hidden lineage definitely would not sit idly by and watch Rong Xie die. Sure enough, Rong Xie's expression turned stiff, and she was immediately like a ball that deflated. All right, you win, Yi Yuan said. I also want another person. Li Zhaoqing should be a member of the Death Soul Gate, right? This sky-famed great imperial capital already became the headquarters of the
Death Soul God.
Very clearly, Li Zhaoqing was a member of the Death Soul Gate. In fact, Yi Yuan suspected that Mo Lifei and Li Zhaoqing's grudge back then was sowed when the Death Soul Gates moved out back then. Mo Lifei died, his Tao dissipating, leaving only a wisp of remnant soul and, escaping. Rongxia nodded and said, Uncle Song, you take care of this matter. Uncle Song was helpless and could only comply. Middle Realm, Windrise Great Imperial Capital. This was a great imperial capital under Heavenly Emperor Ziyun's command. A ninth firmament Heavenly Emperor. It was incomparably flourishing. Yi Yuan followed Rongxia and arrived at the busiest inn in Windrise Great Imperial Capital, arriving at the best room. Rongxia took out a jade ornament and pushed the door and entered. Yi Yuan felt himself pass through a thin membrane, and it was another world in front of him. This scene made Yi Yuan click his tongue in wonder. Capable people hope to rely on the surrounding environment to forget about worldly affairs, well deserving of being the hidden lineage. Indeed have a knack. Yi Yuan marveled with admiration. With his spatial law and formation Dao attainments, he did not even discover that a small world was hidden behind this door. Most likely it was even less likely for the Heavenspan world's major powers to know that the powerful divine race was hidden right under their eyelids. Rongxia shot him a glare and said in a chilly voice, For 1 trillion years, you're the first human to enter this place. But you don't be happy too early. As well, the small world's entrance changes frequently. Since you entered, this entrance won't open anymore in the future. Your divine race is so powerful. Why would there be a hidden lineage like you? All? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Although the divine race is powerful, propagation is too difficult. Many powerhouses completely don't have progenies after living for 1 trillion years. In order to maintain the propagation of the race, an ancestor of our divine race proposed to start another lineage outside of the 8 lineages, which is the hidden lineage. The significance of our hidden lineage's existence is for the sake of the propagation of the race. Rongxia did not conceal it either, as she said. But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he asked, Propagation? Isn't it very difficult for your divine race to propagate? Could it be that starting an independent lineage can multiply? Rongxia gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, Our divine race is a race that's blessed by heaven. Apart from our own propagation, there's still a portion that comes from the Heavenspan world's various races. Human race, demon race, fiend race, and other races all have an extremely small chance of giving birth to a divine race member. It's just that this chance is far too low. Some people won't even awaken all their life. Our hidden lineage's mission is to find these people and make them awaken, obtaining Heavenly Tao's recognition. Back then, when you returned to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, my divine race bloodline had just awakened not long and was chosen to be the hidden lineage's divine daughter. That's why my strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Hearing what Rongxia said, Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly, monstrous waves surging in his heart. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Rongxia was very surprised too. In her impression, Yi Yuan was always calm and composed. Even when facing the besieging of 4 great heavenly emperors, his expression did not change too. What was with this now? How can it be? How can it be? Yi Yuan muttered to himself, battered out of his senses. What's wrong with you? Rongxia asked curiously. Yi Yuan trembled all over. Grabbing hold of Rongxia, he asked fiercely, Could it be that divine race powerhouses will also be born in small worlds? Rongxia nodded and said, That's of course, although this chance is extremely, extremely low. In 1 trillion small worlds, the living things can't even be calculated in quadrillions. Such a large cardinal number, there will naturally be countless divine race powerhouses born every day. It's just that, in small worlds, the lifespan of martial artists is too short. And our divine race's numbers are scarce, our energy limited, and are simply unable to attend to it. Otherwise, how can our divine race's status be what the human race can? Shake, crack, crack. Yi Yuan's finger joints clenched until they creaked, his entire body trembling. He had always been curious why Nine Origin would settle on Yu Mengli and choose her as divine daughter. It turned out that Lier was actually really a member of the divine race. Suddenly, Yi Yuan felt lost, his entire person like it was drained empty. Yi Yuan and Lier had always marched forward hand in hand, and he naturally knew her background. He completely did not believe that Lier was part of the divine race. She was clearly a human, so how could she possibly become a divine daughter of the divine race? But Rong Xie's words completely subverted Yi Yuan's understanding. Soul and flesh fusing into one? Could it be soul and flesh fusing into one? Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. A distinguishing trait of the divine race is soul and flesh unification. But the compatibility of soul and flesh unification is different. The physique will be different too, and the cultivation potential will also be different. The higher the compatibility, the more one can get heavenly Tao's recognition and the faster the cultivation speed too. The divine race doesn't cultivate the world. We only cultivate heavenly Tao." Sikoff, Rong Xie, said.
Suddenly. Ye Yuan suddenly erupted. Chokin Rong Jius neck firmly.
An unrestrained killing intent instantly burst forth. "What dogs hit divine race? You all are merely humans too. It's just that the cultivation method you cultivate is different. Having a high and mighty appearance all day long. Do you think that you're very impressive? If I want to kill you, it's the same as killing a dog. Sikoff, cough. Let go of me." Yi Yuan's two eyes were blood-red. A berserk killing intent pressured Rong Xie until she was virtually unable to breathe. She did not understand why Yi Yuan would suddenly become like this. A berserk killing intent billowed to the sky, alarming the powerhouses in the small world very quickly. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen powerful auras appeared at the entrance area. They were shockingly all 8 marks heavenly Tao realm divine race powerhouses. When everyone saw a human actually clutching the neck of divine daughter with a murderous look, they could not help being alarmed and furious. A divine race powerhouse said in a chilly voice, "Insolence! A lowly human dares to act atrociously on my divine race's territory. Quickly let go of her, Highness divine daughter. Otherwise, I'll make you die without a burial." Ground. One powerful aura after another locked onto Yi Yuan firmly. As long as he acted rashly without careful consideration, they would immediately kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suddenly turned his head and stared fiercely at that 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouse. That was just an initial stage 8 marks heavenly Tao realm, his strength. Similar to Uncle Song. Lowly human? Hoo-hoo. Divine race's major power. Let this Yi take a look at how much capability you have to dare talk wildly like so. Yi Yuan did not say another word. Over 1,000 flying swords instantly came out, rushing over towards that divine race powerhouse. In virtually an instant, that divine race powerhouse was swept into the sword
Formation.
Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yi Yuan controlled the flying swords, transforming them into a sword rain that filled the entire sky, rending apart frantically. When the other divine race powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of them was wildly in shock. An Empyrean realm human actually fought with the divine race's 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses until neither could gain the upper hand. What a powerful sword formation! What thick divine essence! Such astonishing soul force! There is still such a powerful existence among humans? How is it possible? Our divine race is the supreme race among the heavenspan world's myriad races. How can a lowly human possibly be so strong? Yi Yuan's realm was naturally beneath their notice, but the combat power that Yi Yuan exhibited made them all draw cold breaths. If Yi Yuan was in the same realm as them, killing them would merely be a matter of raising a hand. No need to be in the same realm. Even if it was a realm lower, they also did not dare say that they could be Yi Yuan's match. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed was this formidable, powerful until it made these divine race powerhouses endlessly terrified too. Suddenly, the few of them exchanged a look, all revealing a hint of killing intent. But at this time, Rong Xie finally caught her breath and hurriedly yelled, "Clan elders, you mustn't kill him." A late-stage 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerful existence frowned and said, "Your Highness divine daughter, what happened? Why did you bring a human to the false divine world?" Rong Xie bit her lips lightly and said with a bitter smile, "Uncle Ming, he's called Yi Yuan. He's a human alchemy Tao powerhouse. I originally set up a trap wanting to solicit him. Who knew that he actually captured me alive? Under the pincer attacks of Uncle Song and 3 human heavenly emperors. Now, I'm inflicted with his poison and can only be at his whims." "What?" Those divine race powerhouses all cried out in surprise, their faces not daring to believe it. Uncle Ming said in shock, "For rank 8 powerhouses, there's even a divine race among them. How did he do it? Heavenly emperors were invincible." This was not just common knowledge in the human world. It was similarly the common view of the divine race. It was impossible for 7 marks heavenly Tao realm to defeat 8 marks heavenly Tao realm, even if it was a divine son or divine daughter, it would not work either. Yi Yuan rivaling an 8 marks heavenly Tao realm was already sufficiently shocking. But Rong Xie said that he captured Rong Xie alive under the pincer attacks of 4 great heavenly emperors. This battle achievement was seriously too astonishing. At this time, an old figure slowly walked out. Rong Xie's expression changed, and she bowed down. Xie admits her error, and asks 3rd Elder Ru Feng for punishment. This old person was the rank 3rd powerhouse among the hidden clan's 9 elders. "Your Highness divine daughter, you were too reckless this time," Ru Feng said. Rong Xie nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Xie will ask for punishment from head elder." But Ru Feng's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan, his gaze radiating a brilliant light. Clearly, this human's power greatly exceeded his understanding. Yi Yuan's battle with the divine race powerhouse, the scales were already gradually leaning toward Yi Yuan's side. Under the frenzied attacks of Yi Yuan's sword formation, the other parties' strength was already somewhat faltering. Defeat or even being killed was something inevitable. In the battle with Uncle Song previously, Yi Yuan's sword formation only wanted to trap him, and he did not deploy full strength. Furthermore, at that time Yi Yuan was multitasking, and he also had a large amount of energy held up. It was naturally impossible to go all out. But even so, Uncle Song was still injured. But now, under Yi Yuan's sullen anger, his combat strength was fearsome to the extreme, completely unleashing the power of the 1000 absolute extinction sword formation without holding back in the slightest. How astonishing was the power? Ru Feng's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a clear voice, "Young friend, please stop, we can talk things through." Yi Yuan completely ignored him. Instead, his mind stirred and the power of the sword formation became even stronger. Ru Feng gave a cold snort, pointed a finger out. Tao marks flashed. A terrifying power assaulted Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently going crazy when suddenly alarm bells went off, and he hurriedly urged the sword formation to block. A myriad sword lights coiled around before barely managing to block this burst of power. It was also Ru Feng who did not dare to overly offend Yi Yuan. Otherwise, his one strike, Yi Yuan would die without a doubt. The sword formation dispelled the pressure on that divine race powerhouse. Eased up, and intense pain came from his body. At this time, the clothing on his body was long already shredded into ribbons. By the sword lights, he was covered in bleeding wounds from head to toe. Although it was not fatal, the injuries were not light either. Realizing Ru Feng was there, that divine race powerhouse could not help turning red. He, an exalted divine race's 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses, actually lost to a human Empyrean realm martial artist. This matter would probably become a standing joke in the clan. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a sneer, "Divine race's powerhouse, you're a major realm higher than me, but you can't even beat me, this lowly human. I am so. Then what are you considered then? That divine race powerhouse wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Yi Yuan's words were really too sarcastic. Face slapping. A blatant face slapping. Yi Yuan viciously dealt a slap in front of a group of divine race 8 marks. Heavenly Tao realm powerhouses. The divine race was incomparably proud and completely did not place other races in their sights. But now there was a human that they looked down on who jumped a major realm and defeated a divine race powerhouse. What else was more ironic than this? Ru Feng's expression was very ugly, and he endured his anger as he said, "This, young friend, no matter how heaven-defying you are, you're also merely just at the Empyrean realm. It's still not your turn to come and act wildly in my divine clan." Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said with a cold smile, "You're one of the 9 hidden clan elders, right? Stop posing in front of this Yi. It's not like this. He hasn't exchanged blows with someone like you before. Wasn't he still forcefully knocked down a major realm by me and almost died?" Yi Yuan was not someone who liked to flaunt his prowess, but his heart was currently very tumultuous, with his belly full of evil fire with nowhere to give vent. He needed to find an outlet to vent out. The divine race was the best relief outlet, let alone that what he said was the truth. Even if it was the 9 elders, what qualifications did they have to posture in front of him? When he fought with 9 Origin was at his peak state but was forcefully knocked down a major realm by Yi Yuan. Now that Yi Yuan's strength was no idea how many times stronger than that time, at the risk of seriously damaging his small world, it was not like he had no chance of finishing Ru Feng off. How exalted was Ru Feng's status? When had he been opposed by people like this before? He gave a cold snort and said angrily, "Brat, it's got to go through your head when you're bragging too. If not for having misgivings with regards to divine daughter, you'd already be a dead man now. Come, men, bring that imprisoned human here." "No need. I'll go personally," Yi Yuan said coldly. Ru Feng said in a cold voice, "No way. How can my hidden clan's sacred land be blasphemed by you, a human?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "That's not up to you." Ru Feng was angered until his beard billowed, and he glared as he said, furiously, "Brat, don't think too highly of yourself. Could it be that you think my divine race doesn't have alchemists?" Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look, "I'll give you a chance. You bring Rong Xie to go and detoxify the poison, and I'll go and meet Ning Tianping. If you can resolve Rong Xie's poison, what's the harm in me and Ning Tianping staying here?" Arrogant, showing contempt. Yi Yuan was bullying the divine race for having no one. Ru Feng said with a cold smile, "Ignorant and impudent, this old man will let
you wholeheartedly convinced.
Kong Ming, you bring this boy to go meet that human. I'll bring divine daughter to go detoxify the poison." Kong Ming bowed and said, "Yes, third elder." Rong Xie looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, not knowing why he would suddenly have a great change in temperament. She could feel that Yi Yuan was extremely averse toward the divine race. Furthermore, he had even fought with divine race powerhouses before. Could it be that he had his closed ones die in the hands of the divine race? Sending Yi Yuan away with his eyes, Ru Feng said to Rong Xie, "This brat's arrogance is even greater than his strength. This old man hasn't had killing intent aroused for so many years. It's the first time today." Rong Xie smiled bitterly and said, "He originally wasn't like this."
No idea.
"Why just now? He suddenly became like this." Ru Feng waved his hand and said, "Doesn't matter anymore. Either way, he's already a dead man. Come, go with me to detoxify the poison." After talking, Ru Feng brought Rong Xie and returned to the clan. The divine race had many alchemy powerhouses too. Logically speaking, Rong Xie should be very confident. But no idea why, she kept feeling that it would not be so easy for Yi Yuan to dare come with her. It showed that he was very confident in this poison. Was Yi Yuan's alchemy strength really even more formidable than those 8 Mark's powerhouses in the clan? A hidden clan's medicinal hut. It was the place where the hidden clan's alchemy path powerhouses normally studied medicinal pills. The divine race's alchemy path was a unique school of thought, but they were mostly from various races. Hence, the essence of alchemy path was mostly the same. At this time, inside the medicinal hut, the hidden clan's numerous 8-star alchemy gods were gathered together, planning on detoxifying Rong Xie's poison. Even though Yi Yuan considered everything and everyone beneath his notice, his strength was placed there, Ru Feng really did not dare to underestimate. Therefore, those he called over were all the hidden clan's alchemy big shots. Lin Yi, you're the most proficient in detoxifying poison. You help divine daughter to take a look, Ru Feng said to an old man. The old man nodded slightly and said with disdain, "Leave it to me, a human. Empyrean realm child, what powerful poison can he refine? Third elder, I think that you can go and execute that punk right now. I heard that that punk was very arrogant." Ru Feng frowned and said, "Better take a look first." Divine daughter said that this boy is very formidable. It is best to be careful. Lin Yi had a disdainful look and placed his hand on Rong Xie's wrist, and he started reading her pulse. Everyone quietened down, casting their gazes toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi's face originally had a look of contempt, but gradually even he did not notice that his look of disdain gradually faded away, and what replaced it was a solemn expression on his face. Following that, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, becoming heavily wrinkled. The mood of the surrounding crowd also became increasingly more tense along with his brows. "How can it be? How can it be?" Lin Yu repeatedly shook his head and said. Seeing Lin Yi let go, even though he knew that there was no hope, Ru Feng still asked, "How is it?" Lin Yi shook his head and said, "This poison is so formidable. This old man can't cure it. This toxicity has already fused into one with Her Highness Divine Daughter's fleshly body. Unless Her Highness Divine Daughter abandons her fleshly body, otherwise, there's no way to cure it at all." At this time, an old man who was sitting at the side said with a disbelieving look, "What a joke! Can there still be a poison that can't be cured in this world? No matter how powerful the poison, there's a method to cure it." After talking, he also started to diagnose Rong Xie's condition. When Lin Yi saw this, he said, "Zhao Cheng's medicinal path is extremely strong. He might have a way." Ru Feng nodded his head and could only wait for Zhao Cheng's diagnosis. But the change in expression on his face was virtually cut from the same cloth as Lin Yi's. Finally, it turned into a long sigh and he shook his head and said, "This poison, this old man can't cure it." Ru Feng naturally did not give up and had these alchemy experts take turns to diagnose Rong Xie. But the final outcome was exactly the same. Toward this poison, they were all at a loss on what to do. In the beginning, Ru Feng was still brimming with confidence. But later he finally understood how terrifying this poison was. The poison that a human Empyrean refined, no one in the entire hidden lineage could cure it. He was previously still pledging in all solemnity in front of Yi Yuan, who knew that he had his face slapped in a blink of an eye. Rong Xie's expression also dimmed, but compared to the rest she was mentally prepared long ago. Having these people look was merely looking for psychological comfort. She knew that Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were already hiked to a sky-high price. In the southern border, the price was even higher than Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasures. Even rank 8 divine pills were not as valuable as Yi Yuan's medicinal pills. 2. How could the poison that such an alchemy expert refined be easy to resolve? If it was really easy to cure, would Yi Yuan be silly enough to take the initiative to come to the hidden clan with her? Ru Feng's expression was very dark. At the thought of Yi Yuan's gloating face, he almost wanted to vomit blood. He gathered the alchemy powerhouses in the entire clan, attempting to slap Yi Yuan's face, who knew that in the end, he was slapped resoundingly. Seeing Ning Tianping, Yi Yuan's anger that had just subsided surged up with a whoosh again. The current Ning Tianping was nailed onto a cross by 4 nails. The 4 nails emitted powerful undulations. They were clearly not ordinary objects. Ning Tianping was covered in blackish-red bloodstains from top to bottom, without an intact spot. Feeling the murderous aura coming off of Yi Yuan's body, Kong Ming went on. Alert. He had witnessed before Yi Yuan's strength. Once this boy went berserk, he would really be not easy to handle. However, Yi Yuan did not explode. Instead, he walked in front of Ning Tianping, step by step, and pulled off the nails on his 4 limbs. Yi Yuan carried him on his back and slowly walked out. Seeing this scene, Kong Ming's heart eased up slightly. Luckily, this brat knew to be scared. Leaving the dungeon, Kong Ming said, "Now that the person is already handed to you, you can go and remove the poison in Divine Daughter's body already, right?" Yi Yuan looked at him and suddenly grinned. Kong Ming was startled inwardly, immediately having a foreboding premonition. Ah! 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 Inside the dungeon, a series of tragic cries suddenly came over. Kong Ming's expression changed wildly, and he yelled angrily, "When did you? Damn it!" He rushed in to take a look. Miserable screams lingered in the ears inside the dungeon. Countless flying swords were wandering around inside the dungeon. The flying swords seemed to have eyes, killing people on sight. There was no way to avoid them at all. In just this short while, the guards and prisoners inside the dungeon were already pretty much dead. 1,000 over flying swords. How many were there to be enough for Yi Yuan to kill? Below Heavenly Emperor, no one could block Yi Yuan's 1 sword at all. In a blink, Yi Yuan killed off the divine race members inside the dungeon, sparing none. When he just came out, Yi Yuan quietly hid the flying swords inside the void. With a spatial mystic art. With Kong Ming's spatial law attainments, he was unable to detect it at all. After they came out of the dungeon, Yi Yuan suddenly activated his sword formation and killed off all the people in the dungeon in a blink of an eye. Finished massacring, the flying swords flew out of the dungeon obediently. Kong Ming gave an angry roar and bellowed, "Impudent thing! Do you really take it that this old man doesn't dare to kill you?" The divine race's members, each one was extremely precious. The hidden lineage had searched in the heavenspan world for no idea how many years, and they were very meticulous and careful, akin to treading on thin ice. That was how they acquired such a number of powerhouses. What a terrific fellow! Yi Yuan killed several hundred clan members in one go, so how could Kong Ming not be furious? Yi Yuan said coolly, "Sorry about that. With the likes of you, you really don't have this ability. Just take this today as a bit of interest. My scores with your divine race still have yet to be settled." Done talking, Yi Yuan took a step and directly shuttled into the void. Kong Ming's gaze turned intent, his expression becoming incomparably ugly as he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "What profound spatial law! This boy's means are really a lot." Done talking, his figure moved, chasing after. Yi Yuan arrived in the clan, but he just happened to see Ru Feng bringing Rong Xie out. As for the rest, they had already left respectively. Yi Yuan had a cold look, carrying Ning Tianping and walking by them, heading straight in the direction of the medicinal hut. Ru Feng could not help choking. This boy directly treated them as air. Suddenly, Ru Feng was startled and said, "Where's Kong Ming?" His voice had yet to fade when Kong Ming rushed over, his expression ugly as he said, "Third elder, this brat he. Ru Feng's face fell and he said, "What did he do?" "He secretly hid flying swords in the void. After we exited the dungeon, he released the flying swords and killed all of the clan members in the dungeon," Kong Ming said with uncontrollable rage. "What?" Everyone cried out in shock. Immediately, Ru Feng's fury billowed to the sky, a powerful to the extreme. Pressure enveloped Yi Yuan firmly. Boy, could it be that you really take it that this elder doesn't dare to kill you? His figure moved, blocking Yi Yuan's path as he said angrily. Yi Yuan gave him a nonchalant glance. A strange curve suddenly curled at the corner of his mouth. Not knowing why, Ru Feng's heart suddenly thumped, immediately having a foreboding premonition. While right at this time, a young man dressed in the appearance of a medicine boy ran over and exclaimed in alarm, "Third Elder, things are bad, Master he's poisoned." As that medicine boy said, a cloud of black gas suddenly emerged from his body, then he fell to the ground, convulsing endlessly. Before long he kicked the bucket. Seeing this scene, Ru Feng only felt a chill run down his back. The medicine boy's master was none other than precisely Lin Yi. Lin Yi was poisoned. Before he could react, another medicine boy ran over and he said roughly the same words as the one before. In a blink, he also fell to the ground and croaked. Ru Feng's head suddenly exploded, and he roared angrily at Yi Yuan. "What the hell did you do?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Those who take the adversity life-chasing pill, every inch of their skin and flesh will be poisoned from head to toe, and she will become a source of poison for those who have had physical contact with her. Before, the poison will spread to that person through the skin. And once it spreads, the toxicity will become 100 times stronger than the poison source. Furthermore, the toxicity will spread through heaven and earth. Spiritual energy. You rest assured, with the physique of the divine race, middle stage 8 marks heavenly Tao realm and above will be fine. But for those below, hoo-hoo. This hoo-hoo was akin to a sledgehammer, smashing onto Ru Feng's chest. He suddenly came to a realization. Yi Yuan was deliberately provoking him, previously making him find people to cure Rong Xie's poison. It was for this very moment right now. The toxicity could spread through heaven and earth spiritual energy. Furthermore, it was colorless and tasteless, even a powerhouse like Lin Yi did not notice it. This poison was simply too terrifying. This elder will kill you. Ru Feng roared angrily and was about to make a move and kill. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "Each additional second you delay here, the hidden lineage will have many more people die. Moreover, if you have confidence in curing the poison, you can very well take action." Rumble. Ru Feng's palms smacked down, smashing a large pit beside Yi Yuan, dirt and soil flying everywhere. Yi Yuan's eyelids did not even bat. He just looked at Ru Feng indifferently. Ru Feng gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Consider yourself ruthless." Done talking, his figure moved, vanishing from where he was. Yi Yuan was expressionless, continuing forward, walking in the direction of the medicinal hut. To Yi Yuan, he could find the whereabouts of the medicinal hut even if he closed his eyes. Rong Xie's complexion was ashen pale. Only then did she know how terrifying of a figure Yi Yuan was. Her brain must have short-circuited to provoke an existence like this. At the behest of supernatural powers, she followed Yi Yuan to the medicinal hut. Yi Yuan entered the medicinal hut, placed Ning Tianping on the table and started looking for spirit medicines inside the medicinal hut with familiarity like in his own home. Ning Tianping's injuries were severe, very severe. Those 4 nails were 4 Empyrean spirit treasure-level treasures, continuously wrecking and torturing Ning Tianping. But it would not let him die. Ning Tianping hung in there with one breath all the way until now. Luckily it was Yi Yuan. If it were others, even if they rescued Ning Tianping, he would be a dead man too. However, with Yi Yuan's means, bringing him back to life also needed to expend considerable effort. Fortunately, spirit medicines were the least lacking in the medicinal hut. Yi Yuan started nursing Ning Tianping's injuries with utmost care. "Why, Your Excellency? Why are you here?" When Ning Tianping opened his eyes and saw Yi Yuan, he was incomparably surprised. He was about to struggle and get up, but Yi Yuan hurriedly held him down and said sternly, "Lie down properly. Don't move." Ning Tianping just woke up. The injuries on his body were still far from well. This time, Ning Tianping was severely injured and was only hanging in there. With one breath, it was naturally impossible to get well quickly. When he saw Rong Xie, Ning Tianping realized what happened very soon. Ning Tianping's expression dimmed and he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency, I've caused trouble for you." He came to take revenge for his master this time, who knew that he burrowed into the Death Soul Gate sphere of influence all of a sudden. Mo Lifei also got killed in order to protect him. After he was captured by Rong Xie, he was grilled endlessly. They wanted to dig out more information about Yi Yuan, but he did not say a single word. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's good that you're fine. Now let's avenge grievances, if there are any, and take revenge if there are grudges." Suddenly, Ning Tianping discovered Rong Xie by the side. The shock was by no means trivial. "Your Excellency, she's of the divine race. This place is the divine race's hidden lineages. Small world. You don't need to worry. They are very busy right now." Yi Yuan said coolly. While talking, the front door of the medicinal hut was pushed open. Ru Feng walked in with a grim expression. Clearly, he had bustled around for the greater part of a day and finally controlled the spread of the poison. He expended a Herculean effort and completely froze the entire hidden lineage's heaven and earth spiritual energy. That was how he controlled and curbed the poison's infectiousness ability. Apart from this, he had no other way. It was just that like this could only treat the symptoms and not the root. In the end, he could only beg Yi Yuan. Only after this struggle did Ru Feng realize how terrifying this poison was. In just a short while, the speed of the poison spread far exceeded his expectations. Even though the divine race was few in population, the hidden lineage had gone through countless years of accumulation. There were still a considerable number of divine race powerhouses residing in this small world. His reaction was already very fast, but there were still thousands of clan members who died. Powerhouses whose strength reached 7 marks heavenly Tao realm could barely manage to hang in there and not die, but they could not hold on for too long either. As for 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses, even though the poison could not kill them, they would probably have to spend the remainder of their lives with this poison. The vast majority of their energy would have to be put on suppressing the toxicity. This poison was too fierce. "Boy, hand over the antidote," Ru Feng said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Is this your attitude of pleading with people? If I were to give you the antidote, wouldn't it make me seem very lowly?" Ru Feng discovered that this boy was like a hedgehog, unable to chomp down at all. The hidden lineage had lived in seclusion here for countless years and had always been calm and tranquil. But this punk came for less than a day and turned the entire hidden lineage upside down. The crux was that he could not even do anything to this guy. How aggravating. Although killing Yi Yuan was easy, once this toxicity spread, the entire small world would probably become a death zone. At that time, there could only be these high-level 8 marks heavenly Tao realms remaining. Ru Feng gritted his teeth, his tone finally turning gentle as he said, "Young friend Yi, this little friend's matter, we're very sorry. After this matter passes, I'll definitely think of ways to compensate you. Please hand the antidote to me." When he said this, he wished to give himself 2 tight slaps. Who was he? One of the hidden lineage's 9 elders. How revered was his status? He was actually being so soft-spoken and submissive towards a human. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Tone is still a little curt, but can already sink in. However, you're not qualified enough yet." Ru Feng's face changed and he said in a chilly voice, "Boy, don't you reach for a yard after taking an inch." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Have head elder come. He's barely qualified enough." Ru Feng's expression changed wildly, and he said in alarm and anger, "How exalted is head elder's status? It's impossible for him to come and apologize to you. Yi Yuan shrugged and said indifferently, "Then you can kill me right now. With these tens of millions of divine race members being buried with me, it will be a break-even situation for us brothers. Also, you can rest assured about one thing: you definitely won't find the antidote on my body." Several tens of millions of divine race members sounded like a lot, but when compared to the human race and demon race, it was a single hair strand from 9 oxen. Ru Feng wished to pounce forward and choke this guy to death. How much effort did their hidden lineage expend before accumulating this bit of assets? Yi Yuan killed all of them with poison in one go. Of course, there was still one way, which was total migration. But right now, at this juncture, the human race's major powers were already waiting for a chance to cause trouble. Such a large-scale migration, there was no way to avoid their eyes and ears at all. At that time, it was still the outcome of death. Before this, Ru Feng completely would not have thought that the exalted divine race would actually have to lower their heads to a human. Humans should prostrate at their feet. Ru Feng's face flickered indeterminately. Suddenly, he gave a cold snort, turned around, and left. By the side, Rong Xie and Ning Tianping were long already dumbstruck with amazement. Such a supreme powerhouse did not even dare to let out a fart in front of Yi Yuan. Too terrifying. Ning Tianping thought that he was dead for sure this time. Who knew that the moment His Excellency came, he directly suppressed their entire divine race, until they lowered their heads. Barring no accidents, head elder still had to come personally. Otherwise, if these tens of millions of divine race members died out, all these heavenly emperors, would become lone generals without an army. But just as Ru Feng went to find head elder, Uncle Song detained Li Zhaoqing. Over. When Ning Tianping saw Li Zhaoqing, his 2 eyes spewed fire. Li Zhaoqing's complexion was ashen. When he saw Rong Xie, it was like he saw a straw to clutch at, directly hugging her leg and sobbing bitterly. "Holy daughter, save me. This lowly one has served the Death Soul Gate for several 100,000 years and made meritorious service in work. You can't leave me in the lurch." Li Zhaoqing completely did not know about whatever divine race Rong Xie's identity on the surface was the Death Soul Gate's holy daughter. Rong Xie smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that I'm not saving you, but I can't even fend for myself right now. You hope for the best." After talking, she turned toward Yi Yuan. A cold light flashed. Yi Yuan sliced off a corner of the table. The sword moved like the wind, forming the appearance of a memorial tablet very soon. It was only to see his fingers move slightly and actually inscribed words onto the memorial tablet out of thin air. Finished carving, he placed the memorial tablet on the table and said to Li Zhaoqing, "Kneel down." Li Zhaoqing's face changed and looked towards the memorial tablet, only to see deceased master Mo Li Fei's memorial tablet on it. Li Zhaoqing's entire person felt dizzy. He did not understand. It was just dealing with a brat who just entered the Empyrean realm. Why was he captured? Without rhyme or reason. Could it be that the powerful Death Soul Gate was actually scared of an
Empyrean realm brat?
Just the Death Soul Gate's heavenly emperor powerhouses were as many as more than a dozen. Thud. Li Zhaoqing did not have the least bit of hesitation. Directly kneeling down, kowtow and offer an apology. Yi Yuan said coldly, his words carrying a prestige that allowed no doubt. "Why, Your Excellency, spare my life. I'll kowtow. Brother Mo, I was acting under orders. It really had nothing to do with me." As he said, Li Zhaoqing kowtowed frantically toward the memorial tablet. Without ceasing, Ning Tianping felt touched in his heart. If not for His Excellency, it would have been impossible for him to take revenge in this lifetime, right? Hidden Lineage's head elder, Ji Ling, requests an audience with young friend Yi Yuan. Li Zhaoqing was currently kowtowing when a hoary voice suddenly came from outside the door. Even though the person outside the door did not deliberately give off pressure, Li Zhaoqing could detect that the 2 auras outside were powerful to the extreme. This kind of existence was close to heavenly Tao. How could such characters be so respectful toward an Empyrean? Not daring to even directly enter? Just who was this young man in front of him? Li Zhaoqing suddenly discovered that he provoked an extremely terrifying existence. At this moment, all his hopes were dashed to pieces. He knew that he probably would not survive this time. Come in. Yi Yuan sat up straight and said coolly. An old man in white robes pushed the door and entered, his body emitting an aura that made people's hair stand on end. A peak 8 marks heavenly Tao realm existence did not need to intentionally go and show anything and would have an imposing momentum close to heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan was deeply aware of the divine race's might. Peak existences like Ji, Ling and Ru Feng were probably what even 1 or 2 human Deva first blight powerhouses could be a match for. However, the human race's powerhouses were too many. 1 could not beat, 2 could not beat, I could beat with 50, right? That was right, the number of heavenly emperors was indeed extremely few with regards to the entire human race. But the human race's numbers were put there, even if a heavenly emperor emerged out of 1 billion people, the number of heavenly emperors was also not what the divine race could compare to. Ji Ling entered the door and gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan and said, Young friend Yi, the matter this time, it was my divine race that has affronted you. We're willing to compensate. We only request young friend Yi to lift your hand high up in mercy and hand the antidote to us. Li Zhaoqing's eyes went wide. At this time, with Ji Ling standing in front of him, the aura exuding off of his body virtually made him unable to lift his head. He was incomparably sure in his heart that this old man must be a late-stage heavenly emperor terrifying existence. But such a powerhouse actually paid such solemn respects to an Empyrean, extending a formal apology. This scene seriously subverted his worldview too much. When could Empyreans be awesome to such a degree? Yi Yuan gave Ji Ling a glance and said coolly, Oh? Wonder what head elder will use to compensate. Ji Ling clearly came prepared, saying, My hidden lineage has also stored some heavenly emperor spirit treasures these few years. If young friend Yi takes fancy on them, you can freely choose. Additional cultivation method, spirit, medicines, divine essence stones. We can give compensation. Li Zhaoqing drew a cold breath. How great an enmity was this, to actually use heavenly emperor spirit treasures to pay it off? Furthermore, it was to be freely picked. When did heavenly emperor spirit treasures become so worthless? How could he know that the hidden lineage had lurked in the heavenspan world? For a full epoch? The human powerhouses that they killed numbered God knows how many heavenly emperor spirit treasures. This sort of thing, there was naturally quite a number accumulated. Not enough. Yi Yuan was expressionless and just lightly spat out 2 words. Ji Ling's brows furrowed and he said, Young friend Yi, this old man examined my conscience and felt that I'm already very sincere. Could it be that you're really going to force mutual destruction? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, Your divine race's life is life. My brother's life isn't a life. Ji Ling said, But he didn't die. Yi Yuan said, But his master died. Ji Ling was very disdainful in his heart. How could a lowly ant be mentioned in the same breath with the noble divine race? But now he really had no way about it. This poison, he could not cure it. Ji Ling said, What the hell do you want? Yi Yuan said coolly, I want a lucky chance. Ji Ling frowned and said, The divine race's lucky chances, you can't force it. Yi Yuan said, That doesn't need head elder to worry about. Also, don't keep on having a high and mighty appearance. What your divine race cultivates is heavenly Tao. What my human race cultivates is also heavenly Tao. Moreover, in my eyes, your divine race is also nothing impressive. At least in front of me, you all don't have the capital to be high and mighty. Yi Yuan's words did not save the slightest bit of face. Ji Ling and Ru Feng's faces were both very ugly, but they could not find a word to refute it. A human Empyrean could jump over a major realm and defeat the divine races 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm Powerhouse. What qualifications did they have to consider themselves superior in front of? Yi Yuan? Ji Ling's brows furrowed even tighter. Pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, "Fine, this old man promises you. Now you can hand over the antidote, right?" Yi Yuan did not say another word, taking out a bunch of powder from spirit medicines from his storage ring. Then his fingers moved slightly. An incomparably complex array formation formed very quickly. Ji Ling's pupils constricted. This kind of inconceivable array formation, it was still his first time seeing. Below the array formation, a medicinal pill condensed and formed very quickly. Dissolve this medicinal pill in water and let those who are poisoned drink. It will be able to suppress the toxicity and won't spread anymore. Yi Yuan said coolly. Ji Ling's brows furrowed and he said, "Suppress the toxicity? What this old man wants is the antidote." Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "Does head elder take me to be a fool? Curing the poison now, can I still walk out of here? Oh, forgot to tell you, the time that this medicinal pill can last is only 1 month. 1 month. Later, the toxicity will erupt once more. No need to be anxious. What I have is time. I'll be a guest here for a period of time." Ji Ling and Ru Feng almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This brat was still continuing to stay and not leaving? They had lived for countless tens of thousands of years. It was still there. First time seeing someone who dared to be so arrogant in the divine clan. Yet Yi Yuan had this confidence. These two people did not dare to dawdle either, immediately bringing the medicinal pill and going to resolve the poison. At this time, monstrous waves already stirred up in Li Zhaoqing's heart. Divine race. What race was this? Never heard before. But he seemed to have been this race's lackey these few years. He suddenly turned to Rong Xie and questioned, "You guys, who the hell are you all?" Rong Xie was expressionless as she said, "Don't you already know? We're of the divine race. The supreme divine race. In the future will also be the divine race that destroys your human race." Li Zhaoqing's complexion was ashen, seemingly seeing a huge conspiracy. "Why, Your Excellency, I didn't know anything. It was all of them. Everything was all instigated by them." Li Zhaoqing repeatedly kowtowed toward Yi Yuan and complained tearfully. Yi Yuan was expressionless as he said coolly, "Is that so? While they are the ringleaders, have you never committed crimes before? These several hundreds of thousands of years, how many people have died at your hands? Mo Li Fei's entire family died at your hands. Even my brother almost died at your hands. Do you feel that you're not guilty?" Yi Yuan enunciated each word, directly announcing Li Zhaoqing's death sentence. He drew a long sword and passed it to Ning Tianping's hand, and then he said, coolly, "Your master's grudge. You avenge it." After he finished talking, his palm pushed out, an incomparably powerful strength transmitted into Ning Tianping's body. Ning Tianping's essence, energy, and spirit immediately recovered a lot and could already barely manage to stand up. He took over the sword from Yi Yuan's hand and walked over toward Li Zhaoqing. A hint of viciousness flashed across in Li Zhaoqing's gaze, and his figure suddenly erupted, charging towards Ning Tianping. "Even if I die, you'll also have to be buried with me." A hint of smugness flashed across the corners of Li Zhaoqing's mouth. He was too close to Ning Tianping. The others did not have time to say that. Immobilize. However, Yi Yuan lightly spat a word out of his mouth. Li Zhaoqing seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex and froze in midair just like that, unable to move a muscle anymore. His gaze revealed an extremely shocked look, doing his best to shake off this constraint. But everything was to no avail. With Yi Yuan's strength casting time freeze on him, he would not be able to move even the slightest for half a day. Ning Tianping limped over just like that, arriving in front of him. Ning Tianping placed Li Zhaoqing's head beside the memorial tablet and knelt down. "Master in heaven, your disciple Ning Tianping personally killed the enemy and have finally avenged you. If your spirit is in heaven, you can rest in peace. After talking, Ning Tianping kowtowed 3 times solemnly. For so many years, Mo Lifei treated Ning Tianping like a son.
Ning Tianpings.
Feelings toward him, it was second only to his feelings toward Yi Yuan. This time, the impact of Mo Lifei's death was tremendous to Ning Tianping. However, the Yi Yuan by the side, his eyes flashed. He sensed that kind of fluctuation again. This fluctuation was intangible and formless but was exactly the same as his father back then. Yi Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Mo Lifei's soul had clearly already disintegrated. Right now, a hint of undulation was actually produced above his memorial tablet. This undulation made him even more certain that the last time was not a hallucination, but the others present were completely oblivious. Ning Tianping finished kowtowing and kowtowed to Yi Yuan as he said, "Tianping, thanks your excellency for granting my wish." Yi Yuan received it calmly and said, "I'll naturally let you fulfill your filial piety. Alright, lie down. Your injuries are very severe and need around half a month before you can recover." Ning Tianping nodded his head and carefully put away Mo Lifei's memorial tablet and lay down once more. Half a month later, under Yi Yuan's meticulous treatment, he finally recovered completely. Then, Yi Yuan ransacked the hidden lineage's medicinal stores under Ru Feng's company, watching Yi Yuan push one stalk of incomparably precious spirit medicine after another into his storage ring. The muscles on Ru Feng's face were twitching. These spirit medicines, the hidden lineage had collected them for no idea how many years. Many of them were even close to extinct. "Boy, that's enough. The spirit medicines that you're currently taking have already virtually emptied out a Bodhidharma," Ru Feng said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan turned to look at him, smiled broadly, and collected the whole stretch. With a whoosh, turned out that he was just picking and collecting. Now he directly collected in piles. This was terrifying. Ru Feng's expression choked up and almost could not resist smacking Yi Yuan to death with one slap. Ru Feng endured his anger and said, "See, consider yourself ruthless." Finished scouring the spirit medicines, Yi Yuan arrived at the treasure vault. To choose heavenly emperor spirit treasures, Yi Yuan picked 13 swords in one go, leaving 12 for himself and gave one to
Ning Tianping.
with 12 heavenly emperor spirit treasures added to the sword formation. The power of the sword formation would be even stronger. This time, Ru Feng became wiser. Even though his heart was still dripping blood, he endured all the way without speaking. Otherwise, this punk might move the entire treasure vault away. In addition, Yi Yuan even collected a large batch of divine essence stones. Other people's things not taking would be wasted. As for cultivation methods, martial techniques, and whatnot, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to look at all. These things already did not have any meaning to him. In the end, Ru Feng brought Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping and arrived at the hidden lineage's sacred ground. Entering the sacred ground, an incomparably sacred aura hit them head-on. On an open field, 8 enormous mountain-like stalwart statues of gods stood toweringly. This holy aura emitted off of the divine statues. When Ning Tianping saw these 8 divine statues, he actually knelt down. Involuntarily, Yi Yuan pushed his palm out. A surge of aura suddenly fired out, supporting Ning Tianping up from under. Ning Tianping felt ashamed and said, "Your Excellency, such strong."
Avant-lit d'Aura.
But by the side, Ru Feng's pupils constricted. These 8 divine statues were godlike existences. Even if it was the divine race the first time entering here to receive the baptism of gods, they would also be brought to their knees by the aura of Tao. But Yi Yuan was not only completely fine, he even helped Ning Tianping overcome this psychology effortlessly. This guy's comprehension towards Tao already reached an extremely deep level. Ru Feng thought so in his heart. But he did not know that titanic waves similarly surged in Yi Yuan's heart. The aura on these gods' bodies was actually extremely similar to the lesser Heavenspan mountain. even though the aura of these gods were far less profound than the lesser. Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan could be sure that it was the same kind of aura. It was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering something that possessed the same kind of aura as the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. What was the origin of these idols? These 8 divine statues are the incarnations of heavenly Tao. In the last epic, they had once imparted Tao to the divine race's 8 progenitors. Later, the 8 progenitors attained Tao. They took materials from the Heavenspan Mountain and carved the incarnations of heavenly Tao. Each divine race member has to undergo the baptism of these 8 divine status before they can become official divine race members. This is my divine race's Tao. You can't comprehend it, Ru Feng said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan swept his gaze past and discovered that many divine race powerhouses were all comprehending Tao under the statues. The divine race cultivated heavenly Tao. It turns out that it came from this divine race's 8 progenitors. Could Daimeld be one of them?
Ye Yuan
Suddenly said. Ru Feng's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise. You've seen before progenitor Daimeld. Sure enough, Yi Yuan did not expect that this Daimeld's background was actually so great. He nodded his head and said, that's right. He was suppressed in Shinra Ghost, region's Azura Blood Sea, and just broke through the barrier and came out not long ago. The moment Ru Feng heard, he could not help saying joyfully, ha ha ha. The progenitor coming into being. Our divine race's revival is nigh at hand. Gratifying, celebratory. Such a joyous occasion, I have to quickly tell head elder. Yi Yuan's expression was strange as he said, what are you happy about? After he came into being, he was seriously wounded by a Tao artifact and also had an arm severed by me. Right now, he's hiding at God knows where to recover his strength. What? You severed one of progenitor Daimeld's arms? That isn't possible, Ru Feng said in alarm and anger. Yi Yuan said coolly, if he was at his prime, it's naturally impossible. But if he's in the same realm as me? Ru Feng's expression turned stiff, his complexion ashen. Yeah, this boy was too monstrous. Invincible in the same realm was not said for fun. Ancestor being suppressed for an epoch, his strength had long been pretty much worn down. After coming into being, he was also seriously injured by a Tao artifact. How much strength was there to still fight with Yi Yuan? If Yi Yuan was an ordinary Empyrean realm, even if Ancestor only had Empyrean realm strength, he could casually need him too. Yet, Yi Yuan's combat power was 100 times more daunting than divine race. Members of the same realm, Ancestor suffering a big loss did not seem hard to understand. Yi Yuan looked at the 8 idols, the corners of his mouth revealing a hint of amusement, and he said smilingly, heavenly Tao incarnation. Interesting. Wonder when I can witness a true heavenly Tao incarnation. Tianping, you go and comprehend the 8 statues. How much you can comprehend counts. Ru Feng smiled coldly and said, the legacy of the 8 divine statues. Only humans whose souls and flesh fused into one can receive it. If he goes and comprehends them, he'll be directly crushed by the statue's heavenly Tao. Pressure. Ning Tianping himself also felt the powerful pressure and said with a bitter smile, Your Excellency, I'm afraid that I can't. Yi Yuan said coolly, scared of what? I'll protect you. This is what the divine race owes you. Since it's given to you, grasp it well. When Ning Tianping heard that, he immediately mustered up the courage and said, with a nod, yes, Your Excellency. Done talking, he walked over toward the divine statues with large strides. Ning Tianping's entire body trembled, seemingly sensing the 8 divine statues coming to life. Their gazes were all focused on him.
A terrifying avant lit Dao aura su dans lit descended.
The 8 idols seemed to be spiritually linked. They were clearly all dead objects, but they gave people a feeling of being almost lifelike. The moment their gazes looked over, it was like the world looked over.
Ning
Tianping's mind shook heavily, and he spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood with a cough. But right at this time, a gentle aura hit from behind, enveloping him inside. Ning Tianping looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and discovered that Yi Yuan was cool as a cucumber. It was as if nothing had happened. You just need to comprehend it. You don't need to care about other things. No matter how strong they are, they can't hurt you either, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ning Tianping nodded slightly, relaxed his mind, and started comprehending the Dao. But the Dao was not so easy to comprehend. Ning Tianping's strength had long already surpassed all others among peers. But he did not tread out his own path. Only those who attained Dao could reach the apex. But wanting to take this step was arduously difficult. Ning Tianping's talent was decent, but he was only born in Heavenly Eagle, Imperial City. If it was the normal trajectory, he would at most merely be celestial deity. Realm. Now, breaking through to become an Empyrean, rather than say that it was because of Mo Li Fei's devoted teaching, might as well say that it was because of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills. It was Yi Yuan's medicinal pills that cleansed his marrows, causing him to continuously surpass his limits. But to tread out one's own path was not that easy. The Tao could be understood, but it could not be expressed with words. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended his own Tao, he was unable to tell the people around him and let them gain enlightenment on Tao too. But these 8 idols possessed the same aura as the lesser heavenspan mountain. It was just that they were also not as unfathomable as the lesser heavenspan mountain. To Ning Tianping, this was the best place to gain enlightenment on Tao. Of course, based on his own strength, it was totally impossible to gain enlightenment on Tao. This was the Tao that the divine race's 8 great progenitors tailor-made. For the divine race, the bodies of humans were unable to withstand it at all. But Yi Yuan could borrow the power of the lesser heavenspan mountain and help Ning Tianping neutralize a portion of the power, letting him gain enlightenment on Tao in a peaceful environment. The Tao lies in the heart. Follow your own heart. The setbacks that you've encountered in your life are too few. Experiencing life and death this time is precisely the time for great enlightenment. Open up your heart and accept your inner self, and find the great Tao that belongs to you. Yi Yuan's words reverberated in Ning Tianping's ears. Ning Tianping's entire body trembled, his eyes gradually becoming brilliant. Gradually, his entire mind and body relaxed, quietly accepting the baptism of Tao. Originally, this was the most dangerous step. How great was the power of Tao? How could it be what ordinary people could endure? Once the Tao heart collapsed, all the cultivation would be forfeited entirely. But Yi Yuan helped him to withstand the vast majority of the impact force. He could comprehend his own Tao very comfortably. By the side, Ru Feng's heart shook wildly. This boy actually doesn't fear the divine race imprint amidst the great Tao. How did he do it? Also, his Tao has already gone so far? I'm afraid that even ordinary heavenly emperors haven't gone as far as him. Freak. Truly a freak. How could such a freak appear in the human race? A hint of killing intent flashed across in Ru Feng's eyes. At this very moment, he had an impulse to finish Yi Yuan off. The threat that Yi Yuan brought to him was too strong. Someone like Yi Yuan being born in the opponent's camp truly made people feel too dangerous. But thinking about it, he still suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He could kill Yi Yuan, but in return it would cause tens of millions of hidden lineage clan members to be buried in death. This transaction was too not worthwhile. The divine race was about to come into being. The era of great struggle was about to arrive. These were all the divine race's backbone combat power. At this time, Ning Tianping walked in front of the first idol and sat down, cross-legged. Yi Yuan smiled knowingly and secretly nodded. Misfortune might be a blessing in disguise. The events this time helped Ning Tianping achieve his aim instead, making him have a great awakening. Mo Li Fei's death let Ning Tianping suffer an unprecedented blow but also helped him. Ning Tianping already entered the state and could take the first step of Tao enlightenment very soon. All things were difficult before they were easy. The comprehension of Tao, the first step of entering Tao, was the most difficult. Many people were unable to take this step in their entire lives. Mo Li Fei, you can rest in peace, Yi Yuan said in his heart. Only between life and death could one have a great awakening. However, what Yi Yuan did not know was that for Ning Tianping to be able to take this step, it was not merely because of the life and death trial this time, it was more due to his teaching by example. For so many years, he followed by Yi Yuan's side and witnessed Yi Yuan's miraculous rise from the perspective of a bystander. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan was the southern border's #1 alchemy master, the priest temple's second sage. But no one knew how much he paid for this. The difficulties that Yi Yuan experienced were unimaginable for ordinary people. But Yi Yuan would never fear and would never shrink back. How firm his Tao heart was. Ning Tianping was someone who personally experienced it. Even though Mo Li Fei was his master, the one with the greatest influence on Ning Tianping was Yi Yuan. Ning Tianping viewed Yi Yuan as his most sought-after goal in his life, and he was unknowingly imitating Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's words and actions were all constantly affecting him too. Otherwise, with Ning Tianping's temperament, there would be no way of recovering from the blow of Mo Li Fei's death so quickly. In fact, he would be devastated. Actually, after all these years, Ning Tianping's heart had already unknowingly become very strong. Had to admit, Yi Yuan had this kind of magical power. The people around him would always be infected by him. Time passed day by day. Ning Tianping's eyes became brighter and brighter, while the Yi Yuan by the side was constantly withdrawing his aura, letting more great Tao aura land on Ning Tianping's body. The aura on Ning Tianping's body became stronger and stronger. The great Tao power that he could withstand also grew more and more. However, Yi Yuan did not go and gain enlightenment on Tao. This was not his Tao. These idols were just Taos that 8 progenitors carved. If it was the real incarnation of heavenly Tao, he could comprehend it a bit. Yi Yuan felt that that was the true path. As for these idols, he held them in contempt. 3 years later, he suddenly stood up and made some very strange postures. These postures were precisely the postures of these god statues. It was very hard for Ning Tianping to learn. In the beginning, he was unable to perform it at all. In fact, he would vomit blood the moment he performed. But he was not discouraged, attempting it over and over again. After 10 years, he could finally perform the first posture. Another 5 years passed, he performed the second posture. 30 years later, he finally performed all 8 poses, while Yi Yuan guarded beside Ning Tianping for 33 years. Suddenly, the entire sacred ground's aura became different. A terrifying power of law suddenly descended. Sea of Law. Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a hint of surprise. Ning Tianping's improvement far exceeded his expectations. He truly had a great awakening, gaining enlightenment on his own Tao. Sea of Law descending. It caused a great sensation in the entire sacred ground. Those people gaining enlightenment on Tao were all startled by this scene and gave up on comprehending. Each and every one looked toward Ning Tianping in shock. Your Excellency. Ning Tianping walked out of the Sea of Law and bowed deeply to Yi Yuan 3 times. The current Ning Tianping had sharp eyes and was full of energy, akin to a sharp sword out of its sheath. He was giving people a feeling of having acquired a completely new outlook. His gratitude toward Yi Yuan was expressed with these 3 bows. With several decades of guarding, Yi Yuan gave up cultivating. He only spent his time comprehending great Tao. Yi Yuan praised him. Life and death great Tao, not bad. Not bad. Starting from now, you've truly stepped onto the path of a powerhouse. By the side, Ru Feng was long already shocked speechless. A human really gained enlightenment on Tao in their divine race's sacred grounds. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he would definitely feel that it was absurd nonsense. How could lowly humans possibly comprehend the divine race's Tao? Furthermore, during these several decades' time, Yi Yuan completely lacked interest in these 8 god statues these several decades. He did not even want to take a look Rufeng originally thought that the lucky chance he was talking about was for himself. In the end, it was only for Ning Tianping. He looked down on even the divine race's sacred grounds. Someone as powerful as him also felt a sense of frustration. I said before, what you all comprehend is heavenly Tao, what humans comprehend is heavenly Tao too. Nobody is noble or lowly. Now, do you believe it? Yi Yuan said coolly. Ru Feng's face was black, suddenly having a feeling of getting slapped. Even though he was not willing to admit it, he still felt that if Yi Yuan went to comprehend the god statues himself, he would definitely comprehend some things easily. But he was disdainful. Under his escort, Ning Tianping comprehended his own Tao. Life and death great Tao was also a kind of extremely strong great Tao. Already, from now on, Ning Tianping would fly to the sky with one bound, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Returning to the clan, Yi Yuan refined another batch of medicinal pills, threw it to Ru Feng and said coolly, "These medicinal pills, let them consume it. Once every 10 years. It can suppress the toxicity for 50 years. After that, you all send Rong Xie to find me again. I'll give you all the antidotes." When Ru Feng heard this, he said in a great rage, "Boy, we've already satisfied all of your demands. You're still playing this with this old man." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "If I give you the antidote now, can I still walk out of here? Or, I'll be killed off by you guys as soon as I leave this place." Ru Feng's face fell. This lad was astute and crafty. He was really hard to deal with. Done with these, Yi Yuan brought Ning Tianping and left the hidden lineage. Seeing Yi Yuan leave the hidden lineage, Ru Feng also let out a long sigh in relief and hurriedly cast the secret art to completely seal off this passageway. Finally, we sent away that plague god. Head Elder, I feel that this boy's threat is too great. Should we send someone to kill him off? Ru Feng said viciously. Jiling shook his head and said, "This brat is too shrewd. Furthermore, he's proficient in spatial law. He's not what the average person can finish off. We might even get the skunk stink all over us. Her Highness Divine Daughters. Issue is the lesson learned. Want to kill him, it has to at least be late. Stage 8 marks Heavenly Tao realm. But at this juncture, appearing in the Heavenspan world is too sensitive." Ru Feng said gloomily, "But this boy is too monstrous. I keep feeling that he poses a huge threat to our divine race and must be eliminated." Jiling nodded and said, "I naturally know that, but he can't wait until the day he grows up. Progenitor Daymeld has already come into being. Before long, the two worlds passageway will definitely collapse entirely. At that time, in a battle at the level of progenitor, he won't have the qualifications to intervene at all. Before that, we'd best accumulate strength and act a little safer." Ru Feng's expression turned somber and he nodded his head. Returning to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, Yi Yuan started close seclusion cultivation. He had collected a large batch of spirit medicines in the hidden lineage. They were sufficient for him to cultivate to peak chaos realm. Moreover, it was not like he did not do anything for so many years in the hidden lineage's sacred ground. He mutually corroborated the god statues with the lesser Heavenspan mountain, and had a deeper understanding of the Chaos Heavenspan canon. The outline of the next realm also gradually formed in Yi Yuan's mind. He went into close seclusion cultivation more to comprehend the next realm. Yi Yuan himself was also very curious. His cultivation system was completely different from ordinary martial artists. What kind of level would he achieve if he kept cultivating the Chaos Heavenspan canon? Deva? Tao Ancestor? Since he knew that Tao Ancestors were not truly invincible under the heavens, then he should also have hopes of reaching this realm, right? About 20 years later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. His current realm already reached the peak chaos realm. It was just that he still did not have a mature idea with regard to the next realm. Currently, his world was a mass of chaos. Then the next step would definitely be developing a real world. It was just that evolving a world was clearly not such a simple matter. His chaos world was totally different from ordinary small worlds. The method to hew it open was naturally too complicated as well. Ordinary heavenly emperors grasped Tao marks after obtaining heavenly Tao's recognition, while he opened up his own path and developed a world. There was an intrinsic difference between these two. Looks like got to make another trip to the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan said, with an emotional sigh. The Heavenspan Mountain was the source of myriad life, the foundation of heavenly Tao. Only there could he feel the most fundamental source of power, and could help Yi Yuan open up his own world from there. Yi Yuan exited seclusion and discovered that GMO was already waiting outside. Seeing Yi Yuan, GMO's pupils could not help constricting. The current Yi Yuan actually gave him a feeling of beholding a great mountain. That sort of feeling was akin to some kind of existence above the firmament. But clearly, Yi Yuan was just a peak Empyrean. He discovered that each time he saw Yi Yuan again, he would give him another level of shock. The strength of Second Sage could be described using changing with each passing day. I offer greetings to Second Sage. GMO gave a bow respectfully. Yi Yuan looked at GMO and was also rather surprised, saying with a smile, I was just about to go and meet Sacred Ancestor High Priest. I didn't expect that you came first. Finding me for, GMO said. Myriad Region Alchemy Conference organized a Myriad Region Alchemy Conference and invited the Heavenspan world's various alchemy holy lands countless elites to the medicine ancestor Bodhidharma. Lord Sacred Ancestor was also on the list of invitees. He had me come to invite you and to go along together. Yi Yuan could not help being slightly taken aback when he heard and immediately could not help laughing as he said, Medicine Ancestor finally. Can't hold back anymore? GMO also smiled and said, Second Sage's one remark reveals heaven's secrets. Lord Sacred Ancestor said that the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time is actually organized for you. By the side, Bai Tong and the rest were shocked. Hearing the Medicine Ancestor's invitation earlier, each and every one of them still felt honored. After all, this was the terrifying figure standing at the summit of the Heavenspan world's alchemy path. Being able to receive his invitation, it was absolutely an extremely honorable thing. But when GMO said this, all of them were shocked. The Medicine Ancestor ramping up for a fight like this, stirring up the entire Heavenspan world, it was actually for Yi Yuan? He was merely a 7-star alchemy god. The others did not understand it. Only GMO understood that Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao already peaked right at the source, reaching the level of Tao pill. If Yi Yuan was an old monster who had already been famous for a long time, the Medicine Ancestor naturally would not get into a fight. But Yi Yuan was too young. His youth would impact the Medicine Ancestor status. Senior GMO, how can an existence like Medicine Ancestor organize such a grand alchemy summit for His Excellency alone? Uni could not resist asking. In the Heavenspan world, for all alchemists, the Medicine Ancestor was a god, like existence. In the path of alchemy, nobody could surpass the Medicine Ancestor. He was like a totem, even making people not dare to profane. Even though Yi Yuan was similarly a godlike figure in the hearts of Uni and the rest, but he was just a 7-star alchemy god after all. They had never doubted that Yi Yuan would reach the realm of Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest in the future. However, it was not now. The current Yi Yuan matching up against the Medicine Ancestor, wasn't it equivalent to strike a rock with an egg? GMO smiled coldly when he heard that and said, The Medicine Ancestor is, indeed, aloof from the masses. He isn't even inferior to Tao ancestors in the hearts of alchemists. Only a short while ago my Lord Sacred Ancestor also viewed him like a god. But ever since after Ask Not, Lord Sacred Ancestor threw away all of these emotions. It's true that the Medicine Ancestor is powerful, but he's narrow-minded and doesn't have the capacity to accommodate people. Lord Sacred Ancestor had once been decadent for several tens of millions of years after Ask Not, and was almost unable to recover from the setback. If not for so, his current strength might not be inferior to medicine. Ancestors. This is impossible. The expressions of Yun-Yi and the rest changed wildly. They were seriously unable to accept that the god in their hearts was actually such a person. The medicine ancestor was the totem of all alchemists. When this totem collapsed, people's first reaction could only be disbelief. Power and status could conceal many things sometimes. He was strong, so he was right in everything. Even if Sacred Ancestor High Priest talked about medicine ancestor's faults everywhere, he would only be thought of as babbling nonsense intentionally, slandering medicine ancestor after defeat. Now, GMO saying such words, the reactions of Yun-Yi and the rest was this. GMO just smiled and did not speak, not explaining things. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "Nobody is perfect, no matter how strong deity realm powerhouses are, they aren't true gods either. They still have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even though the medicine ancestor is the supreme lord of alchemy, very unfortunately he's such a person. I know that it's very hard for you all to accept, but I believe this fact shouldn't be far off than the medicine ancestor that I know in the Ask Not chess game. This. Yun-Yi and the rest had faces of being at a loss on what to do, feeling like their 3 views were about to collapse. GMO said coolly, "So this so-called Myriad Region Alchemy Conference is actually to destroy Second Sage's faith, to crumble the Tao in his heart. This way, Second Sage won't be able to impact his status anymore." Yun-Yi and the rest all looked over towards Yi Yuan, shocked expressions on their faces. They were still feeling honored earlier because Yi Yuan was invited. But now, they could not help worrying about Yi Yuan. If they had to choose between the medicine ancestor and Yi Yuan, they would naturally stand on Yi Yuan's side without the slightest hesitation. "Your Excellency, why not? Let's not go to this alchemy conference," Yun-Yi said carefully. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Ever since I entered the Heavenspan world, I've always imagined fighting against the medicine ancestor one day. Now this opportunity is in front of my eyes. How can I possibly miss it?" But that's the medicine ancestor," Yun-Yi said. Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what if medicine ancestor?" Yun-Yi, "Only by not having a god in your heart can you become a god. If you regard your master as a god, you won't ever surpass your master. Your talent, willpower, and character are all superb, but if you can't overcome the fear in your heart, you'll forever only be my disciple. In the hearts of powerhouses, there's only respect, no fear. In the hearts of powerhouses, there was only respect, no fear." This sentence was like a bolt of lightning, giving people a feeling of enlightening the benighted. Even G-Mo's entire body trembled too. He did not have a revering heart towards the medicine ancestor, but he held Sacred Ancestor High Priest in awe and veneration. This kind of awe and veneration was deeply imprinted in his bones and had already been over tens of millions of years long. Surpassing master, this sort of thing, he did not even dare to think about it. He suddenly remembered those words that Wing said to him and finally understood why Yi Yuan would have today's accomplishments. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "I once said before that I'm Sacred Ancestor High Priest's opponent. That wasn't some arrogant remark, but it was that I have the conviction and courage to surpass him. My strength is inferior to him, so what about it? I'll do my utmost best to make myself become stronger. Even if I fail, I won't regret it too. I think that's sacred. Ancestor High Priest's thinking should be the same as mine. He's waiting for me to become stronger. I respect Sacred Ancestor High Priest not because he helped me before, but because he's an opponent worthy of respect. But the medicine ancestor isn't." GMO was shocked, speechless. The words that Yi Yuan said were virtually identical to what his master said. Could it be that this was the tacit understanding between the strong His master said before he was not afraid of failure. What he was afraid of having no opponent. Even though Yi Yuan's current strength was still worlds apart from master. But Yi Yuan's might already made people unable to look directly at it. By the side, Yun Yi's mind shook heavily. He understood that his master was teaching him to become a true powerhouse. This kind of education had nothing to do with skills. It only cared about the heart of a powerhouse. Only by not having a god in your heart can you become a god. He had always thought that awe was a term. But only now did he discover that he was wrong. Respect was respect, fear was fear. Respect, but do not be daunted. Yun Yi sucked in a deep breath and nodded his head solemnly as he said, Master, I understand. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If you understand, cultivate your heart well. Talking about it is easy, but doing it is as hard as ascending to heaven. GMO got up and carried out the etiquette of a disciple, bowing respectfully toward Yi Yuan and said, Thank you for second sage's pointers. Yi Yuan accepted it calmly and said with a smile, Is the medicine ancestor taking action because of the chaos samsara pill? GMO nodded. Yi Yuan continued, Refining the chaos samsara pill, I seem to have touched the source of alchemy Tao. That seems to be another realm that surmounts ancestor realm. Looks like medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor. High priest, they all are at this level. GMO thought about it and asked, How confident is second sage in this battle? Yi Yuan directly shook his head and said, Not even 10%. Everyone's expressions changed. But then they heard Yi Yuan say with a laugh, But for medicine ancestor to want to borrow this to attack my Tao heart, he's probably thinking too much. Alright, you go back first then. I want to take a trip to the Heavenspan Mountain. After I break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, I'll go to the priest temple. GMO bowed in salute and took his leave. Yi Yuan was very confident, but he was not blindly confident. The opponent this time was the Heavenspan World's Alchemy Path's #1 person. This person had stood at the apex of the Heavenspan World's Alchemy Path for trillions of years. No one had been able to shake it before. His might did not need words to explain at all. Being the first meant having to accept endless challenges. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was just one of them. For the medicine ancestor to be able to persevere and not fall, that was battled out with absolute strength and not being touted by others. Facing such an opponent, Yi Yuan did not have any confidence at all. But so what? Yi Yuan would never give up. Coming to Southfoot Town again, it had been over 2,000 years. Coming here again, Yi Yuan felt a sense of Ru. Back then, he was unable to break through to the divine vortex realm. Rushing hastily into danger and arriving at this place, he received the drunkard's care. That was how he broke through his realm. Looking back, when he saw those divine lord realm little scamps around him, again Yi Yuan felt like he was suddenly worlds away. He concealed his aura along the way in order to not draw too much attention. Not seeing him for years. I wonder how the old drunkard is doing. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and entered the town slowly, arriving at the guardian's place. Old drunkard was still lying there in an unsightly manner. Clearly he was very drunk. Discovering that somebody came in, old drunkard directly threw a wooden plaque over and said drunkenly, Hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb this old man from drinking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Hoo-hoo. Senior drunkard is still so overbearing. Old drunkard suddenly startled awake, turned his head to look, and could not help getting a shock. It's you. He sized Yi Yuan up and down and said approvingly, Not bad. Not bad, Lord. Dustless's vision is indeed good. You already cultivated to the peak divine Lord realm in 2,000 years' time. This speed is considered pretty good already. Back then, Lord Immortal Grove was also no more than this. You came this time in order to break through to celestial deity realm, right? With Yi Yuan's current realm, if he intentionally concealed his cultivation, forget about old drunkard. Even if it was an ordinary Empyrean realm, it would be hard to see through his depths too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Considered so, I guess. Senior drunkard, how have these few years been? Old drunkard's eyes flickered, and he switched to a smiling face as he said, Good, very good. I'm guarding this Southfoot town. What can be wrong, ha ha ha. He thought that he hid it very well, but how could his emotion fluctuations hide from Yi Yuan's eyes and ears? But Yi Yuan did not expose him, since he did not want to say, forcing him served no purpose either. The two people meeting, it naturally could not dispense with a bout of small talk. But while talking, old drunkard always seemed to vaguely be wanting to chase Yi Yuan away. Yi Yuan was aware of this in his heart and also thanked him for his hospitality. He then returned to the residence to rest. The next day, it was the day to climb the Heavenspan mountain again. Old drunkard watched Yi Yuan enter the passageway before turning back to Southfoot town. After he returned to the guardian's manor, there was already a room full of people inside. In the middle, a young man sat on his seat. His gaze when looking at the old drunkard was filled with scorn. Behind the young man, there were even two maidservants massaging his shoulders, fragrance lingering in the air, merry and carefree. Bastard! Why haven't you knelt down when you see this young master? Bang! Behind the old drunkard, a martial artist suddenly kicked out directly, kicking onto the back of old drunkard's knees, breaking his pair of legs, kneeling to the ground. The young man's expression was apathetic as he said coolly, Old drunkard, do you know your crime? Old drunkard did not care. He took out his wine gourd, drank a mouthful of wine, and said with a cold smile, What crime does this old man have? The young man said coolly, Got to look at the owner when hitting a dog. This young master sent Lin Xiu here to be your deputy. But you killed him. How do you plan on explaining this matter? Old drunkard snorted coldly and said, Was Lin Xiu here to be a deputy? The moment he came, he relied on young master's power and directly turned this old man into a figurehead. Never mind this old man is happy to be idly too. But, in the 10 years that Lin Xiu was in power, disregarding that he demanded ridiculous prices, he even tainted and killed hundreds of female cultivators. This old man had urged him many times, but he went from bad to worse and even wanted to kill this old man. This old man killed him in a moment of rage. What crime is there? Old drunkard was filled with righteous indignation as he said it. But the young man's face remained calm and collected all along, and did not have the slightest fluctuation, as if those female cultivators who died unjustly were just a bunch of animals. To talk about these few years, the old drunkard had passed it comfortably too. But all this changed 10 years ago. These 10 years, old drunkard simply spent each day like it was a year. That Lin Xiu was a pervert. Female cultivators that were even slightly attractive could not escape his evil hands at all. Disregarding that he tainted them, he even butchered them afterward. He was righteous and looked down on this kind of despicable action the most. These 10 years, he simply wanted to explode from anger. However, Lin Xiu was this young master's cousin. Relying on this young master's power, he did not place him in his eyes at all. Old drunkard was just a true god realm in the end. He was naturally incomparably powerful in the eyes of these divine lord realm martial artists, but in the eyes of this one, he was akin to an ant. Helpless, he could only persuade many times. But not only did Lin Xiu not listen, he went from bad to worse and became more and more abominable. Finally, old drunkard could not resist making a move to stop Lin Xiu. But, under this guy's frenzy, he actually wanted to kill old drunkard. He thought that old drunkard did not dare to fight back. But who knew that? Under old drunkard's sullen rage, he struck him dead with one palm. Lin Xiu had his body hollowed out by alcohol and lust. So how could he be old drunkard's match? It was just that like this, it startled young master. Old drunkard knew that young master was coming these 2 days, so he did not want to drag Yi Yuan in. That was why he did not mention this matter. Just a bunch of ants. Lin Xiu favoring them is their blessing. Is it your turn to be a busybody? Young master said with an indifferent look. Toward this remark, old drunkard seemed to have long expected it. He just drank a mouthful of wine and kept his mouth shut. Tang Yuqing and Lin Xiu were simply jackals of the same lair. No matter how much he said, it would also be hard to escape death. Those present today, just the Empyreans, numbered quite a few. There was no chance for him to escape. Seeing old drunkard keeping his mouth shut, Tang Yuqing said coolly, "Looks like you already have some awareness. Send him on his way then. Qing He, from today onwards, your Southfoot town's guardian." By the side, one of Tang Yuqing's subordinates had a look of pleasant surprise and immediately bowed and said, "Many thanks for young masters' appreciation." Tang Yuqing waved his hands, indicating for his subordinates to do it. An Empyrean walked out slowly and came before old drunkard. Old drunkard laughed loudly, opened his mouth and drank wine, incredibly unrestrained. The Empyrean did not say a word and smacked a palm down. But just as his palm was about to land, a ray of sword light seemed to come from beyond the sky. That Empyrean was directly sliced into pieces, deader until he could not be more dead. A figure slowly walked in from outside the house and came right in front of old drunkard. Tang Yuqing's subordinates all retreated, not daring to come into contact with Yi Yuan at all, directly opening up a path. Old drunkard looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment, shocked, speechless. He did not even see clearly how he attacked, and this Empyrean was one shot? Could it be that Yi Yuan's current strength was not Divine Lord Realm? No, wait, he had clearly already seen him enter the passageway. Why did he come back again? Old drunkard struggled to open his drunken eyes, attempting to see Yi Yuan clearly. But no matter how he looked, he could not see clearly too. It was as if what was standing in front of him at this very moment was that fleeting and ephemeral heaven-span mountain. Yi Yuan, you. Old drunkard stammered for a long time and did not speak. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior drunkard is treating me too much as a stranger. Relax. With me around, they can't touch you." Tang Yuqing drank a mouthful of wine calmly and said coolly, "Can't touch him? When I, Tang Yuqing, want to kill someone, there has never been anyone who can stop me." Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "Then sorry about it. I'll have to make you make an exception today. Yi Yuan, I don't know how strong you are right now, but he isn't someone you can afford to provoke. Quickly leave. Don't worry about my affairs." Old drunkard finally recovered from the shock, but his first reaction was to have Yi Yuan hurry up and leave. Because Tang Yuqing's status was high, Yi Yuan could not afford to provoke him at all. He tried to push Yi Yuan out, but he discovered that he could not budge him at all. Tang Yuqing slowly got up, came before Yi Yuan, and said with a light smile, "Punk, do you know why he's so scared of me?" Yi Yuan said rather interestedly, "Oh? Why?" "Because I'm the son of a heavenly emperor." When he said this, Tang Yuqing had a smug look. Clearly, he felt very proud of this identity. "My father is Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain. The 30 million miles area at the foot of the Heavenspan Mountain is all under my father's jurisdiction. Therefore, do you know what's the outcome of you offending me?" Tang Yuqing's face was almost planted in front of Yi Yuan's, a proud look on his face. Yi Yuan revealed a guileless smile and said, "What outcome I have, I really don't know, but I know your outcome." Rumble. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's aura billowed to the sky. The terrifying pressure directly sent the guardian manor flying. Tang Yuqing was caught off guard and directly overwhelmed until he knelt on the ground by this horrifying pressure. Those true God realm guards were directly crushed into meat pancakes. The few remaining Empyrean realms were crushed until they lay prone on the ground, unable to even move an inch. Yi Yuan's pressure carried a strong power. If he intentionally released it, it was not what these initial stage Empyreans could resist at all. Old drunkard's heart shook wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of disbelief. He never even dared to dream that in a short 2,000 years' time Yi Yuan's strength actually turned out to be so terrifying. He had not made a move yet and directly pressed the Empyrean realm powerhouses, unable to move on the ground. How formidable a strength did this need? He previously still thought that Yi Yuan was here to break through to the celestial deity realm. Thinking about it, it was simply a joke. He could clearly feel that Yi Yuan's current strength was likely even stronger than the heavenly Empyrean immortal grove back then. How was this possible? Just 2,000 years. In just 2,000 years, from a rookie who could not even break through to be a divine lord, growing into a peak Empyrean sovereign? He suddenly somewhat understood the meaning of those words that Dustless said. Back then, Lord Immortal Grove's successor was truly incredible. It was just that. Behind Tang Yuqing was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Under the heavy pressure, Tang Yuqing had a contorted look on his face. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "You dare to touch me? You dare to touch me? My dad is a heavenly emperor. You're dead. You're dead." Tang Yuqing himself was an Empyrean powerhouse too, but he was weak like a 3-year-old child in front of Yi Yuan. Old Drunkard was also shocked and said, "Yi Yuan, quickly go. Heavenly Emperor. Swift Rain dotes on the sun immensely. If he knows that you made a move against Tang Yuqing, he won't let you off. My affairs, I don't need you to care." He was not afraid of dying himself, but he was afraid to implicate Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan was currently peak Empyrean, it was also impossible to be a heavenly emperor's match. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm going to intervene in your affairs." Clank. The sounds of swords clanging sounded out, a dozen over sword energy. Around Tang Yuqing, the sword energy threatening. Yi Yuan rapped on Tang Yuqing's head and said, "Come. Repeat your words just now again." Sensing the chilly air coming from the tip of the swords, Tang Yuqing's face changed wildly and he hurriedly shook his head and said, I don't dare anymore. Why, Your Excellency, I don't dare anymore." "Then tell me now, did Lin Xiu deserve to die or not?" "Deserved it. Deserved to die. He courted death himself. It's not old Drunkard's fault. Really, I don't blame old Drunkard at all. He's my cousin. When my aunt heard that he died, she was extremely enraged. That's why I had no choice but to find trouble with old Drunkard. Actually, I admonish his actions and behavior a lot too. Like this, huh? In that case, you're a good guy." "A good guy? I'm really a good guy." Yi Yuan seemed very satisfied with Tang Yuqing's answer. Patting his shoulder twice, he smiled lightly and said, "Since you're a good guy, then I've wrong. You can go." Tang Yuqing was akin to being granted amnesty, scrambling out in a panic. But old Drunkard's face changed and he said, "Yi Yuan, can't let him go. You believe in this sort of nonsense too?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Yeah, why wouldn't I believe?" Old Drunkard had an appearance like he expected better of him and gritted his teeth and said, "This brat is a silk pants. After you humiliated him like this, he'll definitely go and tell Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain to come and kill you. After he returns, quickly leave. It will be too late otherwise." In his view, even though Yi Yuan's talent was terrifying, he was too young and believed in people too easily. He was somewhat perplexed. With this kind of personality, how did he survive? Until now. But Yi Yuan avoided the topic and said with a smile, "What plans does Senior Drunkard have in the future?" Old Drunkard's expression turned stiff and he said with a bitter smile, "What plans can I still have? Us Guardians all have a wisp of divine soul imprint in the hands of Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain. Even if I run to the ends of the world, I can't escape his pursuit either. Rather, it's you, it will be too late if you still don't go. Hurry up and leave." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Like this, huh? Then just nice. After Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain arrives, I'll have a good talk with him and take back your divine soul imprint." Old Drunkard was anxious until he almost wanted to jump up. This guy really would not shed tears without seeing the coffin. Were heavenly emperors whom you could reason things out with? But if Yi Yuan did not leave, he really could not do anything about it. Yi Yuan's present strength already made him unable to influence the former. He tried his best to persuade Yi Yuan to leave, but Yi Yuan just refused to go. It was not that Yi Yuan was deliberately hiding from Old Drunkard, but that if he said that he could deal with heavenly emperors, Old Drunkard would not believe it either. Yi Yuan helped Old Drunkard heal his wounds and took out a heaven-seizing good fortune pill for Old Drunkard. Old Drunkard was shocked speechless. After consuming this heaven-seizing good fortune pill, he broke through to the Empyrean realm without any surprise. This step had blocked him for hundreds of thousands of years. He thought that he could not take this step for life. He did not expect that. Yi Yuan resolved it with a medicinal pill. But not long after he broke through, Tang Yuqing led a large contingent of troops over. A pair of husband and wife slowly walked out, looking at Yi Yuan coldly. Old Drunkard's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in shock. Even Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance came as well. I asked you to go, but you refused to leave. Now, you can't leave even if you want to. As he said, Old Drunkard revealed a hint of a bitter smile. This couple was precisely Tang Yuqing's father and mother. They were Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain and Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance. These two were both First Firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Ha ha ha. You fool, you're actually really still here. Father, mother, it's this punk who almost killed me. You have to avenge me, Tang Yuqing said, sobbingly. Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance felt her heart ached and hurriedly consoled. Chang'er, don't cry. Mother's heart hurts. Don't you worry, mother will definitely cut this punk into little pieces and avenge you. Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain's brows furrowed, and he looked at Yi Yuan and said, in a cold voice, Brat, it's you who made a move against Chang'er and even killed this Heavenly Emperor's subordinates. Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yuqing and said with a look of surprise, I trusted you so much, and yet you actually sold me out. Tang Yuqing laughed loudly and said, if I didn't say that, would you let me go? What a fool. You got fooled by me with a few words. Yi Yuan had an expression like he had resigned himself to fate and said with a sigh, why did you have to do this? Tang Yuqing said smugly, a measly lowly ant. Do you really think that I'd take it to heart? This heaven-span world has too many ants. My cousin toyed with a few ants, what does it matter? But Old Drunkard killed him. That violated heavenly law. Tang Yuqing was a so-called proud son of heaven. He was birthed by two great heavenly emperors. Furthermore, his roots were excellent. He was an Empyrean realm superpowerhouse the moment he was born. In his eyes, those below Empyrean realm were all ants. How could this kind of silk pants think anything of the life and death of mere divine lord realms? Tang Yuqing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, you think that you can be lawless and unruly with just a peak Empyrean cultivation? This young master tells you, in front of my father and mother, you're likewise an ant. Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze cold as he said, heard that? In front of a heavenly emperor, all are ants. Punk, are you ending yourself? Or do you want this heavenly emperor to take action? Yi Yuan ignored him, but looked at Tang Yuqing and said smilingly, but in my eyes you're an ant too. Tang Yuqing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, so what if I'm an ant? In front of my parents? Can you still kill me? Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yuqing like looking at a fool and said with a smile, still remember the 2 pats that I patted you with before you left? Tang Yuqing's expression changed, and he said in horror, why you're scaring me? Not just Tang Yuqing, Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain's and Heavenly Emperor Phoenixton's expressions changed wildly, looking over toward Tang Yuqing. Subconsciously, however, it was already too late. Pa! Yi Yuan snapped his fingers. All of a sudden, countless sword energy poured out of the body. Tang Yuqing was directly sliced into countless chunks by the sword energy. Those 2 pats were sword energy left within Tang Yuqing's body. As long as Yi Yuan activated it, it would erupt crazily. It was just that with Tang Yuqing's strength, he was unable to detect it at all. Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain and Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance, two people stared, wide-eyed and tongue-tied, looking at this scene in disbelief. Their own son was killed in front of them just like this. His corpse could not even be assembled back fully. Old Drunkard also had a thunderstruck look. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so crazy to actually kill the son of heavenly emperors in front of them. Looking at it now, it was not that Yi Yuan was ignorant of worldly affairs. But since he planted sword energy inside Tang Yuqing's body, why didn't he threaten the two great heavenly emperors with this? He discovered that he could not understand the way Yi Yuan did things at all. But Yi Yuan did not care. Like he did a trivial thing, he smiled and said, "Inviting the two of you here is to ask you two for something. Return Old Drunkard's divine soul imprint to me. Okay? Rumble. Rumble." Two terrifying forces rushed straight for Yi Yuan like sharp swords. Divine soul imprint? Hehe. You killed my son, this emperor will definitely grind your bones to dust to vent the hatred in my heart. Heavenly Emperor. Phoenix Dance bellowed shrilly. Tang Yuqing was important in her heart. Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance doted on him to the extreme, unable to bear letting him suffer at all. But now, Yi Yuan actually killed him just like this. So how could Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance not be furious? She vented all of her wrath on Yi Yuan. After being stunned, Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain was similarly enraged to the extreme and said in a cold voice, "Very good, punk. You've got guts. Very soon, you'll regret having come to this world." Swoosh. Not waiting for Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain to take action, Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance already teleported in front of Yi Yuan and suddenly smacked a palm down. Dao marks flickered. The terrifying energy undulation made the expressions of everyone present suddenly change. The attack of a Heavenly Emperor in anger. How terrifying was the power. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But right at this time, over 1,000 flying swords suddenly flew out. Terrifying sword formations suddenly lit up. In an instant, Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance was trapped by the sword formation. Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance came in anger, but at this time she was extremely alarmed and furious. Being trapped inside the sword formation, whatever Dao marks, whatever heaven and earth pressure, it all could not stand up to a single blow in front of the sword formation. At present, Yi Yuan was already faintly going to break through to the next realm, virtually standing at the peak of Chaos Realm. Regardless of whether it was divine essence or soul force, it climbed to an unattainable peak. The power of the sword formation was significantly stronger than when at the hidden lineage. At that time, this sword formation could already overpower the divine races. Powerhouses, let alone a mere first firmament Heavenly Emperor. In other people's view, Heavenly Emperors might be very powerful. But in Yi Yuan's eyes, it was also just like that. Old Drunkard's pupils constricted. The shock in his heart unable to be any greater. He never thought that Yi Yuan's strength could actually already contend with Heavenly Emperors. This is simply too astonishing. He clearly only has Empyrean realm cultivation, but he can rival Heavenly Emperors. Even Lord Immortal Grove is far inferior to him too. Old Drunkard initially felt that Yi Yuan, having peak divine lord cultivation in 2,000 years, was already astonishingly talented. But he discovered that Yi Yuan's growth already completely exceeded his cognition. In just 2,000 years, from an origin deity realm brat, growing into a leviathan, who had the ability to rival Heavenly Emperors. This sort of thing, he did not even dare to think about it. He finally understood why Yi Yuan did not care about Tang Yuqing's identity in the slightest, because he totally had the strength. Over there, Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in shock, "Sword Dao Source! Formation Dao Source!" Just a breath's time, Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance's world domain was already compressed by Yi Yuan's sword formation significantly. Before long, this sword formation would be able to breach Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance's defenses. At that time, Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance could only face a dead end. How could he still hesitate? He shouted, "Wife, I'll come and help you." Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain took a step and circled out the sword formation, charging straight for Yi Yuan himself. As long as he killed Yi Yuan, the sword formation would naturally collapse on itself. It was just that, how could Yi Yuan let him do as he wished? All of a sudden, half of the flying swords in the sword formation pulled back, directly matching up against Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain. Both sides fought fiercely without rest. The terrifying energy fought until the surroundings were full of pits and holes. Yi Yuan battling two great heavenly emperors with his power alone, he was not the least bit afraid, and faintly showed signs of suppressing the two people. Instead, the subordinates that Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain brought over were already dumbfounded. This brat that popped out from no idea where, his strength was also too fearsome, right? Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain currently had a bitterness that he could not articulate. He thought that Yi Yuan dividing the forces to save himself with their two great Heavenly Emperor's strength, they would naturally be able to crack the sword formation. But Yi Yuan merely used half the flying swords and trapped him already. He unleashed all of his abilities and was barely able to fight to a draw with Yi Yuan. But fortunately, the pressure at Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance that side fell sharply, and she could resist the sword formation presently. Yi Yuan controlled the sword formation and still had the strength to spare as he said coolly, "Me letting him go was already giving him a chance. Yet he called the two of you over, that's him courting death. Not educating the son is the father's fault. The two of you brought up such a son, you're also know better yourselves. Since that's the case, I'll send you guys on your way." Then, hearing Yi Yuan's words, Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain and his wife felt shocked. They already fought to this extent. Could it be that Yi Yuan was still holding back measures? Seemingly confirming that they were thinking in their hearts. More than 10 streaks of sword light flew out again, instantly replacing more than 10 swords in the sword formation. These dozen flying swords were precisely the 12 Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures that were plundered from the divine race. The hearts of Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain and wife shook wildly. The moment he made his move, it was 12 Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. This boy was really loaded as hell. In the entire Heavenspan world, those who could be so bold and unrestrained were not many either. But Yi Yuan was still merely an Empyrean brat. The moment 12 Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures joined in, the power of the sword formation immediately skyrocketed. Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures were not some ordinary goods. Their power was God knows how many times stronger than Empyrean spirit treasures. These 12 flying swords as the eye of the formation could make the power of the sword formation increase significantly. Very soon, Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain and wife were getting somewhat overwhelmed, their defensive circle quickly shrinking. Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain's mind trembled strongly, and he hurriedly cried out in alarm, "Fellow Taoist, it's all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. The two of us husband and wife are under Heavenly Emperor Swordtime's command. We are the Heavenspan Mountains Passageways administrators. Maybe you haven't heard of Heavenly Emperor Swordtime before, but he's a Deva Fourth Blight sovereign powerhouse. This matter was all the two of us husband and wife's fault. It was the two of us who failed in discipline, that's how Tang Yuching this unfilial son happened. Fellow Taoist killed him well, the two of us husband and wife have nothing to say. Fellow Taoist, please raise your hand high up in mercy and let the two of us leave." The voice at Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain this side had yet to fade when they heard a roar from Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance that side came over. "Tang Swiftrain, you coward! The enmity of killing my son is irreconcilable under the heavens, and yet you're actually lowering your head to the enemy. Want to leave, you leave. This old lady will fight it out with him." After talking, she turned to Yi Yuan again and screamed, "Boy, kill me if you have the capability, killing an administrator without permission, heavenly. Emperor Swordtime won't let you off. Come on, kill me. The current heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance was an out-and-out lunatic. She knew that she was not Yi Yuan's match. She was actually threatening to take revenge with her death. Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain's expression changed drastically, and he was just about to explain but heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Is that so? Then as you wish. Immobilize." Heavenly Emperor true word directly came out of his mouth. Immobilizing. Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance dead in her tracks. Then hundreds of flying swords turned into countless sword lights, shuttling past in the air, slicing Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance into countless pieces. Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain's mind shook fiercely. He did not think that Yi Yuan still had such heaven-defying means. Sword formation coupled with Heavenly Emperor true word, killing heavenly emperors like killing dogs. Fellow Taoist, this woman is already crazy. You don't stoop to her level. She and that unfilial son provoked fellow Taoist. It was them who sought death. Themselves. But my identity is different. You can't kill me. Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain was really afraid. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed made him shudder with fear. Currently, Yi Yuan could control all of the flying swords to set up the sword
Formation.
with his strength, he absolutely could not block it. He currently wished to piece Tang Yuqing together and slice him up again. Just what kind of existence did this punk provoke? But Yi Yuan smiled brightly and said, "Indeed, father and son, even the methods used are cut from the same cloth. After I let you leave, you'll probably call for reinforcements again, right? Just now, your subordinate already transmitted a communication talisman. So, you're buying time." Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain was extremely shocked. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had time to observe his men when controlling so many flying swords. Misunderstanding. Really a misunderstanding. That was all that subordinate, acting on his own. After Lord Xianyu arrives, I'll explain to him. Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain resorted to sophistry. No need. I'd better explain it to him myself. Just nice I can find him to take back old drunkard's divine soul imprint. Yi Yuan said it nonchalantly, but his divine sense suddenly controlled the flying swords and swept over towards Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain. The complete sword formation coming together, the power immediately soared. Crazily, Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain unleashed all of his abilities and could not resist Yi Yuan's attacks too. "Ah, punk! Killing me, you'll die too. Lord Xianyu won't spare you." Amidst the miserable screams, Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain was also sliced into countless chunks. In a blink, two great Heavenly Emperor powerhouses fell. Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain's subordinates were all shocked and speechless. Two great Heavenly Emperors. Died just like this. Old drunkard muttered to himself, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Heavenly Emperors were invincible. This was the irrefutable fact in everyone's hearts. But today, Yi Yuan used his formidable strength and shattered this fact. With a wave of a hand, cutting down two great Heavenly Emperors in a row, suppressing the four directions. This young man was too powerful. Yi Yuan looked at old drunkard and said with a faint smile, "Heavenly Emperors are people too. As long as they are people, they will die. What's strange about it?" Old drunkard had a strange look and said, But that was a Heavenly Emperor." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "It will be fine once you're used to it. The great era is coming. Ordinary Heavenly Emperors are also just cannon fodders." Just as he was speaking, an even more terrifying pressure suddenly descended. A figure stepped out of the void, his gaze looking towards Yi Yuan coldly. Lord Xianyu came. "This punk is dead for sure. Lord Xianyu, this brat killed Lord Swiftrain and Lord Phoenix Dance. His sins are heinous." Lord Xianyu looked at Yi Yuan with a frown and exclaimed in surprise, "An Empyrean killed two Heavenly Emperors." Yi Yuan said coolly, "That's right. They were killed by me. You should be Heavenly Emperor Swordtime's subordinate, right? This Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu's strength was extremely strong. He was a third Firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. However, Yi Yuan did not take him seriously. This kind of powerhouse he had seen before, far too many of them. Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu was very unhappy and said, in a solemn voice, "So what if yes? Aren't you going to give me an explanation for today's matter?" Yi Yuan slowly took out a token. An aura of great Tao suddenly released. "Wonder if this explanation is enough or not?" Yi Yuan said coolly. When Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu saw the token, his mind shook fiercely and he cried out in surprise, "Priest Temple's token! You're the priest. Temple's second sage." Yi Yuan put away the token and said coolly, "It's precisely this Yi." Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu woke up from the shock and said in a solemn voice, "Even if you're second sage, if you don't give an account for today's matter, it still won't pass." Yi Yuan shrugged and briefly recounted the entire sequence of events and said, "Wonder if you're still satisfied with this explanation? These two people came to kill me and were killed by me because their strength was lacking. It's just like that." Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu listened until his brows furrowed hard. He did not expect that such a thing actually appeared under his jurisdiction. If it was an ordinary time, then forget it. Yet they provoked the priest, Temple's second sage. Sacred Ancestor High Priest status was not worse than Heavenly Emperor Swordtime. Yi Yuan as the second sage, his status approached Sacred Ancestor High Priest status. Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain and his wife, they wanted to kill Yi Yuan in the first place. This was blasphemous to begin with. Being killed by Yi Yuan, they could only blame them for being unlucky. Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said, "This matter was Xian Yu who failed in disciplining them. Offending Lord Second Sage Xian Yu apologizes here." Everyone turned to stone. Lord Xian Yu actually apologized to this Empyrean. In the hearts of these subordinates, Lord Xian Yu was an existence who was too lofty to reach, controlling the life and death of all life. Such an existence actually apologized to an Empyrean. The key thing was that this Empyrean even just killed two of his own heavenly emperors. If Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain and his wife were to come back to life at this time, they would probably be angered until they died again. They fully thought that Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu would avenge them when he came. But Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu came to apologize. The Heavenspan Mountain was too far from the southern border. With these subordinates level, they completely never heard of what status the second sage had. But by the side, Old Drunkard was shocked again and again. A third firmament Heavenly Emperor Super Sovereign actually admitted his fault to Yi Yuan. From just now, he was stunned by the series of turn of events. He thought that Yi Yuan killing Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain was already the limit that he could understand. But Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu's apology subverted his understanding once again. "Forget it, they are already dead. Let's leave this matter at this. Rather, this Old Drunkard is this Ye's old friend. This Yi asks Brother Xian Yu for a favor and to take back your divine soul imprint. There's no issue, right?"
"Yeah."
Yuan said nonchalantly. Xian Yu gave Old Drunkard a glance. Old Drunkard's entire body turned stiff, being stared at by a third firmament Heavenly Emperor Supreme Powerhouse. He really had a feeling of heart palpitations. "Piece of cake," Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu said with a smile. Old Drunkard had an astounded look. He took back his divine soul imprint so easily. He had been struggling here for 10 years, wanting to leave but also not daring to leave. He did not expect that Yi Yuan settled it with a word. This was the difference in level. Actually, what Tang Yuqing said was right. In the eyes of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, they were ant-like existences. The thing that he felt was most difficult was merely a matter of a sentence in the eyes of the true big shots. Very clearly, Yi Yuan already entered this level. Old Drunkard looked at Yi Yuan, attempting to overlap him with that weak youth. 2,000 years ago, He discovered that the person was still that person, but the feeling he gave him was already totally different. Not that Yi Yuan changed, but that his mentality changed. Lord Second Sage coming here, is it possible that you're going up the mountain to gain enlightenment on Tao? Xian Yu asked. Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right, precisely going up the mountain. Xian Yu said, since Second Sage wants to go up the mountain, please follow me. To Green Lotus Town then. This place is the Tao Enlightenment entrance of Divine Lord Realm Martial Artists. Yi Yuan said coolly, no need. I'll just go up from here. Xian Yu was taken aback and said, Second Sage can't enter from here. Yi Yuan smiled and did not follow up. He said to Old Drunkard, Senior, Drunkard, you take a trip with them. After taking back your divine sense. Imprint. Just wait for me to come back here. Finished talking, not waiting for everyone to react. He arrived at the passageway entrance in one step. Yi Yuan walked up slowly and went straight into the passageway. The Heavenspan Mountain did not have the slightest reaction. Xian Yu's pair of eyes stared like wide saucers. How is this possible? Disregarding the Heavenspan Mountain's rules. This can only be done by Deva realm powerhouses. He's only at the Empyrean realm. Could it be that his Tao already reached this kind of level? But since he already reached such a level, why is he still going up the mountain from here? Xian Yu said in shock. A belly full of questions shrouded Xian Yu's heart. He discovered that the mysteries on this young Second Sage's body were really too many. Only after a long time did he smile bitterly and said, that's right. If not for possessing this level of strength, how could he be honored as Second Sage? By the priest temple at a young age. Finished saying, his gaze turned towards Old Drunkard, and he said with a smile, Brother Drunkard, is it? Hoo-hoo, being able to follow Lord Second Sage. You've really cultivated 8 lifetimes of fortune. Cherish this opportunity. Well, Old Drunkard was in fear and trepidation and repeatedly said dare not. Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu actually addressed him as his brother. His words exuded warmness. Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu laughed loudly and said, there's nothing to be afraid of. This is your great lucky chance. Speaking of which, this Heavenly Emperor has to curry favor with you now too. Old Drunkard's face changed and he almost knelt down, saying in fear and trepidation, Lord Xian Yu, stop joking with me. This Old Drunkard can't bear it. Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu smiled and said, that's because you don't know who he is. The priest temple's Second Sage, the alchemy world's upstart, his status is extremely revered. Now everyone is saying that he'll become the next medicine ancestor. One of his medicinal pills is hard to get even with a mountain of gold. If he was still in the Empyrean realm, this emperor naturally wouldn't say this sort of words too. But looking at his appearance, coming to Heavenspan Mountain to gain enlightenment on Tao is probably in order to break through to be a heavenly emperor. Do you know what the act of him breaking through to become a heavenly emperor means? Old Drunkard had a lifeless look, his mind somewhat being overwhelmed. Medicine ancestor, what level of existence was that? This level of existence, he did not even dare to think about it. Heavenspan world, even if one was Heaven Glimpse or Grotto Profound Realm, they would also know the medicine ancestor's great name. He was the well-deserved alchemy world's #1 person. Yi Yuan actually already reached this kind of terrifying realm. Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu knew that Old Drunkard's level was too low and did not know about the terror of Yi Yuan's identity at all. He ignored his shock and continued, once he breaks through to be a heavenly emperor, it signifies becoming a rank 8 alchemy god. At that time, the entire Heavenspan worlds, heavenly emperors would all have to curry favor with him. He hasn't truly risen yet currently, so this heavenly emperor is naturally happy to be able to form a good relationship with him. Brother Drunkard, these few days you go to my place and we'll have a nice catch-up. Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu dragged Old Drunkard and left with a big smile. Swift Train's subordinates were all shocked speechless. Only then did they know what kind of existence Heavenly Emperor Swift Train provoked. Tang Yuqing, this fool's action was indeed damning. Entering again the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan felt another wave of thoughts and feelings. Even if it was below 10 miles, there was an additional trace of different flavor in Yi Yuan's eyes too. The first time he came, his realm was too low and completely unable to experience the profoundness of the Heavenspan Mountain. Below 10 miles also contained extremely rich power of Great Tao Source. Yi Yuan affirmed these source power with the lesser Heavenspan Mountain one by one, continuously revamping and perfecting the Chaos Heavenspan Canon. Yi Yuan went up the steps one at a time, his mind revolving rapidly. You guys look, that kid keeps walking up and actually doesn't know to stop and comprehend on Tao. What can he comprehend like this? Hoo-hoo. Reckon that it's a fool. Maybe he's a genius. The things that you use several years before you can comprehend, he can comprehend after stopping a while. Towards Yi Yuan's actions, many people scoffed in derision. When everyone comprehended Tao, they would occupy an area and desperately go and comprehend. Keep going up like this, lapping up information without digesting. One could not comprehend anything at all. It was just that they did not know that Yi Yuan had long already fully comprehended the Tao below 10 miles. The things that he entered this time to comprehend were totally different from them. As he walked, Yi Yuan entered straight into the realm fog. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. He walked into the realm fog. Could it be that he came to the Heavenspan Mountain to commit suicide? Ah, I remember it now. He's that person. Suddenly, a gray-robed man in the crowd cried out in surprise, seemingly recalling something. Many people who were comprehending Tao were all startled awake by his startled cry, all glaring at him. But the gray-robed man was completely oblivious. Someone said disdainfully, "Who is it? Kicking up a big fuss over nothing?" He entered the realm fog. Could it be that he can still not die? The gray-robed man nodded his head like a realm fog and said, "Really won't. I still didn't notice it previously, but when I saw him enter the realm fog just now, I suddenly remembered that 2,000 over years ago someone also entered the realm fog before and even came out alive. That person just now was that person who entered the realm fog the last time. However, his temperament changed greatly. I didn't recognize him for a moment." "What? This is impossible." The gray-robed man smiled coldly and said, "What's impossible about it? The people who saw this scene at that time were not just me alone. During that, while it was seething with excitement below 10 miles, but after we went out and talked about it, nobody believed it at all. At that time I was just a third firmament divine lord. Over 2,000 years passed and I finally broke through to 9th firmament divine lord. But looking at his appearance, I wonder what kind of realm he has already reached." Somebody said curiously, "Could it be that he isn't at the divine lord realm? But I can't see through his depths." The gray-robed man said, "Heh, with this person's talent, how can he possibly just be divine lord realm after 2,000 years? Most likely he's already true God realm." Somebody immediately said disdainfully, "Keep bragging, you. How can true God realms possibly enter from here?" The gray-robed man smiled coldly and said, "What the hell do you know? That person can't be gauged using common sense at all. Back then, when he entered the Heavenspan Mountain, he was only origin deity realm. He entered to break through to the divine lord realm. He's currently true God realm entering from here and recomprehending again. I see no reason why not." The gray-robed man's words subverted everyone's understanding of the Heavenspan Mountain. However, many people still did not believe it. After all, the things that the gray-robed man said were seriously too inconceivable. Buzz. Inside the realm fog, blue electricity glowed indeterminately. Yi Yuan walked inside the fog and allowed those heaven punishment lightnings to land on his body freely. These heaven punishment lightnings did not pose the least bit of threat to the present Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan could feel the heaven-span mountains Tao through them. After careful understanding, Yi Yuan became more and more enlightened in his heart. Following that, he slowly walked out of the fog and arrived above 10 miles, the domain of celestial deity realm. The martial artists cultivating below were startled by this guy who suddenly appeared. It was impossible for anyone to come out of the realm fog. Those who entered all came in through the passageway. But now there was actually a guy who emerged from the realm fog. How could they not be alarmed? However, Yi Yuan completely ignored their surprise, continuing to go up on his. Yi Yuan had never been to this level before. After Yi Yuan came up, he instantly had another feeling. From below 10 miles to above 10 miles, integrating his cultivation method as well as the lesser heavenspan mountains Tao, Yi Yuan discovered that everyone was wrong. His path was the correct path. Opening up a world after origin deity was tantamount to weaving a cocoon around oneself, blocking all possibility of making progress. In contrast, Divine Lord realms were more than a level worse than his divine vortex realm. Disregarding law comprehensions under the same realm, his divine vortex realm was more than a magnitude stronger than Divine Lord realm. Even though it was just a reference, but actually Yi Yuan's divine vortex realm was stronger than Divine Lord realm regardless of whether in terms of quality or quantity. And this gap widened further at celestial deity realm. According to Yi Yuan's inference, this gap would widen more evidently with each major realm in the future. Therefore, even though he was currently only at the peak chaos realm, but actually, his strength was no idea how many times stronger than ordinary peak Empyreans. Maybe it was not as good as First Firmament Heavenly Emperor yet, but it was also not far off one. Therefore, that was why he could cut down 2 great heavenly emperors under the circumstances where he was behind in all aspects. What this relied on was not just the power of Source, there was also his powerful cultivation realm as a backing. Yi Yuan continued upward step by step, continuously verifying his comprehension, but his appearance already completely disrupted the cultivation above 10 miles. Where did this guy pop out from? This old man has cultivated for so many years, but I've never heard of anyone who could come out of the realm fog before. Who on earth is he? Looking at his appearance, he wouldn't be directly entering the realm fog above 100 miles. Right? Everyone speculated one after another. Yi Yuan did not let them down either. Under everyone's gaze, he walked into the realm fog above 100 miles. Following that, it was above 1,000 miles. The places that Yi Yuan passed by were bound to cause a commotion. This guy came out of the realm fog every time. But the realm fog was the forbidden land of all martial artists. Nobody could enter and still come out alive. After Yi Yuan left, those martial artists below could not cultivate anymore. They really wanted to see whether or not Yi Yuan could come out from inside. Then, in the entire Heavenspan Mountain, everyone stopped cultivating, all talking about this person. Of course, curiosity killed the cat. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the realm fog, there would always be someone who could not restrain their curiosity. They would follow him in. The result naturally went without saying. With Yi Yuan walking all the way up, quite a number of people attempted to imitate him, but after entering the realm fog, they discovered that this was completely not something that they could learn at all. Except, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Yi Yuan was not aware at all. All of his thoughts were already immersed in the enlightenment of Tao. This was the holy land to gain enlightenment on Tao, a Tao comprehending holy land even stronger than the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. To Yi Yuan's Tao heart it was a retempering, and his aura also grew stronger and stronger. Inside the chaos world, wind and clouds surged. Tao marks were flickering, incessantly as if brewing some massive changes. Above 1,000 miles, True God Realm. Above 10,000 miles, Empyrean Realm. Arriving above 10,000 miles, all the Empyreans looked at Yi Yuan with stunned faces, all extremely shocked. Yi Yuan's body even still had the burnt traces left behind by heaven. Punishment lightning. Electricity flashed on his body, giving people a hair-raising feeling. And all this was reminding everyone that he came out of the realm fog. Yi Yuan did not care at all. His cultivation method was already about to be perfected. As long as he walked until he reached above 10,000 miles, his cultivation method should be pretty much perfected. At that time, he would be able to open up his own world. A great world that belonged to him. That was right. What Yi Yuan was cleaving open was a great world. A great world virtually identical to the Heavenspan world. His great world was naturally not comparable to the Heavenspan world in terms of scale. But in terms of quality, Yi Yuan felt that it was not inferior at all.
Yi Yuan.
Suddenly, a weak voice sounded out, interrupting Yi Yuan's thoughts. Yi Yuan did not hear this voice. Currently, he already entered a mysterious realm. Walking along the way, his comprehension grew deeper and deeper. His consciousness already merged into the Heavenspan Mountain's laws. Currently, in Yi Yuan's eyes, the Heavenspan Mountain was no longer the Heavenspan Mountain but constructed out of one thick line after another. The moment these thick lines went out of the Heavenspan Mountain, they became thin threads. The thin threads interwove, spreading out, reaching into the distance. Yi Yuan fused his soul into Tao and saw this scene clearly. The thick lines and thin threads were in a very organic operation. It was as if operating according to some rule. The entire Heavenspan world was like an enormous running machine. And the Heavenspan Mountain was the core power for this machine's operations. The Heavenspan Mountain was operating internally, then spurred the entire Heavenspan Mountain to operate. Everything was running on its own according to some pattern. These thick lines should be the power of Source, right? These thin threads have the power of Source spreading out. It should be the various kinds of law. Powers. Power of Source is the root of the Heavenspan world's operation, dominating all life in the world. And the further up, the more complex these powers of Source. With my current realm, I'm unable to comprehend it at all. However, I don't need to comprehend these powers of Source currently. My world is created by me. Climbing to Heavenly Emperor, overlooking the world, how my world should be created can basically be decided already. Enlightenment gradually emerged in Yi Yuan's heart. Regarding how to create a new world, he had a clear outline too. Hence, he took a step forward and walked over towards the realm fog. Where did this guy pop out from? Is he going to enter the realm fog? He should be going to break through, right? Could it be that he's going to pass through the realm fog and reach the realm of Heavenly Emperor that's above 100,000 miles? What a powerful guy. Even Heavenly Emperors don't dare to pass through the realm fog. He actually can. The span of Empyrean realm was very large, ranging from 10,000 miles to 100,000 miles. Yi Yuan walking out of the realm fog already caused a great sensation in the entire Empyrean realm region. Hence, his every action attracted much attention. Now, he was about to step above 100,000 miles. It naturally caused an even greater commotion. There had never been anyone who sought a breakthrough using such a method on the Heavenspan Mountain. In the crowd, a beautiful figure dressed in a light blue veil kept watching Yi Yuan, her entire body shaking endlessly. Her words reached her mouth many times but were swallowed back down again. 1,000 over years was not long, but to her it brought many changes. Like what was once the sea has now changed into mulberry fields. It was just that she did not expect that when she saw Yi Yuan again, it would be at such an occasion. The current Yi Yuan had clearly already entered an extremely rare state of epiphany. Once interrupted by her, he might waste all the previous efforts. Hence, she did not open her mouth. Only all the way until Yi Yuan's vanished completely into the realm fog did the tears in her eyes finally fall quietly. No idea how long had passed either. She suddenly smiled brightly, like flowers blooming. A hint of resolve flashed across in her eyes, and she quickly turned around and went down the mountain. Above 900,000 miles, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had already been comprehending Tao here for more than 100,000 years. Living for 10 million years already, he already cultivated to the realm of 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor. 10 million years of bitter cultivation, he finally reached peak 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor. Entering the Heavenspan mountain this time, he finally broke through the final profound hurdle and achieved the supreme existence of 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor. Ha ha ha! This Heavenly Emperor finally broke through. Finally broke through. This Emperor's Deva Blight tribulation will be arriving very soon. Breaking through to 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor, my success rate will increase greatly. Absorb for me. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright raised his head to the sky and roared excitedly. Cultivation method revolving, he absorbed heaven and earth spiritual energy. Frenziedly breaking through this final layer of shackles. Above 900,000 miles, how thick was the heaven and earth spiritual energy? Heavenly Emperor Just Bright swallowed like a whale swallowing seawater, absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energy frenziedly. But all of a sudden, his expression changed drastically. What's going on here? Why did all of the spiritual energy run down? The mountain? Not good, the rate of loss of spiritual energy is too fast. Already insufficient to support my breakthrough. Which damn fellow is doing this kind of depraved thing? Heavenly Emperor Just Bright could not resist letting loose a torrent of abuse. He was right at the critical juncture of breakthrough. In the end, he discovered that the heaven and earth spiritual energy was gone. This kind of situation was simply removing firewood from under the boiler. 100,000 miles to 1 million miles, such a huge area was the Heavenly Emperor region. Even though the area was vast, when Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were placed in this vast region, it appeared very sparse. This region might not produce a breakthrough every tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Now, things were good, he finally managed to break through but was forcefully interrupted by someone in the end. How aggravating. After persisting for a while, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright finally could not hold on anymore. He got to his feet, face black as the bottom of a pot, and went down the mountain seething with killing intent. I want to see who isn't afraid of death, to dare snatch this Heavenly Emperor's heaven and earth spiritual energy. I can't take action on the Heavenspan mountain, so when this Heavenly Emperor goes out, I'll definitely dice you into pieces and vent the hatred in my heart. When Yi Yuan walked out of the realm fog, reaching the Heavenly Emperor region, above 100,000 miles, he immediately had a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the bright moon. Everything suddenly became clear. Rumble. Inside of the world within Yi Yuan's body, that region of chaos suddenly started trembling. The next instant, the Chaos Heavenspan cannon suddenly revolved. This time was more intense than any instance in the past. The heaven and earth spiritual energy above 100,000 miles gathered over toward Yi Yuan here frenziedly. Every one of Yi Yuan's pores was working at full power, absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energy and converting it to divine essence. Currently, within Yi Yuan's body, it was like there were trillions of rivers merging into the sea. The incomparably berserk divine essence poured into the chaos world like a tsunami. The chaos world was expanding crazily. Currently, the chaos world was like a balloon. The berserk divine essence seemed to be pumping air inside. In a very short time, the circumference of the chaos world rapidly increased. From 100,000 feet to 200,000 feet, 500,000 feet, 1 million feet, 10 million feet. In a short while, Yi Yuan's chaos world expanded 100 times. Crack, crack, crack. All of a sudden, the chaos world suddenly fissured from the middle, splitting into two. The top half became taller and taller, higher and higher. The lower half became lower and lower, increasingly lower. A figure suddenly appeared in the chaos world. It was precisely Yi Yuan, only to see his palm face the sky and suddenly smack a palm out. At the same time, his feet stomped fiercely. The two disks of chaos separated further and further, becoming more and more distinct from each other. No idea how long had passed either, these two sides finally stabilized. Looking at this brand new world, Yi Yuan's face revealed a trace of a knowing smile. Chaos dividing into yin and yang, separating heaven and earth. One is heaven, one is earth. This realm, I'll call it the world realm then. Looking at his new world, Yi Yuan's face could not help revealing a wry smile. Even if expanded 100 times, my world is also just a drop in the ocean. Compared to the heaven-span world, Yi Yuan's internal world was not the slightest bit inferior to the heaven-span world in terms of quality, but in terms of scale it was far inferior. Compared to the heaven-span world, Yi Yuan's internal world could be said to be pocket-sized world. However, Yi Yuan was not discouraged. The heaven-span mountain was a complete world, while his world still had a lot of potentials which could keep on being tapped. He believed that one day he could create a world that could be on par with the heaven-span mountain. I just broke through to the world realm currently, but the thickness in terms of divine essence is already not inferior to peak first firmament heavenly emperor, coupled with time freeze and other divine abilities. Even if I run into third firmament heavenly emperors, I have the power to fight too. The breakthrough this time, the increase in strength was tremendous. When he was at peak chaos realm, he could cut down a first firmament heavenly emperor powerhouse. Now that his strength soared, being able to rival third firmament heavenly emperors was not incomprehensible. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in shock, "Damn! Here it is again." The eighth nirvanic tribulation arrived as promised. Every inch of Yi Yuan's body was becoming decayed and aged. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that the nirvanic tribulation this time actually could not be defied. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, and he said with a cold snort, "So what if it can't be defied? I have an entire world as my backing. Can't I pull through a measly little nirvanic tribulation? Heaven and earth law impose on my body." Yi Yuan established a connection between his fleshy body and the entire chaos world, drawing on the chaos world's power endlessly. Those necrotic muscles were regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the rank 8 nirvanic tribulation was indeed terrifying. Even if he drew the power of the world, it could only barely manage to let the speed of regeneration catch up to the speed of necrosis. However, Yi Yuan's chaos world could draw the outside world's heaven and earth spiritual energy inexhaustibly to replenish. It was equivalent to Yi Yuan borrowing the power of the heaven-span mountain to tide over the nirvanic tribulation this time. No matter how strong your nirvanic tribulation was, it was also impossible to be stronger than the heaven-span mountain. No idea how long time had passed, and then the nirvanic tribulation finally stopped. The speed of regeneration finally surpassed the rate of necrosis. His fleshy body was rapidly recovering. Finished transcending the nirvanic tribulation, Yi Yuan felt lingering fear. 2. No wonder no one dared to cultivate the perfect 9 transformations golden body. This rank 8 nirvanic tribulation isn't some nirvanic tribulation, but a certain death tribulation. My chaos world is so powerful, and I was still in such perilous danger. If it were others, they would have long died 10 times over, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. But the more dangerous, the greater the benefits obtained naturally. Currently, Yi Yuan's fleshy body, obtaining the blessing of Heavenly Emperor, could forcefully contend with Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. His casual punch could blow up a first firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. The fog gathered by heaven and earth spiritual energy finally scattered away, revealing Yi Yuan's figure. Turns out that it's a first firmament Heavenly Emperor little baby. Punk, you're deliberately causing trouble, right? Impudent brat, if you don't give this Emperor an explanation today, this Emperor will definitely make you regret being born in this world. Punk, you simply incur the wrath of gods and men when you do things. Do you Know that you've already offended all of the heavenly emperors on the mountain. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, he was drowned by spittles. A large group of heavenly emperor powerhouses surrounded, all scolding with flushed faces, filled with righteous indignation. Yi Yuan had a blank look, completely unaware of what was going on. In the crowd, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly rushed in front of Yi Yuan, pointed at Yi Yuan's node, and said viscously, "Punk, this Heavenly Emperor has remembered you. Just you wait after going out of the Heavenspan Mountain. This Heavenly Emperor will hunt you down till the end of the world." The moment Heavenly Emperor Just Bright spoke up, the rest quietened down and used a very pitiful gaze to look at him. This guy was too tragic. Finally managed to corroborate the path of Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Supreme Realm. In the end, the spiritual energy was directly drained by Yi Yuan, forcefully interrupting his breakthrough. No idea when would be the next time he found this opportunity. Right? Kill him. Not killing him. This old man can't stomach this anger. Kill him. Kill him. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "Senior, how did I offend you? There's no need to be so cruel, right?" Heavenly Emperor Just Bright stomped about in a frenzy and said, "How did you offend me? How did you offend me? You just offended me. Actually, it was not like this mountain full of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses did not struggle before. When Yi Yuan plundered the spiritual energy, they also attempted to absorb spiritual energy. But no matter how high their realm was, they could not win Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan this side was like a vacuum zone, the heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered over here frenziedly. No matter how hard they worked, it was all useless. Yi Yuan's expression was odd. Suddenly he grinned and said, "Since everyone wants to kill me, then I can't let you all go out of the Heavenspan Mountain." Heavenly Emperor Just Bright said with a disdainful look, "Not letting us go. Out." Bang. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's words were said halfway when it abruptly stopped. His face already struck by Yi Yuan's fist, fresh blood pouring. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed, one punch after another pummeling the group of heavenly emperors until they fled helter-skelter, wails of doom filling the lands. No matter how strong they were, they could not escape Yi Yuan's violent hands at all. Ah, why? Why isn't he restricted by the Heavenspan Mountain and can attack at will? Heavenspan Mountain, open your eyes and smite this guy. Damn it, damn it. Why doesn't the Heavenspan Mountain have any reaction at all? The heavenly emperors all shouted frantically, but the Heavenspan Mountain still did not have the slightest bit of activity. Before long, the strongest group of people in this world fell to the ground. They did not dare to fight back and could only get beaten. Yi Yuan did not kill but beat until they cried for their father and mother. Eighth transformation, perfect golden body, was no joke. Yi Yuan grabbed Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and smashed a fist on his face again and said, "Still want to kill me? Kill." Blocking one's breakthrough is akin to killing people's parents. Kill me today if you have the ability. Otherwise, this Heavenly Emperor will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the world. Bang. Still killing or not? Killing. Bang. Still killing or not? Not killing anymore. Not killing anymore. You. Stop hitting me. Yi Yuan let go of Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and said with a sigh, "Wouldn't there be no need to suffer so much physical hardship if you say it earlier? Swear a heavenly Tao oath then." Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had an appearance like his parents had died. Under Yi Yuan's despotic power, he swore a heavenly Tao oath. Yi Yuan did not kill. He only beat these guys until they were in pain and then forced them to swear a heavenly Tao oath one by one. After everything was settled, Yi Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being hunted down by the mountain full of heavenly emperor powerhouses was not a fun thing. After he finished forcing everyone to swear the heavenly Tao oath, Yi Yuan arrived before Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and patted his shoulder. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright jumped in fright and said with a mournful face, I already swore the heavenly Tao oath. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder brother, today's matter was my fault. In order to compensate you, this Yi can refine a 9 refinements cloud heaven pill for you free. 9 refinements cloud heaven pill. You know how to refine the 9 refinements cloud heaven pill. Hearing the name 9 refinements cloud heaven pill, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's breathing could not help becoming tense. But very soon he smiled coldly and said, Continue bragging, kid. Don't talk about the fact that you just broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm, even if you cultivate to 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor. It's also impossible to refine the 9 refinements cloud heaven pill. Rank 8 divine pills were too difficult to refine. To Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, even the most rubbish medicinal pill could make them excited for many years. Rank 8 divine pills were supreme level medicinal pills. Without the strength of Ancestor Realm, there was no way to touch it at all. But even if you had Ancestor Realm strength, it also did not mean that you could refine rank 8 divine pills. Therefore, the number of 8-star alchemy gods was few and far between. Furthermore, the further 8-star alchemy gods went up, the more difficult it got. A 9 refinements cloud heaven pill was a level 7 difficulty and above. Rank 8 divine pill. The refining difficulty could be imagined. Even some 8-star alchemy gods with extremely deep qualifications could not refine it, let alone talk about a brat who just broke through to Heavenly Emperor. 8-star alchemy gods that could refine the 9 refinements cloud heaven pill, each one was a supreme level figure of the heavenspan world. In terms of status, they were much higher than even Heavenly Emperor Just Bright, this 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor. A kid who just broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm said that he wanted to refine the 9 refinements cloud heaven pill. Wasn't this a joke? Hoo-hoo. Kid, you got to run it through your head when you're boasting. If you can refine the 9 refinements cloud heaven pill, then I can eat the heavenspan mountain. Who do you think you are? The reincarnation of the medicine ancestor? Able to refine the 9 refinements cloud heaven pill the moment you broke through. Yi Yuan's words immediately drew a wave of ridicule. Yi Yuan did not care and said with a light smile, Brother Just Bright, this Yi isn't joking with you. Later, you come to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma to find me. However, you have to gather the rank 8 spirit medicines yourself. This Yi isn't so loaded. Finished talking, he turned around and walked towards the transmission array, and went out to the heavenspan world. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, this name is so familiar. Ah, it's him. Heavenly Emperor Qingshan cried out in surprise. The others had baffled looks, not knowing what this guy was yelling about. The name of this Bodhidharma they had never heard before. It was clearly a minor faction. Kicking up a big fuss for what? Southern border, that kind of small place. What major faction can there be? Being all startled, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright wiped the blood on his face and said unhappily. Heavenly Emperor Qingshan said, You all have been in retreat here for many years and completely don't know how terrifying this person is. When everyone heard it, they could not help becoming interested. Someone said, It's just breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. What's there to be afraid of? But his cultivation method is indeed rather sinister, to actually drain all the heaven and earth spiritual energy above 100,000 miles. But so what? In the outside world I can smack him to death with one slap. But Heavenly Emperor Qingshan became more and more excited, and he said, The significance of him breaking through to Heavenly Emperor is extraordinary. Lord Just Bright, your beating wasn't in vain. You made a fortune. The moment Heavenly Emperor Just Bright heard this, he was greatly enraged and said, Punk, this emperor remembered you. This emperor can't do anything to that punk. But could it be that I still can't do anything to you? Heavenly Emperor Qingshan's expression changed greatly. He was just a first firmament Heavenly Emperor, so how could he stand being marked by Heavenly Emperor Just Bright? He waved his hand repeatedly and explained in a fluster. Lord Just Bright, calm your anger. Hear me say it entirely first. This Heavenly Eagle, Bodhidharma, is a new faction that just rose up in these recent few centuries. But no one dares to ignore this faction in the Heavenspan world anymore. That kid earlier is Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's leader, and he also has another identity. He is the Priest Temple's second sage. Second sage. Sacred Ancestor High Priest is in existence second only to the Medicine Ancestor. He's the Priest Temple's second sage. Then, when everyone heard this name, their faces finally became solemn. This second sage was not what anybody could take on. This title could only be recognized by the Sacred Ancestor High Priest himself. Furthermore, once he acknowledged it, it was equivalent to saying that Yi Yuan had strength that was not inferior to him. But a brat who just broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm, how could he possibly stand on equal footing as Sacred Ancestor High Priest? Heavenly Emperor Qingshan nodded and said, not long ago, when he was still a 7-star alchemy god, he refined an end-spirit divine grade 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill and forcefully created a Heavenly Emperor. At that time, he was hailed as the next medicine ancestor. Now he broke through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor. The words at the back, Heavenly Emperor Qingshan, did not speak. But the meaning was already very clear. This guy was remarkable. This kind of supreme-level 8-star alchemy god would become the target of all Heavenly Emperors to suck up to. The Heavenly Emperors present were already stunned by Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan's words. A 7-star alchemy god refining an end-spirit divine grade 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. This level of skill was simply an accomplishment that surpassed ancient and modern times. Now that he broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm, wouldn't it be incredible? 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill was indeed hard to refine, but to Yi Yuan, it did not seem to be something beyond comprehension. Ha ha ha. Well beaten. Well beaten. Beaten too well. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly burst into laughter and said 3 well beaten in a row and said agitatedly, Kid, what you said is right. This beating was indeed not in vain. This emperor won't hunt you down anymore, and even have to thank you well. If that boy can refine an end spirit 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill, this emperor will also have more confidence in transcending the Deva blight tribulation. Well beaten. Really well beaten. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright laughed crazily, but everyone understood his feelings very well. Breaking through to become a 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor was nothing. The scariest thing was still the Deva blight tribulation. End Spirit 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill was much more helpful to Heavenly Emperor Just Bright than breaking through to 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor. At this time, everyone could not help looking at Heavenly Emperor Just Bright rather enviously. This beating, he took it too beautifully. If they could, they would be willing to be pummeled into a pig's head by Yi Yuan. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright did not break through to become a 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor this time, but he had blessings come to him in the disguise of misfortune. Haha. Still cultivate my ass. This emperor will go out right now and quickly collect the spirit medicines and find that bra. Oh no, find that master to refine the pill. Everyone, goodbye. As he said, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright left with a big laugh. Yi Yuan left the Heavenspan Mountain through the transmission array and arrived at the Heavenly Fate Town where Heavenly Emperor powerhouses climbed the mountain. Returning to the Heavenspan world, he could teleport and return to Southfoot Town swiftly. Breaking through to World Realm, Yi Yuan's divine essence was incomparably thick. A greater teleportation was the distance of 1,000,000 miles. But when he was just about to leave, he heard somebody shout behind him, "This younger brother Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan turned out and looked. Who could it be if not Heavenly Emperor Just Bright? But seeing his fawning look, He clearly already knew his identity. It's brother just bright, huh? Why did you come out so quickly? Heaven span. Mountain Dao comprehension is the optimal place to break through, Yi Yuan said, with a joking look. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's old face was thick, and he said with a smile, with you, this great deity around, still cultivate my ass. This old man will go and find spirit medicines right away, and then I'll go to Heavenly Eagle, Bodhidharma, to find you later. You can't renege on what you promised me. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, if you're looking for spirit medicines, might as well take a trip with me together to Cloudheart Realm. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference is hosting the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. I believe that there won't be a shortage of rank 8 spirit medicines. Although he did not deliberately interrupt Heavenly Emperor Justbright's breakthrough, this consequence was indeed caused by him. With Yi Yuan's personality, he would naturally make up for it. Moreover, this matter was merely a matter of lifting a hand to him. Cloudheart Realm was the medicine ancestor's Bodhidharma. The medicine ancestor opened up a world of his own and was aloof from worldly things. The Heavenspan world's alchemy path powerhouses all took pride in being able to enter the Cloudheart Realm. It was just that the difficulty of entering Cloudheart Realm was too high. Those with ordinary identities could not enter at all. Cloudheart Realm was the well-deserved #1 alchemy holy land of the Heavenspan world. Heavenly Emperor Justbright was surprised when he heard that and said, there's actually still this sort of thing? Cloudheart Realm hasn't had any major activities in very long. Why did the medicine ancestor suddenly think of hosting this sort of grand event this time? He was in close seclusion for many years and completely did not know about this. But with Heavenly Emperor Justbright's status, he naturally knew about the moving direction of the Cloudheart Realm. The Cloudheart Realm had always been aloof from worldly affairs. It would not care about everything in the secular world at all. Even if they really organized something like an alchemy conference, it would also be held by his disciples in the secular world. They would not go to the Cloudheart Realm at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if I said that it was organized in order to take a hit at me, will you believe me? Heavenly Emperor Justbright laughed loudly, his expression suddenly reining in, as he said, I won't believe even if you beat me to death. What kind of status does the medicine ancestor have? Why would he personally make a move to take you, a junior, down? Even if you're the priest temple's second sage with your current strength, his disciples giving you a blow is more than enough. Why would he need to drag in so many people? Even though he knew that Yi Yuan was the second sage, he did not have a clear understanding of Yi Yuan's strength. Even if Yi Yuan could refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven Pill wanting to reach the level of Dao Ancestor's realm, it was still too far away. Dao Pills, that was the highest pinnacle of the alchemy path. And this step was virtually impossible to take. Since time immemorial, how many astonishingly talented alchemy powerhouses had attempted to reach the level of Dao Pill, but they all did not succeed. Now, the Heavenspan world's Dao Pill powerhouses were far too few. Yi Yuan still had to continue working hard to prove his strength. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan had long already refined a Dao Pill. If not because of this, why would the medicine ancestor take up arms and hold the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time? But Yi Yuan could not be bothered to explain these. He just shrugged and said, come on. The two people left Heavenly Fate Town and were just about to teleport away, but discovered that there were some tiny black dots in the distance. Looking at the appearance, it was a group of people besieging a person. Heavenly Emperor Justbright frowned and said, a bunch of little guys, a small squabble. No need to care about them. Come on. He looked over towards Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, his entire person already stepping out on the sky, and went over there. With one step, Heavenly Emperor Justbright's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, spatial law! What swift speed! This boy is indeed very peculiar. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several streaks of sword lights flashed past. There was instantly only one person left on the battlefield. When a woman in blue garments saw Yi Yuan, it was as if her entire person was drained, falling down softly. Yi Yuan's expression changed, hurriedly going up to support. At this time, he was incomparably surprised in his heart. This girl in front of him was the Shadow Moon Sect's senior apprentice sister Bailey Qingyan when he was in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm. This girl who should be in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm actually appeared in the Heavenspan world. Seeing Bailey Qingyan, Yi Yuan's head suddenly exploded. When he was comprehended Tao on the Heavenspan mountain previously, Bailey Qingyan seemed to have called out softly in the crowd. But at that time, all of his body and mind were immersed in comprehending the Chaos Heavenspan canon and did not hear at all. But when Yi Yuan's consciousness at that time fused into heavenly Tao, he naturally saw everything around him clearly. Looking back now, wasn't Bailey Qingyan above 10,000 miles? She came to find him. Yi Yuan made his judgment straight away. If not for seeing Bailey Qingyan here, Yi Yuan would have even forgotten this person. Regarding Bailey Qingyan's affection, Yi Yuan naturally knew about it. But his heart could not accommodate other women at all anymore. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that Bailey Qingyan was actually so deeply in love, secretly running out of the Bamboo Grove Void Realm. Furthermore, looking at her appearance, Bailey Qingyan should have run out very, very early on. Otherwise, with Bailey Qingyan's aptitude, it was absolutely impossible to cultivate to Empyrean realm in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm. Only by coming to the Heavenspan world and having fortuitous encounters time and again could she cultivate to the Empyrean realm within such a short time. In an instant, Yi Yuan thought of many things. When Bailey Qingyan saw Yi Yuan, her face revealed a trace of a slight smile. Using all of her strength, she said, "Being able to die in your arms,
I'm perfectly contented."
Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly dark and he said, "With me around, you won't." The current Bailey Qingyan, her life force was already severed, her life fading away rapidly. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright already arrived too. Taking a look at the injuries on Bailey Qingyan's body, he shook his head and said, "It's useless, her life force has already been thoroughly cut off. Even if you're the second sage, there's no way to save it all, unless the medicine ancestor comes in person." Yi Yuan turned around and shot him a fierce glare, and said in a cold voice, "Shut up for me. Come over. Use your longevity to channel chi to her." Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's expression changed and he said, "Rubbish! This Emperor's Blight tribulation is about to arrive soon. Using longevity to channel chi to her, isn't it courting death? Moreover, even if I channel chi to her, it's also just delaying her death. It can't save her at all. This kind of loss-making transaction. This emperor won't do it." Yi Yuan bellowed, "Enough crap. Your loss in longevity, I'll help you make up for it. In addition, not counting refining the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill this time, I'll owe you a favor." When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright heard this, his eyebrows shot up and he said, "Is this for real? If you keep on talking F*King nonsense, do you believe that I won't even help you to refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill anymore?"
Ye Yuan.
Exploded with a rare swear word. Bailey Qingyan's life was rapidly dissipating, continuing to delay, and it would really be hopeless. He was burning with anxiety and this guy was still rambling nonsense. How could he not be angry? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright did not dare to talk rubbish and hurriedly came over to use his longevity to help Bailey Qingyan extend her life. Yi Yuan let go of Bailey Qingyan and immediately went to one side to meditate, his entire person entering a state of emptiness. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright saw this scene, he could not help saying very curiously, "What in this boy doing? Can meditating a bit save this girl? This kid wouldn't be swindling me, right? 1 breath, 10 breaths, 100 breaths, 100 breaths later." Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes, both hands, pointing out in the void non-stop. An incomparably complex grand array quickly formed in the void. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was greatly astonished. Such a complicated and elaborate array formation was absolutely not what 8-star formation gods could set up. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had never seen before the scene of Yi Yuan refining the Chaos Samsara pill. If he had seen it before, he would know what Yi Yuan was doing. He was going to refine a Tao pill. Chapter 2284. Things still remained the same, but the people were no longer the same. ***. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had broad and profound knowledge, and he had naturally heard of Tao pills before. Except it was merely limited to hearsay only too. Tao pills were too rare. Forget about him, a Heavenly Emperor expert, even if it was a Deva realm powerhouse. Those who had actually seen before Tao pills could be counted on one hand too. And the value of a Tao pill was already impossible to measure using divine essence stones. The array formation that Yi Yuan set up became more and more complicated. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright became more and more alarmed as he watched. Actually, prior to this, he more or less still had some doubts. That Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan's words were indeed too fantastical. After all, Yi Yuan's realm was too low. But witnessing Yi Yuan's inconceivable means one after another, he finally believed it. Yi Yuan, this second sage title was well-deserved. And this also greatly increased his confidence towards Yi Yuan. Suddenly, an aura of great Tao source suddenly descended, making Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's pupils constrict. Formation rise. Pill condense. It was only to hear Yi Yuan give a cold cry. The grand array erupted with an extremely brilliant light. The aura of great Tao source suddenly entered the grand array, fusing together with those spirit medicines. Tao pill. Absolutely won't be wrong. This must be a Tao pill. It must be Tao pill. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's voice suddenly became agitated. He was an old monster who had lived for 1 trillion years, but Tao pill, this sort of thing, it was still his first time seeing one. Tao pills were too rare. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said in shock, "Could it be that what he said was true? Myriad Region Alchemy Conference is really only organizing the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time because he dreads him? This is also too inconceivable. Talented people will be born to take over the previous generation, each leading a domain for 1,000,000 years. Looks like the medicine ancestor really encountered his match this time." Seeing Yi Yuan refine the Tao pill, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly associated it with many things. Only at this time did he truly understand how serious a promise from Yi Yuan was. Helping him refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill, he really picked up a treasure. Some longevity in exchange for a favor from Yi Yuan. This deal was really a bargain. Freaking hell, this emperor is really too lucky to actually run into such a good thing. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright could not resist swearing. Very soon, the light faded. A lustrous golden medicinal pill suspended in the air. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and seized it, bringing it over. Bailey Qingyan had long already lost consciousness. Yi Yuan pried open her mouth and sent the medicinal pill in. "Master Yi, what medicinal pill is this?" Heavenly Emperor Just Bright asked, with a curious look. "No name," Yi Yuan said without even looking at him. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright said in surprise, "How can a medicinal pill not have a name? Why must a medicinal pill have a name?" "Ah, you were meditating just now. Could it be in order to create a new pill formula?" Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Yi Yuan did not speak, declining to comment. But by the side, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was shocked speechless. Meditating for 100 breaths and creating a Tao pill. Just how monstrous was this guy? Ugh! Bailey Qingyan let out a groan in her sleep, gradually waking up. I'm not dead yet." She was a little surprised as she said. When she saw Yi Yuan walk into the realm fog, she knew that Yi Yuan would probably come out of Heavenly Fate Town. Hence, she decisively went down the mountain and killed all the way over from another town. But these people's strengths were too strong, she used too many spells that stimulated her potential along the way. When she saw Yi Yuan, she was already severely wounded. Coupled with the sequela caused by stimulating her potential, she was already on the verge of death. But Yi Yuan's medicinal pill forcefully dragged her back from the god of death. "With me around, you can't die," Yi Yuan said smilingly. Bailey Qingyan forced a smile and said, "Not seeing for close to 2,000 years, you've already become so formidable." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You also became a lot stronger." Bailey Qingyan stared at Yi Yuan and said with a multitude of feelings, "I thought that I would never see you again. Heaven took pity on me. I actually saw you when in a hopeless situation." Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, "Silly girl." Bailey Qingyan smiled and said, "I know that I'm silly. I clearly knew that it wasn't possible, but I still couldn't control myself from wanting to see you. Therefore, you guys just left and I already followed you guys out. I thought that I could find you, but I didn't expect that this parting was close to 2,000 years." Yi Yuan was slightly moved and said, "What in the world did you experience? These 2,000 years? Who were the people hunting you down earlier?" Dao pills were Dao pills. When talking, Bailey Qingyan's complexion already improved a lot. When Heavenly Emperor just bright by the side saw this scene, his eyes went wide. This lass was clearly a person who was about to die just now. In a twinkle, she was alive and well? Was this the power of a Dao pill? Dao pills, he only heard before how magical it was, but it was still his first time truly witnessing its might. This kind of means simply transformed the rotten into something magical. With Yi Yuan around, it was really hard to die even if one wanted to. Bailey Qingyan slowly sat up, an additional hint of determination in her expression. Previously, when she saw him, her eyes were full of tenderness. But at this time, when her injuries got better, this hint of determination was revealed unnaturally. Yi Yuan discovered that Bailey Qingyan was different from before. When in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm, she was just a genius disciple. Although her talent was decent, she was like a flower in a greenhouse. But now, there was an additional strong murderous air in Bailey Qingyan's eyes. This showed that she had experienced no idea how many killings in these few years. Bailey Qingyan was neither too fast nor too slow, slowly recounting her experiences over these few years. But Yi Yuan's expression gradually became gloomy. The ordeals that Bailey Qingyan experienced these few years were simply unimaginable. To a girl, for her to be able to pull through was simply a miracle. How many times I wanted to die to end it, but not seeing you, I'm still unwilling. It's precisely this unwillingness that supported me to this day. Originally, seeing you, my wish was already fulfilled and I could die with my eyes closed. Didn't expect that I was saved by you. Talking up to here, Bailey Qingyan's eyes turned dim. When in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm, I couldn't help falling in love and didn't think that much at all. But after arriving at the Heavenspan world, experiencing life and death countless times, only then did I gradually understand that it's simply impossible between us. However, I'll still want to go and find you uncontrollably. It's just that I was controlled by them and couldn't escape at all. Originally, dying was my best option. That way, at least I can occupy a place in your heart. Yet, you brought me back to life. The present Bailey Qingyan was no longer the Bailey Qingyan back then long ago. However, her heart towards him had never changed before. Yi Yuan did not say anything. He had no way of promising Bailey Qingyan. Just as Bailey Qingyan said, his heart could not accommodate her. Except, everything that Bailey Qingyan endured was all because of him. On this aspect, he could not sit by idly and remain indifferent. Yi Yuan slowly stood up and said, "Senior apprentice Sister Bailey, lead the way." Bailey Qingyan was taken aback and asked, "Where to?" "To kill." Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent. Middle Realm, River Sun Great Imperial Capital. In a certain underground palace, a man in white was currently playing with two concubines. A subordinate came in hastily and reported, "Lord Branch Head, the few Empyreans who were pursuing Bailey Qingyan that lass, their soul tablets have all shattered. They should already be all dead. What? 5 9th firmament Empyreans hunting down an 8th firmament. Empyrean actually died? When did that girl become so powerful? The man in white almost jumped up. The subordinate said with difficulty. About this, subordinate doesn't know. The man in white was silent and did not speak. Suddenly he said, "Go and get her soul tablet over. Looks like this emperor is going to take action myself. Jeej, this lass is really feisty, to rather die than submit to this emperor. This emperor wants to see where she can hide to." Before long, the subordinate came over carrying Bailey Qingyan's soul tablet. The man in white took the soul tablet, a look of amusement on his face. His divine sense sunk into the soul tablet. Suddenly his brows knitted tightly together. The man in white said with a strange look on his face, "Hang on, why do I sense that she's currently very near to me?" "You didn't sense wrongly. She's indeed right here." At this time, a calm and collected voice sounded out. Following that, 3 figures slowly walked out of the darkness. One of them was precisely Bailey Qingyan. And among these 3 people, that old man gave him a feeling of extreme danger. What a powerful aura! Virtually without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly stomped his foot. The void trembled. His figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, and his aura also became illusory. Heavenly Emperor Justbright's expression changed, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Concealment arts. Not good, he's going to run away. Immobilize." However, his voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan lightly spat a word out of his mouth. Everything suddenly paused. Heavenly Emperor Justbright looked at Yi Yuan dumbfoundedly and stammered, Heavenly Tao true word. You, just how many trump cards do you have?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Don't worry. You'll see it little by little." As he said, he slowly walked into the darkness and pointed. The man in white was like a deflated ball, his entire person becoming dispirited and inert. The man in white was merely a first firmament heavenly emperor. To Yi Yuan, killing him did not need the slightest effort at all. Yi Yuan carried him and directly threw him in front of Bailey Qingyan and said, "Coolly, you do it yourself." Bailey Qingyan looked at the powerful heavenly emperor. He could not even make a move in front of Yi Yuan, and she could not help feeling a burst of pride. The present Yi Yuan was really too strong. Bailey Qingyan looked at the man in white and said with a cold smile, "Rui Qin, you didn't expect that you'd have today, right?" Rui Qin's face changed, and he said, "Bailey Qingyan, don't you forget, you still have the death soul curse that isn't dispelled. If you dare betray the death soul gate, you'll die without a burial ground." Bailey Qingyan said disdainfully, "Very regretfully, my death soul curse has already been dispelled." Rui Qin laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha! The death soul curse that even heavenly emperors can't undo, just the likes of you can undo. I naturally can't dispel it, but he can." Bailey Qingyan pointed at Yi Yuan and said. Rui Qin still did not believe and said with a sneer, "The death soul curse is the death soul gate's unique curse. Even 9th firmament heavenly emperors can't undo it. Just the likes of him, a first firmament heavenly emperor, also wants to dispel it? Bailey Qingyan, could it be that you take this emperor to be a fool?" But Bailey Qingyan said coolly, "You should have heard of his name before, the priest temple's second sage." This time, Rui Qin's expression finally changed. He turned his head to look at Yi Yuan, his gaze full of horror. Your second sage Yi Yuan. How can it be? How can it be? I have no grudge nor enmity with you. Why are you?" Not so long ago, the higher-ups just issued an order to let the death soul gate never provoke Yi Yuan. Who could have thought that he did not provoke Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan paid a visit himself instead? Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Because she's my friend. Your death soul gates people deserve to die. Bailey Qingyan's experience during these 2,000 years was precisely having fallen into the Death Soul Gate. In the Death Soul Gate, Bailey Qingyan received the most brutal killing training. She forcefully carved out a bloody path from among hundreds of thousands of Divine Lord realms, using other people's blood to forge her present Empyrean realm strength. For 2,000 years, she wandered about the borders of life and death countless times. If not for this thought of seeing Yi Yuan supporting her, she would have long died. But it was also precisely because of this that the strikingly beautiful Bailey Qingyan became a cold killer. Only in that moment when she saw Yi Yuan did her heart that she already sealed for a long time finally thaw. Bailey Qingyan was assigned to the River Sun branch and put under Rui Qin. But this guy actually coveted Bailey Qingyan's beauty. Rui Qin originally wanted to use force, but he did not know that Bailey Qingyan had long made preparations for this day. She actually used a secret art and escaped this calamity. However, Bailey Qingyan's Death Soul curse was still grasped in Rui Qin's hands. These few years she had to suffer the torment of the Death Soul curse every day. But Rui Qin had coveted Bailey Qingyan for a long time already and did not want to kill her. Instead, he sent subordinates to hunt down Bailey Qingyan. Bailey Qingyan was helpless and could only hide on the Heavenspan mountain. At that place, those assassins did not dare to take action. But she never thought that she actually bumped into Yi Yuan there. It was also considered meeting with life in a desperate situation. However, it was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan thoroughly rampaged against the Death Soul Gate. How did this happen? How can this be? You guys can't kill me. If you kill me, the Death Soul Gate won't let you all off. Rui Qin roared. Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look, "You all are merely the divine races. Lackeys, yet you still don't know it. Truly lamentable. Rest assured, the Death Soul Gate can't jump around for more than a few days anymore." Whoosh! A cold light flashed. Bailey Qingyan already attacked with her sword. Rui Qin's divine sea was thoroughly sealed by Yi Yuan, and he was completely unable to make use of world power to protect his body. His sword was neat and tidy. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed forward, grabbing Rui Qin's divine soul in his hand. An overbearing divine sense suddenly crushed over. He wanted to soul search. As a heavenly emperor, Rui Qin definitely knew quite a bit about the Death Soul Gate's secrets. However, a cloud of black energy suddenly erupted, attempting to extinguish Rui Qin's divine soul. This was the seal added in Rui Qin's divine soul. Once someone searched the soul, he would be directly annihilated and cause a fatal blow to the soul searcher. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Playing this in front of me, you're just showing off in the presence of an expert." His divine soul suddenly turned into a large hand and directly grabbed at that seal. Then, under this large hand, that seal was actually forcefully pressed back down. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright stared dumbfoundedly with slack jaws. This kind of divine soul fight was the most dangerous. Yi Yuan's divine soul was even more tyrannical than his divine essence. It was completely unreasonable, directly pressing the seal back and forcefully searching the soul. What this kind of exchange competed in was not just soul force. There was also comprehension toward the divine soul. Yi Yuan had clearly already reached the acme of perfection in the path of divine soul. Have you guys heard? In a short few months' time, the Death Soul Gate's major and minor branches already have several dozen of them destroyed. The Death Soul Gate has committed all sorts of evil and finally brought retribution upon themselves. How gratifying! I really didn't expect that even Cloudlink Mountain Range is actually the Death Soul Gate's assassin base. I heard that there were 3 powerhouses who went over and directly wiped them out all at once, rescuing hundreds of thousands of martial artists. No idea who did this either, but it's truly the greatest good. Those martial artists who escaped said that the leader was a youth in white. When he charged into Cloudlink Mountain Range, he used Heavenly Tao True Word and froze space-time. Being able to use this move, it should be second sage Yi Yuan, right? It's actually him. Second sage really did a great thing. A short few months' time, Yi Yuan destroyed a large number of major and minor.
Dødsål gate brannskis.
This organization's structure was extremely secretive. If not for Yi Yuan opening up a gap from Rui Qin, he could not find the way at all. However, once this gap was opened up, it was like a breached bank. Yi Yuan killed all the way over and searched souls all the way and grasped more and more secrets. In the end, he finally touched the killer base of the Death Soul Gate, and then he brought Heavenly Emperor just bright and pushed over. Cloudlink Mountain Range's killer base was precisely the place where Bailey Qingyan was trained. Except each time Bailey Qingyan went in and out, she could not figure out the direction at all. Hence, there were countless killers who walked out of here, but no one knew that this place was the Death Soul Gate's training base. And this place also had white bones buried in the hundreds of millions. Fortunately, Yi Yuan tracked down by following the clues and finally found this place from a Death Soul Gate upper echelon's body. This time, Yi Yuan virtually pulled the Death Soul Gate up by the roots. As the divine race's lackey, the Death Soul Gate's master was also merely fourth firmament Heavenly Emperor cultivation. After all, the divine race was also unable to control Heavenly Emperors that were too powerful. Under Heavenly Emperor Justbright's formidable strength, they could not stand up to a single blow at all. The reason why the Death Soul Gate was powerful was precisely because of its mysteriousness and unknown. And once this secret was revealed, the Death Soul Gate would also become fish on the chopping board, being placed at the mercy of others. Inside the hidden lineage's small world, Third Elder Rufeng was angered until he stomped his feet in anger. It's this brat again. It's this brat again. This time I must tear his corpse into countless pieces, Rufeng said in a thunderous rage. By the side, Divine Daughter Rongxie also had a solemn look as she said, the Death Soul Gate being uprooted, it's equivalent to our hidden lineage losing its eyes to monitor the heaven-span world. This is very bad news to us. Head Elder Ji Ling sighed and said, in order to establish the Death Soul Gate, this old man expended a lot of effort back then using means to deceive everybody, establishing it under the eyelids of the human race's major powers. In order to prevent news from being leaked, I even specially added a divine soul seal to each heavenly emperor. I didn't expect that kid can actually crack the divine soul seal and track down by following the clues. Sai really underestimated him. The human race had quite a number of major powers that came from the previous era. These people were extremely guarded against the divine race. Even Ji Ling, this level of powerhouse, did not dare show his face easily too. Otherwise, what awaited them would be a catastrophe. Death Soul Gate could be said to be Ji Ling's painstaking effort. He did not expect that it was actually wiped out in one fell swoop by Yi Yuan. Rufeng said fiercely, Head Elder, I'll go and kill this punk, not killing him. It's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Ji Ling shook his head and said, at this time we can't stir up unnecessary incidents. The divine martial hall's lords will be coming out of seclusion very soon, and the two-world seal has already loosened too. The opportunity for our divine race to rise up again is already ripe. This time, with our high-level combat power, coupled with the help of the Abyss Devil race, we'll surely be able to completely defeat the human race. If something goes wrong at this time, then all previous efforts will be wasted. Better to bear with it. Rufeng gnashed his teeth in hatred and said in a cold voice, Humph! That punk got off lucky. After our divine race returns anew, the first one that this elder is going to kill will be this punk. Seeing Yi Yuan again, Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu felt jitters. This person was very dangerous. Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu was greatly shocked in his heart. When Yi Yuan went on a trip up the Heavenspan Mountain, his strength was actually already so terrifying. Ha ha ha. Younger brother Yi truly brings great joy to the masses. This Death Soul Gate is like a fly, plaguing the Heavenspan world for no idea how Many years already. Many people wanted to get rid of them. But these guys were too mysterious. People couldn't find their lair at all. The still younger Brother Yi, who's impressive, pulling them up by the roots the moment you make your move. Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu sighed with admiration as he said. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the Death Soul Gate is nothing to be scared of. The divine race behind them is the most terrifying. In an epoc's time, the divine race has accumulated God knows how formidable a strength. Once it erupts, the heaven-span world will probably be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu said in puzzlement, the divine race? Yi Yuan nodded and said, the heaven-span world's former ruler. In the last epoch, the divine race was defeated by the human, demon, and fiend races. Teaming up, the divine race then retreated to the abyss world. Before long, they will stage a comeback. Hiss! Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu sucked in a cold breath. This kind of secret it was still his first time hearing. Yi Yuan said coolly, these few days, many thanks to Brother Xian Yu for taking care of Senior Drunkard. In order to express thanks, this Yi will refine a medicinal pill for Brother Xian Yu. Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu's entire body trembled, and he immediately burst into ecstasy. Only when Old Drunkard saw Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu's reaction did he know how high Yi Yuan's current status was. He also finally understood what Xian Yu said to him meant. In that case, I really have to thank younger brother Yi very much. Yi Yuan smiled and said, in the era of great struggle, an additional portion of strength is an additional portion of protection. Brother Xian Yu, treasure it. Yi Yuan helped Xian Yu finish refining the medicinal pill, then took his leave. After Yi Yuan left, a figure slowly appeared beside Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu. Xian Yu bowed in salute and said, Lord Swordtime, how is this boy? This man was precisely the Deva Fourth Blight Supreme Powerhouse. Heavenly Emperor Swordtime. Heavenly Emperor Swordtime slowly opened his mouth and said, he discovered me. Xian Yu was startled and said, how is this possible? If a Deva Fourth Blight Sovereign had the intention to hide, even Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperors had no way of discovering too. Yi Yuan just broke through to Heavenly Emperor and he could already discover Heavenly Emperor Swordtime's spying? His understanding of Heavenly Tao already exceeded your imagination. This boy will surely achieve great things in the future. It's just that I don't know if there's time for him to grow or not. Swordtime said, deep in thought. Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu's face changed and he said, Your Excellency, why are you also? Could it be that this divine race is really so terrifying? Swordtime's expression was solemn as he said, more terrifying than you think. Doomsday battle isn't just casual talk. Once the war starts, it will obliterate the heavens and decimate the earth. Even a Tao ancestor that level of a powerhouse will find it hard to not get involved too, because the divine race has existences rivaling Tao ancestors too. Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu's mind shook wildly, his gaze being full of astonishment. The clouds and fog were so heavy that one only knew that they were in the mountains. What it was referring to was the Cloudheart Mountain Range. Cloudheart Mountain Range was an extremely huge mountain range around the Heavenspan Mountain, heaven and earth spiritual energy extremely abundant. The entrance of the Cloudheart realm was in the area where Cloudheart Mountain Range's spiritual energy was the thickest. Normally, no one would come here. This place was the medicine ancestors' Bodhidharma. No one dared to profane the medicine ancestors' invincible might. But now, Cloudheart Mountain Range was crowded with people. Many powerhouses were flying towards the depths of the mountain one after another. TSK, the medicine ancestor occupies this level of Spirit Mountain and Great River. Truly remarkable. If not for following you, this emperor wouldn't dare approach this place too. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright said with vicissitudes of emotion. Thinking of how he was 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor, he was also an apex existence in the Heavenspan world. But Cloudheart Mountain, this sort of place, he would never have dared to come. Cloudheart Realm's background was far deeper than the priest temple. This place had powerhouses as plentiful as clouds. Even Deva Realm super powerhouses also did not dare to act wildly here, let alone Heavenly Emperor. Just Bright, an 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor. Sensing the oppressive spiritual energy, Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This place is close to the Heavenspan Mountain. It's likely one of the Bodhidharmas with the richest spiritual energy. With the medicine ancestor's ability, he can live up to this place." Although very disdainful toward the medicine ancestor's character, Yi Yuan did not have any doubts about his strength at all. What a pretty beauty! A young man next to him suddenly stopped, eyes staring right at Bailey Qingyan, with a lecherous look. Behind the youth, an old man with a white beard and hair followed. The old man's body emitted powerful undulations. He was clearly not mediocre. Bailey Qingyan's brows furrowed slightly but did not pay attention to that. "Young man, Yi Yuan, let's go," Bailey Qingyan said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and was just about to continue ahead. But that youth's figure moved, blocking the few people's path. "Hoo-hoo! What a feisty beauty! This young master, I like it. Beautiful lady, I am the most outstanding 7-star alchemy god of the Purple Azure Realms. Lung family, Lung Tianhao. In the future I'll be entering the medicine ancestors' tutelage. If you follow me, you'll have endless glory and wealth." Lung Tianhao said these words very confidently. He felt that as long as he brought out the Lung family's name, Bailey Qingyan would definitely be moved. Purple Azure Realm's Lung family. Yi Yuan and Bailey Qingyan did not have much reaction, but Heavenly Emperor Just Bright got a shock, a look of dread on his face. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's reaction, Lung Tianhao's face was even more proud of himself. "Why? Is the Purple Azure Realm's Lung family very famous?" Yi Yuan asked. Curiously, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright nodded slightly and said, "The Purple Azure Realm is an alchemy ancient family with an extremely distant legacy. Its background extremely deep. The Lung family's ancestor himself is a peak ancestor realm alchemy master. The Lung family's Lung Tianqi even went under the medicine ancestor's eldest disciple's tutelage, and is the medicine ancestor's grand pupil." Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had lived for a long time and knew about these reclusive families of the Heavenspan world like the back of his hand. Moreover, this Lung family was an extremely formidable alchemy ancient family. In the first place, hearing Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's words, Lung Tianhao said smugly, Lung Tianqi is precisely my elder brother." Yi Yuan gave an "oh" and did not express much. "Little beauty, there's no future following this kind of poor and pedantic boy. Following me, not only can you enjoy wealth and glory, reaching peak Heavenly Emperor in the future is nothing difficult too. How about it? Consider it." As Lung Tianhao said, he actually reached his hand out to grab at Bailey Qingyan in front of Yi Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's faces. Bailey Qingyan's gaze turned cold, figure flashing, avoiding this touch. Lung Tianhao did not care in the slightest and said smilingly, "Little beauty is shy. Relax. Big brother will dote on you well in the future." A surge of killing intent welled up from Bailey Qingyan's body and she said in a cold voice, "Yi Yuan, I want to kill people." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Kill for what? A guy whose head is swimming with sperm. Castrate him." Bailey Qingyan smiled sweetly and said, "Good idea." These two people chatted as if there was no one else around, but the old man opposite became alert. A powerful and unmatched aura suddenly released, enveloping the three people. A cold light flashed. Bailey Qingyan's sword was inconceivably fast. However, the old man opposite was an 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor Supreme powerhouse. How could he give Bailey Qingyan the chance to draw her sword? Immobilize. However, before he even made a move, Yi Yuan opened his mouth calmly. A terrifying wave of heavenly Tao law suddenly descended, restraining the old man. An eighth firmament heavenly emperor powerhouse, Yi Yuan was unable to restrain him for too long. It was just for a moment in time, but just this moment was sufficient. Ah! An astonishing cry reverberated throughout the clouds. Lung Tianhao clutched his lower body in pain. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he said with a furious roar, "You guys dare to cripple young master? This emperor will make you pay with your lives." Done talking. A terrifying aura erupted once more. The old man rushed toward
Ye Yuan.
But right at this time, a figure interjected in the middle of both parties, blocking the old man's path. The arrival was a middle-aged in azure robes, his aura extremely strong, even above the old man. He looked at the old man and said in a cold voice, "Those who attack within the Cloud Heart Mountain range, kill without mercy." Before the old man spoke yet, they heard Lung Tianhao's pig slaughter-like voice sound out. He said, "It was them who made a move first. Taoist brother. Azure Feather, I'm Lung Tianqi's younger brother. You have to uphold justice for me." When he was talking, cold sweat poured profusely. Clearly, he was in immense pain. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather turned to look at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "It's forbidden to take action on Cloud Heart Mountain Range. Didn't your family's grown-ups teach you before coming?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a faint smile, "With your shrewdness, can't you tell what's going on? Questioning me like this, is it that you think I'm easy to bully?" Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather was sent to patrol the mountains. He was naturally a character adept at dealing with people. He came over and took a look, and he immediately understood what was going on. It was just that Lung Tianhao mentioned his family, and that was his own people. He naturally had to side with Lung Tianhao, but he never thought that Yi Yuan actually laid bare the truth with a single comment. This boy was clearly very young. Why would he have such meticulous thoughts? Humph! No matter how glib your tongue is, you attacking is real. Could it be that this emperor can't deal with you? This emperor gives you a chance. Cripple your own divine sea, and I can spare you from death. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather stood with his hands behind his back as he said, coolly. He knew most of the Heavenspan world's various major families' alchemy experts. But regardless of whether it was Yi Yuan or Heavenly Emperor Just Bright, both looked very unfamiliar to him. So he determined that Yi Yuan was merely a small faction's genius that was all his Cloud Heart realm could afford to offend. Ah, Cloud Heart realm's people are truly awe-inspiring. It's just that, if you flaunt your power in front of me, I'm afraid that you can't clean up the mess. In a while, you'll probably be kneeling in front of me and apologizing, Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather was tickled the moment he heard and laughed in spite of himself and said, "Snotty brat, probably never seen the world before, right? There have only ever been others apologizing to Cloud Heart Realms. Cloud Heart Realms people will never apologize to outsiders. Just the likes of you also want to make this emperor apologize. Now this emperor gives you 3 breaths of time. If you don't take action, this emperor will do it. 3, 2, 1. Looks like this emperor still has to do it." Seeing that Yi Yuan did not take any action, Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather calmly pointed a finger out and was about to eradicate Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan and casually waved his hand, extinguishing this attack. Seeing the arrival, Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather's pupils constricted, and he said with a bow, "Lord Zijin." Zijin ignored him. He turned around and gave a bow toward Yi Yuan, saying, "Medicine Ancestor's disciple, Zijin, offers greetings to Second Sage." Hearing the name Second Sage, Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather's expression changed wildly. Who in the world did not know him? This alchemy world's upstart, Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather had long heard of his name like a thunderclap piercing the ear, but he had not seen Yi Yuan before. A chill ran down Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather's back. Only then did he know that he caused huge trouble. The commotion at this side was blown up very big and already attracted quite a number of powerhouses to stop and watch. Hearing Zijin's words, everyone looked toward Yi Yuan, extremely surprised. He's the legendary second sage? I really couldn't tell. So young and he's actually already so impressive. I heard that second sage's alchemy strength can already rival peak 8-star. Alchemy gods. Wonder if it's true or fake. TSK, Lord Azurefeather was too much just now. This matter probably can't be settled. The name of second sage had long already been resounding like the roar of thunder in the alchemy world. It was just that the people who had seen Yi Yuan before could be counted with one's fingers. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Hoo-hoo, your Cloudheart Realm's way of hospitality." This Yi is considered to have experienced it. Zijin's gaze flickered slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Azurefeather, why haven't you come over and apologized to Lord Second Sage?" Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather could only toughen his scalp and come over. Giving a bow toward Yi Yuan, he said, "Azurefeather didn't know that second sage has arrived, resulting in offending second sage. Please pardon my offense." Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Brother Azurefeather, what did you say just now?" This Yi didn't hear clearly. "Can you repeat it again?" Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather's expression was extremely ugly. Yi Yuan's warning was still ringing in his ears. Just now, he still did not feel anything. But currently, his face felt burning. Hot like he had been slapped twice. Of course, these 2 slaps were dealt by himself. He postured too much earlier. Just finished saying that Cloudheart Realm's people would never apologize to outsiders. In a blink, he slapped his own face. Azurefeather had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. "I hope that second sage can calm your anger." Azurefeather was helpless and could only apologize. Once again, Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you don't deal with affairs fairly and show off your power, forget it. But just now you had killing intent toward this Yi. You wouldn't think that this will slide with such a light and floaty sentence, right?" Azurefeather's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Lord Second Sage, this Emperor is at any rate 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor too. You don't need to be so persistent, right? Don't be too ruthless so that we can meet on good terms in the future." A 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor naturally had the pride of a 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. This level of a powerhouse was already standing at the summit of the Heavenspan world. Deva realm powerhouses mostly remained reclusive, very rarely did anyone show their face. And 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperors could be said to be existences that rule a region of the world. Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather knew that Yi Yuan's status was extraordinary, but he was only a little guy who just entered Heavenly Emperor after all. Him apologizing to Yi Yuan was already giving adequate face. He was actually still not satisfied. Yi Yuan ignored him, but looked at Zijin and said with a smile, "Brother Jin, what do you say?" Zijin's expression was also ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan had not entered Cloudheart Realm yet, and both sides already fell out so badly. To be honest, he also did not know why Master regarded Yi Yuan so highly. But Master gave the instructions to have him make sure to settle Yi Yuan down. Well, in contrast, Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather's face was nothing. "Azurefeather, kneel down," Zijin suddenly said in a solemn voice. Azurefeather's expression changed drastically, and he said, "Lord Zijin, kneel. Apologize." Zijin's tone became unprecedentedly harsh. Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather had a look of unwillingness on his face. Looking at Yi Yuan fiercely, he wished to kill him. But under Zijin's powerful pressure, he could only grit his teeth and kneel. Following Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather kneeling down in the air, a series of exclamations came from the sides. A 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor actually knelt down toward someone. This level of existence had always been high and mighty in their eyes, akin to gods. But now, a godlike existence in their eyes actually knelt down. If Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather knelt to a Deva realm, they would not be so surprised too. But the target of his kneeling was merely a little guy who had just entered. Heavenly Emperor. No matter if Yi Yuan was the second sage, he was too young after all. Not everyone had the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest's level of judgment, being able to discern Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. In the hearts of the vast majority of the people, Yi Yuan was merely just a genius. That was all. A genius and a powerhouse were two totally different concepts. A powerhouse, that was a leviathan who truly commanded a region. His every movement and action could affect the direction of the heavenspan world. While a genius only had the potential of becoming a powerhouse. Before growing up, geniuses were merely just geniuses too. But such a person actually pressured a ninth firmament heavenly emperor into kneeling and apologizing. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather and said coolly, "Looks like Brother Azurefeather is very unconvinced." Azurefeather glared at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Today's matter, Azurefeather has noted it down." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Are you very confused? Doesn't matter, you'll understand very soon." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned to Zijin and said, "Brother Zijin, how to deal with those two over there?" Lung Tianhao was long already frightened silly, even forgetting his pain. Who was he posturing in front of just now? Second sage. His big brother, Lung Tianqi, was indeed formidable, but he was also merely the medicine ancestor's grand pupil, while second sage was in existence on equal footing as the sacred ancestor. High priest. Even his big brother's master was a junior in front of Yi Yuan too. He actually said to Bailey Qingyan just now that there was no future in following this boy. Zijin gave Lung Tianhao a glance and said coolly, "Cut off both hands and punish him by confining him back in the clan for 5,000 years. Wonder if second sage is still satisfied with this punishment." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Can." Whoosh! A cold light flashed. Lung Tianhao's two hands were severed at the wrist. "Ah! My hands!" Lung Tianhao screamed miserably. With Zijin taking action, the wounds carried the power of source. Wanting to regrow a pair of hands was probably not so easy. An alchemist losing both hands was tantamount to cutting off all of his future. This punishment could not be said to not be heavy. Bring him back and confine for 5,000 years. If anyone in the Lung family is unconvinced, say that this is my verdict. Zijin looked at the old man and said coolly, his level of status and strength, a single word was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. He said to confine for 5,000 years. The Lung family absolutely would not dare to let him out at 4,999 years. The Lung family's ancestor's strength was strong, but in front of the medicine ancestor he was nothing. Furthermore, legends had it that the Lung family's ancestor was originally a nominal disciple of the medicine ancestor. Regarding Zijin's words, the Lung family absolutely would not dare to defy. Everyone was extremely puzzled when they saw this scene. They did not understand why Lord Zijin would be so respectful towards second sage. The old man's expression changed several times, but in the end he still brought away Lung Tianhao, who was wailing in pain, and left. Lord Zijin, I'm unconvinced. An exalted ninth firmament heavenspan world actually knelt down and apologized to a brat who's still wet behind his ears. After today, heavenspan world Azurefeather will probably become the laughingstock of the entire heavenspan world. Settling Yi Yuan down well, Azurefeather went to find Zijin and strongly expressed his indignation. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, this kind of grand occasion, it was hard to come by once in a million years too. The various regions' powerhouses present at that time were not in the minority. This matter could not be hidden at all. The moment Azurefeather dropped to his knees, what dropped was his dignity as a ninth firmament heavenly emperor. How could he endure it? Zijin gave him a glance and said with a sigh, "I'm sorry. Actually, I really don't understand it either. But this was instructed by Master. I had no choice." But to do it like this, Azure Feather's face changed, and he said in confusion, "The priest's temple might be sitting high up in a leading position in the eyes of others. But in the eyes of our Cloudheart realm, what do they count for? I don't understand. I really don't understand." Zijin said, "Master naturally has his own reasons for doing things, so it's not up to us to question it. If you want to blame that you shouldn't have offended him, no matter what, for him to be able to be valued highly by Sacred Ancestor High Priest, he naturally has his saving graces." Azure Feather's expression flickered incessantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I can't swallow this grievance. If I get the chance, I definitely won't let him off." Zijin said coolly, "You don't have to worry about this. The alchemy geniuses that came to Cloudheart realm this time are plentiful like oxen hair. Among them, there is no shortage of existences whose talent won't lose to him. He's occupying a high position, so he'll naturally become the common target for public scorn. You just have to wait and watch a good show." Azure Feather's eyes lit up. His mood immediately improved by a lot. Yeah, so what if Second Sage? The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time gathered the top-notch alchemy geniuses of the Heavenspan world. Some of their backgrounds were not even worse than Sacred Ancestor High Priests. How could their disciples be amateurs? If Yi Yuan was Sacred Ancestor High Priest's disciple, then forget it. But he was Second Sage. Those geniuses were a generation lower than Yi Yuan for no reason. How could they endure this kind of insult? Zijin gave him a glance and said, "Didn't Yi Yuan cripple Lung Tianqi's younger brother? He should currently be simmering with rage. You go and find him. Have him incite some genius disciples. There will naturally be someone who goes and find trouble with Yi Yuan. As long as our people don't provoke him, I believe that Master shouldn't say anything." The moment Azure Feather heard, he was overjoyed and said, "Why didn't I think of that? Is still Lord Zijin who's impressive, rousing the dreamer from his sleep with one word. Whatever dog fart Second Sage, I'll definitely make him reveal his true colors." At this time, Yi Yuan arrived at Cloudheart Realm's Feather Mountain. This place was the place where Sacred Ancestor High Priest was staying. "Second Sage," GMO said with a respectful bow. Now, GMO already treated Yi Yuan as his teacher. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Lead the way then, please." GMO turned around and led the way, entering a large hall. The hall was very empty, without even a guard. A middle-aged man in plain clothing, his face firm and determined, was seated in the middle of the hall. In front of him was a tea table. Not far from the middle-aged man, 10 unfathomable powerhouses were standing around respectfully, their attitudes very respectful. At the first sight of this middle-aged man, Yi Yuan felt that he was unfathomable. That sort of feeling was even more stately than those god statues he saw in the divine race. The middle-aged man did not speak, he was very busy. A ball of water was currently flowing in pace with his two hands. Inside the water ball, green leaves appeared indistinctly. The movements of the middle-aged man carried the thick lingering charm of Great Tao. That ball of water in his hands gradually evolved to become a world. Using the method of Great Tao pill refinement to boil water and brew tea, Sacred Ancestor High Priest's means were truly inconceivable. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's palm shook. That ball of water traversed through the void and arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was taken aback at first, but he immediately reacted and reached his hand out to beckon, catching all of the water droplets without leaking the slightest hint. This was a medicinal pill that had yet to be perfected. It could collapse at any time. But the function of this medicinal pill was to bring out all of the medicinal effects inside the spiritual tea. Said that it was brewing tea, but in reality it was refining a pill. It was just that those able to brew tea with the method of alchemy, one probably could not find more than a few in this world. Yi Yuan understood that Sacred Ancestor High Priest was testing him. It was not easy to be the Second Sage. whether or not he had the qualifications to walk into this hall and sit opposite of Sacred Ancestor High Priest. It would have to be put off until after passing this test. If he did not pass this test, Sacred Ancestor High Priest did not mind chasing him out. A lingering charm of great Tao similarly erupted on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan held the ball with both hands. A Tai Chi diagram emerged behind Yi Yuan. When Wing saw this scene, his eyes glimmered slightly, the corners of his mouth revealing a hint of a smile. At the same time, his disciples became unsettled. Although Yi Yuan, this name had sounded out in their ears no idea how many times before, it was still their first time truly meeting Yi Yuan. In their hearts, they were naturally somewhat disapproving of Yi Yuan, this rising star. Even if they knew that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary person. This was human nature. Before seeing it with your own eyes, no matter how exaggerated the tale, there would always be that trace of doubt in the heart. But now, they finally understood why their master would choose Yi Yuan. Looking at the great Tao power contained in this Tai Chi diagram, they were actually unable to see through completely with their realm. The current Yi Yuan actually gave them a feeling of profoundness and mystery. That sort of feeling was like facing their own master, even though Yi Yuan's great Tao still appeared somewhat immature, being far from as vigorous and solid as their masters. But Yi Yuan had indeed already walked onto the same great Tao. Concerning this point, they were well aware in their hearts. Yi Yuan's actions possessed natural grace, akin to floating clouds and flowing water. It was natural and smooth, giving people a feeling of gladdening the mind and refreshing the spirit. Suddenly, his fingertips guided. The spiritual tea flew back with a whoosh. Wing smiled slightly and reached his hand out to catch it effortlessly. He continued refining. His refinement was steady and composed, as if the heaven-span mountain was suppressing in front, being vastly different from Yi Yuan's style. Suddenly, he shook again. The spiritual tea flew over once more. Yi Yuan caught it, refined it again, and returned it again. These two people, going back and forth, fought with great pleasure. By the side, the group of disciples was long already stunned from watching. This guy could actually catch the T-Dao world that Master refined. Too terrifying. Normally, Wing would also occasionally play this game with them. As disciples, they had followed Wing for tens of millions of years. But it was impossible to keep going. This refinement seemed simple, but actually, the more toward the back, the more complicated. Often, when they caught it at the back, it would make the entire world collapse, making the tea water all spill out. But Yi Yuan fought with Sacred Ancestor High Priest for dozens of rounds and actually did not fall into a disadvantageous situation in the slightest. No matter how Sacred Ancestor High Priest refined it, Yi Yuan could catch it and continue refining, then throw it back. Ignoring other things, just this action already surpassed all of them. Suddenly, with Wing's fingertips guiding, the spiritual tea entered the teapot, without spilling the slightest bit. Immediately, fragrance greeted the nose, suffusing the entire hall. Then, it was the entire Feather Mountain. At this time, no matter which corner of Feather Mountain, this thick tea fragrance could be smelled. Ha ha ha! Splendid! Wing clapped his hands and laughed loudly, seemingly very delighted. Clearly, he was satisfied to the extreme with Yi Yuan's performance. Wing made an inviting gesture, indicating for Yi Yuan to take a seat. This meant that Yi Yuan had the qualifications to sit and debate on Tao with him. The title of Second Sage also became in reality as well as in name. Senior Sacred Ancestor's strength is what broadened Junior's horizons. Yi Yuan sat down opposite Wing and said with a smile, "Ever since entering the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan was virtually ever triumphant in alchemy. He had never encountered a match before. But this time, Yi Yuan knew that he really met his opponent. The Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest were the two great peaks of alchemy Tao, the apex of the world. Wanting to surpass them was immensely difficult. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended the source of great Tao and touched the level of Tao Pill, there was still a considerable gap compared to them. Those few moves earlier and Yi Yuan already deeply felt that might of sacred ancestor high priest. It was as if what was in front of him was an insurmountable mountain. Of course, Yi Yuan was too young. Regardless of whether it was the medicine ancestor or sacred ancestor high priest, the time that they researched on alchemy had already been too long. Wing filled Yi Yuan's cup with tea and said smilingly, I indeed didn't misjudge. You didn't let me down. It has only been a short 2,000 years and your alchemy strength is already so terrifying, far exceeding my imagination. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Actually, from the first time I cracked ask not you knew that there would be this day, no? In alchemy, this junior is confident that I'm not inferior to anyone, even if it's you or the medicine ancestor. Yi Yuan had extremely strong confidence in alchemy path. This was exchanged from his trillions of tempering and tens of millions of victory. This kind of confidence was already deeply engraved in his bones. Nobody could shake it. But the moment these words came out, the faces of all the disciples changed. The third person among the 11 disciples said in a solemn voice, Impudent! Even if Master conferred you the title second sage before you reached Deva realm, you don't have the qualifications to be so unbridled in front of Master. 2. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, This isn't insolence. It's a hero valuing a hero. This Yi respects senior sacred ancestors' breadth of spirit. So beating him is the greatest respect towards him. What he needs is not yes men but a powerful opponent. How can someone who behaves respectfully and is a yes man be fit to be his opponent? The third disciple smiled coldly and said, Preposterous! For you to have today's accomplishments, isn't it still because Master deliberately nurturing you? But when you come before Master, you don't have the slightest gratitude, simply showing ingratitude for kindness. Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, You guys seem to have some sort of misinterpretation of the meaning of nurturing. That's right, I'd indeed borrowed senior sacred ancestors' power these few years. But in terms of nurturing, I'm afraid that this Yi can't compare to 1/10,000th of you all, right? When the disciples heard that, each and every one of their faces became extremely ugly. The implied meaning of these words was that you guys were too weak. You all, these disciples, which one wasn't personally groomed by sacred ancestor high priest? They enjoyed the priest temple's resources, consuming countless of them. But up until today, they did not have the qualifications to sit opposite their Master too. This was the disparity between them. This Yi have today's accomplishments. It wasn't by relying on anyone's nurturing, but it was exchanged for by relying on my own efforts. Relying on other people's grooming, one will never become a true powerhouse. You guys are like this, and the medicine ancestors, those disciples, are similarly like so. No doubt that walking other people's paths are shortcuts, but not being able to walk your own path, you guys can forever only stand there. But I can sit here. Apart from GMO, the other disciples' expressions changed drastically one after another. Wildly arrogant. Too wildly arrogant. This guy actually still dared to be so rampant in front of their master. Second disciple said in a solemn voice, Master, this boy is too condescending. He doesn't show any respect for you at all. In the future, when he achieves supremacy, he'll surely be our priest temple's mortal calamity. Sacred ancestor high priest did not speak all along. He just drank tea, quietly, allowing Yi Yuan and his disciples to cross swords with words. He put down the cup and said with a loud laugh, Ha ha ha! You all are wrong. Not only will Yi Yuan not become our enemy, but he'll also become our most powerful ally instead. Or should I say, he'll forever be the priest temple's second sage. Second disciple was perplexed as he said, Master, this is impossible. Such a conceited person this disciple has seen before, no idea how many. How can this kind of person possibly become our ally? Sacred ancestor high priest gave him a glance and said, What Yi Yuan said, each word is a gem. It's just that you all aren't able to understand, that's all. Didn't you all discover that these few days? Number 7 changed a lot. All the disciples were startled, looking toward GMO one after another. If Sacred Ancestor High Priest did not say, they really would not have noticed. With him saying this, they noticed that it was really true. These few years, not mentioning about GMO's great improvement in strength. His entire person's temperament and aura also changed greatly. Could it be that these changes were all because of Yi Yuan? This shock was by no means insignificant. Sacred Ancestor High Priest smiled and said, not only is Yi Yuan not disrespectful toward me, but he's actually very respectful toward me. I didn't choose him because I want him to be obsequious in front of me, but because I want him to become a true powerhouse. I want him to help me break the shackles. He doesn't owe me anything. For him to be able to have today's achievements, it was by relying on his powerful willpower and strength. From that moment he sat opposite me. Our confrontation is considered to have officially begun. Every movement, every word, even action are all a competition between us. Since it's a competition, then one can't lose on aura. If he's reverent and respectful in front of me, then there's no need to compete. He already lost. What Yi Yuan said is right. He can sit opposite me calmly, but you guys? Which of you can sit in front of me and regard with equanimity, drink tea calmly, and debate on Tao? The group of disciples all had ashamed looks on their faces. What their master said was right, making them sit opposite him and drink tea indifferently and calmly. None of them could do it. Even the eldest disciple, High Priest Green Nether, who followed their master, the longest, could not do it too. Sacred Ancestor High Priest smiled and said, this is the first lesson that second sage taught you guys. Think about it properly. His appearance might be a turning point in your lives. Everyone's hearts suddenly trembled. No wonder their master brought all of them with him. At first, they even thought that it was bringing them to witness the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Only now did they suddenly come to realize the truth. It turned out that it was for Yi Yuan. Their master's action was well-intentioned. Sacred Ancestor High Priest poured tea for Yi Yuan and said smilingly, "Hoo-hoo, I naturally know that you have this potential and strength. Except I won't lose either." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Losing and winning is very important, but it's also not important. Losing, need to see if the loss is worthwhile or not." Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance and let out a sigh as he said, "You're stronger than me." This logic, I only understood it after a very, very long time. But it looks like you're already prepared. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Understanding now isn't too late either. The strong will always become braver in the face of setbacks." Yi Yuan sat and debated on Tao with Sacred Ancestor High Priest. The group of disciples by the side listened like they did not fully understand. Among them, there were some who were long already Deva Realm Supreme powerhouses and had also already reached grand completion Ancestor Realm in alchemy too. But without taking the step of refining a Tao pill, one would never be able to take part in the two people's discussion. They discovered that the things Master and Yi Yuan debated on already exceeded their understanding and reached another level. Medicinal pills were different from other cultivation practices. It was a Tao, with spirit medicines as the foundation, and it needed to be expressed through specific materials. Furthermore, heaven and earth spirit medicines had different attributes. Could be said to be all-encompassing. To the vast majority of alchemists, their pill refinement all stopped on the material level. This path was especially difficult to go from the metaphysical and reach the level of Tao. Reaching this level, it was all about understanding spirit medicines at the level of Tao. The perspective was totally different. The 11 disciples' understanding was from bottom to top. But Yi Yuan's and Sacred Ancestor High Priest's understanding was from top to bottom. It was an awe-inspiring view from a high place. Even though the two of them were not truly towering at the summit, it was not a height that the average person could reach. Gradually, above Feather Mountain, Tao melody reverberated, lingering, incessantly. On the entire Feather Mountain, it reverberated with the lingering charm of
Tao.
even though the 11 disciples were unable to fully understand things. Their strength also stood at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. This level of Tao debate naturally benefited them a lot. Ha ha ha. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Yi Yuan, your view really let this emperor become enlightened at once. Wing said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, likewise, senior sacred ancestors' brilliant ideas made this Yi also have a feeling of being enlightened. Suddenly, Wing reined in his expression and said seriously, Yi Yuan, although your Tao is still very immature, it has already revealed its sharpness. As long as you keep walking all the way, you might walk even further than me and the medicine ancestor. With this round of Tao debate, the shock in Wing's heart could not be greater. The depths of Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Tao, the incisiveness of his insights, all of them were not like what a fledgling kid should have, but rather he seemed to be like an expert with deep accumulations. Even though this was also within reason, he discovered that he still
underestimated Ye Yuan.
Especially when Yi Yuan talked about his 60 years of Tao enlightenment, gathering the essence of a myriad alchemy Taos, making him be remolded thoroughly anew. Often, some of the insights that Yi Yuan said were all things that he had not even thought about before. At a young age, he could actually have such profound insights, it was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, foods need to be eaten bite by bite. Ever since comprehending the source of alchemy Tao, my alchemy Tao progress has evidently slowed down. The moment these words came out, the faces of each and every one of the disciples revealed strange looks. These words were too pretentious. Other people cultivating alchemy Tao, which one did not calculate in tens of thousands of years? Your 2,000 over years of Tao enlightenment already beat other people's tens of millions of years of comprehension. You were still not satisfied? The hardest thing in alchemy Tao was comprehending the power of source. This punk already opened the gates and actually still complained that it was too slow. Wing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, you punk. If these words are said on Feather Mountain, then it's fine. If you go outside and say it, you will probably drown in saliva. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this time, I came precisely to spar with the Heavenspan world's top powerhouses. It's just, I don't know if that person will lower himself and have a match with me, this junior. Wing smiled and said, that will have to depend on your ability, whether or not you can force him out. But you don't look down on the heroes of the world too much either. This Heavenspan world isn't just a medicine ancestor and a sacred ancestor high priest. Although the people who comprehended alchemy Tao source are very few, it's also not like there aren't any. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Senior, rest assured. This Yi has an idea in my heart. Wing nodded and said, Amen. I naturally feel assured about you. If you were short-tempered and had a personality that doesn't know the proper way to act, you also wouldn't have today. With the two people's Tao debate coming to an end, both parties benefited a lot. Yi Yuan was originally only muddle-headed about Tao pills, but Wing's Tao debate opened up another door for Yi Yuan. These things were sufficient for him to digest for some time. Finished chatting about these, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and asked curiously, Senior, may I be so bold as to ask what's your realm? Towards the realm division above Deva realm, Yi Yuan was not clear about it. Seeing Wing this time, he naturally had to resolve the doubts in his heart. Wing smiled and said, This emperor has already transcended for blight, tribulations, and is Deva fourth blight realm. Yi Yuan said in surprise, With senior strength, you're only Deva fourth blight. Wing laughed in spite of himself and said, Deva blight tribulation isn't as simple as you imagine. The further to the back, the more terrifying. Deva realm powerhouses obtain eternal life and violate heavenly Tao, resulting in heavenly Tao sending down blight tribulations. The goal is to kill martial artists. Therefore, many people can transcend the first blight tribulation, second blight tribulation, but after the third time there are very few. Even the medicine ancestor is also merely fourth blight realm, that's all. Yi Yuan's mind was in upheaval. Turns out that the existence of the blight tribulation was actually such a purpose. He had always thought that Wing and medicine ancestor were both Deva fifth blight supreme powerhouses. Did not expect that they were only just fourth blight. Then just how strong are Deva fifth blight powerhouses? Can they
Rival Dao ancestors.
Yi Yuan asked. Wing shook his head and said, Dao ancestors control the rules in a region that's bestowed by heavenly Dao. Even after transcending Deva fifth blight, it's also impossible to be their match. Of course, among Deva fifth blights, there are still some extremely terrifying existences. Their strength might only be a hair's breadth away compared to Dao ancestors. Yi Yuan said in surprise, There's actually still this kind of powerhouse. Does Senior know which powerhouse in the Heavenspan world has such strength? Wing smiled and said, This emperor knows that your relationship with the Jin family is pretty good. The Jin family's ancestor, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, is such a terrifying existence. The present Deva fourth blight, fifth blight powerhouses were mostly only gradually born after the Doomsday Battle. But I heard that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets is an old monster who survived from the previous epoch, his strength unfathomable. Of course, nobody has seen him take action before either. As for whether or not he can really rival Dao ancestors, there's no way of knowing. Yi Yuan felt a chill as he listened to it. In his understanding, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest should be existences on the same level. Who could have thought that he was actually so terrifying? Yi Yuan's heart stirred and he said, Then, does Senior know of the existence of the divine race? Wing nodded and said, Heard of it, but I don't know about the details. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Then does Senior know that the new Doomsday battle is about to arrive very soon? The Sacred Ancestor High Priest, who had always been calm and collected, his complexion finally changed. He said in surprise, There's actually still such a thing? How did you know? Yi Yuan recounted the events of the Abyss World and Divine Race, making everyone present have grim expressions after listening. An invisible pressure echoed in the hall. Senior, the Divine Race prepared for an epoch. They will surely come down on us like a ton of bricks this time. The sacrificial temple still needs to take precautions early, Yi Yuan said. Wing let out a deep sigh and said, Doomsday battle, is this another samsara? No wonder I've been restless recently. Turns out that the reason is actually this. Yi Yuan stayed at Feather Mountain, going into a retreat to digest the gains of these few days. Exchanging the things he learned with a leading authority figure like Wing, he had to admit it was a mentally and physically exhausting thing to do. Even with Yi Yuan's abilities, digesting it was absolutely not an easy thing. 2. After Heavenly Emperor Just Bright entered Cloudheart Realm, he brought Old Drunkard to go to Cloudheart City to collect spirit medicines. Cloudheart City was the host of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. The spirit medicines gathered were countless. Rank 8 spirit medicines were not common wares found on the streets. Even in Cloudheart Realm, one could not buy it as they wished either. Furthermore, 9 refinements Cloud Heaven Pills spirit medicines also belonged to the high-end existence among rank 8 spirit medicines. Wanting to purchase them naturally needed to expend a lot of effort. Old Drunkard coming to this kind of sacred place, he naturally wanted to experience it. Hence, he went with Just Bright. Half a month later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion and had an even deeper comprehension of Great Tao Source. However, there were many things comprehended this time that were too profound. Yi Yuan was also unable to fully understand them for the time being and could only save it for later to slowly digest. The Tao debate this time also let Yi Yuan have a clear understanding of the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor, these existences' strength. Their strength in alchemy indeed made people feel like they were beholding a great mountain. Yi Yuan, Senior, Just Bright, and Old Drunkard have already been gone for more than a month and haven't returned until now. Something wouldn't have happened, right? Bailey Qingyan said worriedly. Yi Yuan had a strange look and said, haven't come back until now? Something might have really happened, but you rest assured they know that Just Bright and Old Drunkard are my people, so they won't harm their lives. The voice had yet to fade when a voice sounded out outside. Great Melancholy Realms Long Winter requests an audience with Second Sage. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, you see, didn't it come? Reckon that somebody can't stand the loneliness and wants to challenge me. Bailey Qingyan's beautiful eyes flickered, the pride in her heart rising. This was the man that she fancied, a man who was already standing on the summit of this heaven-span world. When Heavenly Emperor Long Winter saw Yi Yuan, he felt surprised in his heart. He did not expect that the second sage whose fame shook the alchemy world was actually so young. But very soon his heart settled down. Such a young little fellow, how could he possibly be his young master's match? It seemed like the outside world's rumors about how the second sage were mostly biased. Thinking up to here, his awe toward second sage this title immediately lessened significantly. Finding me for? Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Winter stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, Long Winter is passing on a message on behalf of young master. My family's young master is Great Melancholy Realms Heavenly Emperor Yixian's disciple, Zhao Zishuan. Believe second sage must have heard of him. Yi Yuan said puzzledly, very sorry, I really never heard of him before. Is Great Melancholy Realms Heavenly Emperor Yixian very famous? Long Winter was stunned. He then immediately became greatly enraged and said in a solemn voice, our Great Melancholy Realm is the heaven-span world's alchemy, holy land that ranks at the top of the list, and yet you actually pretend that you haven't heard of it? With what you said, this emperor can take it that you're provoking the Great Melancholy Realm. Yi Yuan spread his two hands out and said speechlessly, never heard before means never heard before. You can't have me pretend to have heard of it, right? He really never heard of Great Melancholy Realm before. Even Cloudheart Realm. He only heard of it recently too. As for whatever Heavenly Emperor Yixian, he naturally had not heard of him before. Ever since entering the heavenspan world, Yi Yuan's understanding of the alchemy world was limited to the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest. He really never paid much attention to other alchemy holy lands. Heavenly Emperor Long Winter said in a great rage, very good, second sages. Words. Long Winter will definitely bring it and let Lord Yixian know. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, up to you, so you're here. Finding me for? Long Winter said with a gloomy look. Second sage's two followers bumped into my family's young master in the city and have already been detained by us. If second sage wishes to redeem them, please personally make a trip to Cloudheart City. Long Winter originally thought that Yi Yuan would be furious after hearing it and accuse him. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan just nonchalantly gave in? Oh, and he then said, let's go then. Finished talking, he already went out of the door. Long Winter discovered that it turned out the whole lot of excuses that he prepared were completely useless. Yi Yuan was after all the sacrificial temple's second sage, his status being equivalent to the various holy lands' number 2 figure. He was extraordinary. If they wanted to find trouble with Yi Yuan, they naturally had to do their homework. But who knew that this guy did not play his cards according to the normal style at all, making him have a feeling of punching on empty space. Long Winter only came back to his senses after a while and hurriedly followed after. Blind thing, our spirit medicines, you also dare to snatch them? Beat viciously for me. Lowly lackey, Not hitting you, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth, Zhao Zishuan said viscously. By the side, a handsome young man said, Hoo, brother Zishuan, what are you being angry with two lowly lackeys for? After their master comes, let's seek out justice again. Another young man said, really didn't expect that second sage's fame is so great, but he actually can't manage his subordinates. What a disgrace. In the busy city, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and Old Drunkard were hung upside down on a stand, their bodies full of whip marks, looking very wretched. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his brows furrowed slightly. These two people's lives were naturally unharmed, but doing so was clearly humiliating him, slapping his face. Although Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was powerful, how could great melancholy realm, this sort of top holy land, lack ninth firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses? Heavenly Emperor Longwinter himself was a ninth firmament Heavenly Emperor, mighty expert. Longwinter came before Zhao Zishuan and said with a bow, young master, second sage is here. The few young men looked towards Yi Yuan one after another. Seeing Yi Yuan's young face, they felt contempt in their hearts. This is the famous second sage? Hoo, these two subordinates of yours are too unruly, the heavenly sunflower that this young master took fancy on. They actually dared to snatch. This young master didn't give, and they actually even dared to insult me with words. No choice. This young master can only help you to discipline them. Zhao Zishuan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a chuckle. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright saw Yi Yuan, he had an abashed look. The heavenly sunflower was a core ingredient of the 9 refinements. Cloud Heaven Pill. He walked all over Cloudheart City and finally found it in a medicinal store. But as soon as he went in, the heavenly sunflower just happened to be bought by Zhao Zishuan and Co. He was anxious in his heart and hurriedly found Zhao Zishuan and Company, wanting to buy it over. Zhao Zishuan and Company were very disdainful toward Heavenly Emperor Just Bright with their words. The intent of provocation was very thick. However, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright saw that Zhao Zishuan and Company were not strong. Plus, the clothes they were wearing were not overly garish, hence he underestimated them. With a few exchanges, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly became greatly enraged and was about to take care of Zhao Zishuan. Few people who knew that at this time several formidable powerhouses suddenly jumped out, restraining him all at once. Only then did Zhao Zishuan and the rest reveal their identities, scaring Heavenly Emperor Just Bright out of his wits. Each one of these few people actually all had great backgrounds. They were the Heavenspan World's top alchemy Holy Land's disciples. No matter how stupid he was, he also understood. He was fished. These few fellows pretended to be a pig in order to eat a tiger, intentionally baiting him. No wonder he traveled all over Cloudheart City and still could not purchase the heavenly sunflower. He's the legendary second sage? Looks very ordinary. Yeah, he's so young. How strong can he be? Looks like the name falls short of reality. Second sage might only be highly talented. That's why he's valued by sacred ancestor high priest. Yi Yuan's fame had long already been resounding like the roar of thunder in the alchemy world. Everyone's expectations of him were too high. As the saying went, to know a man by reputation is not as good as meeting him face to face. The feeling that Yi Yuan's appearance gave people was that it could not be trusted. Even a peerless genius like Zhao Zishuan also had more than 100,000 years spent on cultivating alchemy. An alchemy genius at Zhao Zishuan's age, it was originally impossible to acknowledge Heavenly Emperor Yixian as master. These alchemy holy lands have long already had disciples spread like branches and leaves, with students all over the world. Heavenly Emperor Yixian made an exception to take Zhao Zishuan in as a disciple. It could be seen how terrifying his alchemy talent was. As for the few people by the side, their talent and strength were all not inferior to Zhao Zishuan. In contrast, Yi Yuan was weak to the max at first glance. Heh. Wonder if Lord Second Sage should give us an explanation or not? Zhao Zishuan said smugly. He had reason on his side. Furthermore, his background was deep, so he was not afraid of Yi Yuan finding fault. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, "So what if Yi Yuan's followers insulted you? So what if they snatched your spirit? Medicines? They have this qualification. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Arrogant, overbearing. He, second sage, did not stoop to play whatever games with you at all." Zhao Zishuan and the rest were stunned when they heard that. They took the side of reason and could be said to have racked their brains in order to set this. But who knew that Yi Yuan did not capitulate at all, not playing cards according to the rules? Zhao Zishuan sneered and said, "Hoo, if second sage really has the strength of second sage, there's naturally no one who dares to refute this. But do you have this strength? Without this strength, you want to use your status to suppress us? I'm very sorry. The few of our identities are not what you can intimidate. Willy-nilly either." The few people all had scornful looks on their faces. A brat still wet behind his ears also dares to put on airs in front of them. Was second sage very impressive? Going to make you lose all standing and reputation today? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't they come up with so many tricks in order to force me to take action? As you guys wish." Zhao Zishuan and the rest were overjoyed. This punk delivered himself to the doorstep. Then it could not be blamed on them anymore. The few of them were all major Holy Land's direct lineage disciples, with their statuses being extraordinary. The title of second sage could intimidate others, but it really could not scare them. "Heh! This is what second sage yourself said," Zhao Zishuan said with a laugh. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Against you, these juniors originally, the sage was disdainful to take action, but not beating the few of your little fellows into submission probably can't avoid there being some people who have devious thoughts. Since that's the case, I'll make the few of you the first target." Everyone's faces revealed strange looks. Juniors? Little fellows? This tone behaved like such a senior. Bearing the title of second sage, he did not even know what his surname was anymore. Zhao Zishuan sneered when he heard that and said, "Is that so? Then today the few of us will witness second sage's strength." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "My strength? Just the likes of, you can't see it yet. Your family's ancestor coming out is more like it. Ignorant, wildly arrogant, don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The people were enraged when they heard that. Yi Yuan's words were putting himself onto the position of the heavenspan world's pinnaclemost alchemists. This guy was also too shameless. It seemed like after receiving the title of second sage, he really became unbelievably inflated. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, "Oh, right, if I win, let the two of them go and apologize to them, and then hand the spirit medicine to them. Otherwise, this Yi will go and ask medicine ancestor for an explanation." Zhao Zishuan had a disdainful look as he said, "Fine. If you win against us, what's the harm in apologizing? It's just that I'm afraid that your reputation will be destroyed today. Heh, you even want to find the medicine ancestor to ask for an explanation. I'm afraid that you won't have the face to meet him. You're looking down on the heroes of the world too much. The few of us have followed our masters for many years and already acquired much of their true legacy. Just you wait to lose." Yi Yuan did not express any opinion and said coolly, "No need to make it so complicated. You guys set up the question. Each person refine a medicinal pill that they are best at. If I were to lose to any of you, it's considered my loss." Yi Yuan did not take these few guys seriously at all. Too weak. It was just that these words sounded too conceited to others. Every one of them who was present was a rising star of the alchemy world. They were existences that would shock the world in the future. Nobody dared to deny their talent. Furthermore, the domain that each of them was adept at was different. Even if it was an ordinary alchemy major power, they also did not dare to say such words. After all, those major powers were formidable but had their own shortcomings. 2. These shortcomings were not considered shortcomings in front of some people. But in front of someone like Zhao Zixuan it would be magnified infinitely. When Zhao Zixuan heard that, he smiled coldly and said, "This is what you said." Yi Yuan said impatiently, "Start your performance then." Bang! The few people took out medicinal cauldrons from their storage rings and actually started refining pills on the streets. That's Shen Yuan Cauldron. There's also Brutal Wind Cauldron, Cloud Mist Cauldron. My God, these are all renowned peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasures. These Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasures were medicinal cauldrons that Heavenly Emperor Yixian they all used back then before they became famous. Didn't expect that they were passed to them. With these precious cauldrons, the quality of the medicinal pills will definitely go up another level. Hehe, I want to see how second sage cleans up the mess. These few disciples had clearly obtained their elders' showing of favor, bestowing upon them precious cauldrons that made a name for themselves back then. With these precious cauldrons, their strength would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. At this time, there were already quite a number of people waiting to watch the joke. Second sage might be very talented, but he was too haughty. These young masters present were not ordinary people. Zhao Zixuan and the rest discussed for a bit. The corners of each and every one of their mouths revealed a smug look. When everyone saw this scene, they palpated with fear and anxiety. These guys were definitely going to pose difficult problems to Yi Yuan. Second sage, the medicinal pill that I'm refining is the 7 treasures. Blood congealing pill. Watch closely. Zhao Zixuan gave a cold laugh, sending one spirit medicine after another into the medicinal cauldron. Another said to Yi Yuan with a cold smile, "Second sage, what I'm refining is the 9 apertures heavenly dust pill. Watch closely." Second sage, what I'm refining is the Zheng-Yi imperial extreme pill. Zhao Zixuan this side had a total of 5 people. Each time they reported the name of a medicinal pill, the faces of the people at the sides became a little more shocked. These medicinal pills were too obscure. Not only were they obscure, but the refining difficulty was also very high. 5 types of medicinal pills could be said to be 5 extremes. It was simply impossible for ordinary alchemists to be adept at these 5 kinds of medicinal pills at the same time. Even if Yi Yuan could refine them, it was also impossible for the quality of the medicinal pills to surpass these 5 people at the same time. Heh, this is fun now. This is the price of looking down on Alchemy Holy Land's direct lineage. Disciples. The price is losing all standing and reputation. No matter what, second sage also won't dare to accept this kind of challenge. This is equivalent to looking for abuse. Everyone around shook their heads one after another. Zhao Zixuan 5 people were well deserving of being the disciples of ancestor-class powerhouses. The moment they made their moves, the momentum was astonishing. 5 powerful auras billowed to the sky, attracting more and more people to surround and watch, cries of exclamations lingering in the ears incessantly. These 5 people were all extraordinary, but their refining methods were quite different. What they were refining represented 5 extremes, just like the 5 vertices of a pentagon, unless your alchemy strength was balanced to the extreme, otherwise wanting. To win the 5 people at the same time was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Alchemy techniques were eternally changing, but those that could attain the level of an ancestor, which one did not go through endless tempering. Their unique techniques all had extremely unique aspects. Even if Zhao Zixuan and the rest only learned 1,000th of it, it was also sufficient to sweep across a region. Moreover, these 5 people each had their own strengths. The medicinal pills that they refined were all fields that they were proficient in. Furthermore, it was very obscure. The 5 of them had clearly already discussed it. It was to embarrass Yi Yuan. In terms of seniority, they were all a generation younger than Yi Yuan. Doing so, no one dared to criticize or comment. A powerhouse like Zhao Zixuan normally rarely took action. The moment he made his move at this time, he immediately overawed others by a show of strength, arousing a wave of exclamations. Quite a few people all cast sympathetic gazes toward Yi Yuan, thinking that he was screwed for sure this time. I originally thought that for second sage to be able to be valued by sacred ancestor high priest, he must have aspects that surpass others. But I didn't expect that he's an egomaniac. Being able to be taken in as a disciple by someone of an ancestor class, which one could be an ordinary person. This second sage underestimated the enemy too much. If sacred ancestor high priest was to lose, what he loses won't just be his own face. Sacred ancestor high priest's face will also be slapped resoundingly. In the crowd, two figures exchanged a glance and smiled. These two people were precisely Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather and Lung Tianhao's elder brother, Lung Tianqi. Zhao Zixuan and the rest were instigated precisely by Lung Tianqi. Although Lung Tianqi was the medicine ancestor's grandpupil, actually, the medicine ancestor's seniority was half a generation above even the various major ancestors. Hence, even though Lung Tianqi had a lower level of seniority, his friendship with Zhao Zixuan and the rest was still pretty good. After all, who did not wish to curry favor with the medicine ancestors' lineage? He could not personally take action and could only borrow the hands of Zhao Zixuan and the rest to deal with Yi Yuan. It was just that he also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually fell for it just like this, coming up with such a way to compete in alchemy. It was really oneself looking for abuse. This emperor wants to see how the exalted second sage steps down from the stage this time. Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather said with a cold laugh. Humph! If not for master not letting me take action, I'd be able to waste him by myself. Just a little bastard who's still wet behind his ears. Does he really take himself to be someone important? Lung Tianqi said disdainfully. The medicine ancestors' lineage had always regarded themselves highly. Whatever second sage was nothing in Lung Tianqi's eyes at all. If it was some reclusive elder, then forget it. Yet Yi Yuan was a snotty brat. Why would he take him seriously? The heavenspan world's so-called alchemy geniuses were practically all gathered here. Even if this second sage was very formidable, how heaven-defying could he be? However, Zhao Zixuan and the others, their strengths are really strong. Enough. It's probably not beneath yours already. Azurefeather praised. Lung Tianqi nodded and said, the five of them are all geniuses that are hard to come across in a million years. In terms of talent, they are absolutely not beneath those few disciples of sacred ancestor high priest. Even I also don't dare to say that I can definitely win, and yet this punk really dares to be careless. But like this is good as well. Finally I vented this frustration for little Hao. After this punk loses all standing and reputation, I'll slowly deal with him. Azurefeather's eyes were full of hatred and he said, the humiliation of kneeling, this emperor will definitely make him pay a hemorrhaging price. 5 days passed in a twinkle. This alchemy battle attracted more and more people's attention. There were even some Deva realm powerhouses who joined in too. The refinement of Zhao Zixuan and the rest already came to an end as well. Condense. Zhao Zixuan gave a cold cry. The light faded. A rank 8 divine pill was fresh out of the furnace. Wiping away the sweat on his forehead, Zhao Zixuan looked at Yi Yuan and said, with a cold smile on his face, how is it, second sage? Avoid spirit 7. Treasure's blood congealing pill can still enter your arcane sights. Right? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, Amen. It's barely considered enough to enter my sights. This Zhao Zixuan's strength was indeed considered very good among the young generation already. Among the so-called alchemy geniuses that Yi Yuan had encountered, he was indeed ridiculously formidable. It was just a pity that his opponent was Yi Yuan. With regards to Yi Yuan's words, everyone naturally thought otherwise, thinking that he was puffing himself up at his own cost. The 7 Treasures blood congealing pill was a rank 8 divine pill. Furthermore, it belonged to an aberrant class among rank 8 divine pills, and was extremely hard to refine. For Zhao Zishuan to be able to refine a void spirit 7 Treasures blood congealing pill, it was sufficient to see how powerful his strength was. One had to know, for ordinary 8-star alchemy gods to be able to refine high-grade or superior-grade medicinal pills, it was already very impressive. Not only Zhao Zishuan refined divine grade, but he also even refined a void spirit divine pill. This level was far from what ordinary 8-star alchemy gods could compare to. His refinement already exceeded everyone's imagination. The moment these words came out, it immediately caused a great sensation, cries of exclamations rising and ebbing like waves. In the crowd, a middle-aged man called out, "Master Zishuan, I wonder if you're selling this 7 Treasures blood congealing pill or not. I'm 7-star.
Establishmentes Mutioshink.
I'm willing to buy this medicinal pill with 1 billion superior grade divine essence stones." Another person said in a clear voice, "Heh, 1 billion and you want to buy a void spirit 7 Treasures blood congealing pill? Master Zishuan I bright. Mirror Pavilion's Fong Tianren offers 2 billion. I'll offer 2.5 billion. Mu Taixing did not back down in the slightest. "I'll offer 3 billion. Fong Tianren said again. "You!" Mu Tiexing's expression choked up. He could not quite bear this price anymore, while Fong Tianren had a proud look on his face. Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses had their own circles. Rank 8 divine pills basically would not circulate in the secular world. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was formidable, but he was just dealing in the business of mortals. But Mu Taisheng and Fong Tianren, those two were truly major powers of a region, powerhouses who did the business of heavenly emperors. Zhao Zishuan maintained his composure, watching the two people vie with each other. Only at this time did he smile and say, "Are the two of you not going to wait? There's still a second sage here. Since he has the title of second sage, I believe that the grade he refined should be higher than mine." Fong Tianren gave Yi Yuan a glance and said disdainfully, "Just based on him? His hair isn't even fully grown yet. Even if he is astonishingly talented, it's also impossible to refine such high-quality medicinal pills. Second sage? Really makes people laugh their heads off." Yi Yuan also gave him a glance, remembering this person. He had no intentions of finding trouble with anyone, but this kind of idiot was naturally added to the blacklist by him. Looking at what? Not convinced? If even a snotty brat like you can become second sage, then wouldn't Master Zishuan become a saint? In order to obtain the medicinal pill, Fong Tianren also went all out, directly stepping on Yi Yuan to flatter Zhao Zishuan. Witnessing Zhao Zishuan 5 people's strength, there was already no one present who felt that Yi Yuan would win. After all, Zhao Zishuan's strength already exceeded their understanding. Sure enough, Zhao Zishuan was a real sucker for this and said with a smile, "Pavilion Lord Fong indeed knows how to do business. After this is over, I'll sell it to you." The moment Fong Tianren heard, he could not help being overjoyed and gave thanks repeatedly. Finally, he even gave Mu Taixing a glance like putting on a show of force, being extremely proud of himself. Void Spirit 9 Apertures Heavenly Dust Pill. Void Spirit Zhangyi Imperial Extreme Pill. Very soon, the other 4 people also completed the refinement one after another, with one medicinal pill after another coming out of the furnace, one wave after another of high tides stirred up all around. The medicinal pills that these 5 people refined were actually all void spirit divine pills. Of course, in terms of quality, it was still Zhao Zishuan's that was the best, slightly winning the others by a notch. Furthermore, the moment the few medicinal pills came out of the furnace, they were bought by Fong Tianren at a high price. Bright Mirror Pavilion was clearly loaded as hell. 5 medicinal pills directly cost him close to 15 billion superior grade divine essence stones. One had to know, a superior grade divine essence stone was equivalent to 10 1,000 high-grade divine essence stones. This number was already an astronomical figure. However, Void Spirit Divine Grade rank 8 divine pills, as long as it was sold, he could make a big killing. After all, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were mostly not short of money. As long as there were good medicinal pills, they were willing to spend this money. It was just that rank 8 divine pills were too hard to come across. They had nowhere to buy it even if they had money too. Second Sage, the few of us have served as a modest spur so that others may come forward with more valuable contributions. It's your turn now. With so many people are watching, you shouldn't let them down, right? Zhao Zixuan said with a smug look. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, Amen, the few of you should still have spirit medicines on hand, right? Rank 8 spirit medicines were all extremely precious. A stock of spirit medicine would definitely be used to the utmost extent. Zhao Zixuan smiled coldly and said, Naturally have, Second Sage wants to refine, will naturally offer it up with both hands. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Can't take your things for free. Otherwise, after the medicinal pills are refined, wouldn't you all take advantage of it? For free. The spirit medicines came from the 5 of them. Logically speaking, the ownership of the medicinal pills should be theirs. Yi Yuan naturally would not let them get off cheaply for nothing. Zhao Zixuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Does that mean that Second Sage is going to buy them? Yi Yuan ignored him. Walking in front of Mu Taisheng, he said coolly, You pay this sum of money, and then the medicinal pills refined belong to you. Are you willing or not? Mu Taisheng was stunned. There was actually still such a good thing? Just as he was hesitating, Fang Tunren ridiculed again. Hurry up and agree to it. Second Sage taking action, it will definitely be even higher than Void Spirit grade, such a good thing there won't be this shop after passing by this village. Ha ha ha. Done talking. Fang Tianren burst into laughter. Compared to finished medicinal pills, the cost of spirit medicines was naturally not much, but the likelihood of Yi Yuan successfully refining the 5 medicinal pills was negligible. If the quality was also not high, it would be tantamount to him doing a loss-making deal. However, Fang Tianren's mocking smile deeply triggered him. Mu Taisheng gritted his teeth and said with a cold smile, Buddha needs incense and a man needs self-respect. I'll buy it. I am not scared. Second Sage, I, Mu Taisheng, will bet on this. Yi Yuan laughed and said, A very wise choice. Fang Tianren laughed loudly and said, Indeed a win-win cooperation. Impressive, impressive. In the end, Mu Taisheng spent 1.5 billion superior-grade divine essence stones and bought the spirit medicines for the 5 types of spirit medicines from the 5 people's hands. At this time, Zhao Zixuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, With Second Sage's status, I'm afraid his medicinal cauldron should be a Tao artifact, right? Can you take it out and let us broaden our horizons? He naturally knew that Yi Yuan did not have a Tao artifact on him, and so he was intentionally squeezing Yi Yuan. How could Tao artifacts be what anybody could have? The medicinal cauldrons on them, those were all top-grade existences, everyone envious of it. The exalted Second Sage could not very well lose to them in medicinal cauldron. Yi Yuan said coolly, Medicinal cauldron? What's that? Only trash like you will treat a medicinal cauldron like a treasure. Zhao Zixuan burst out laughing when he heard that and said, No medicinal cauldron, can you still magic medicinal pills out of thin air? Second Sage. Indeed well deserving of being Second Sage, broadening our horizons. Ha ha ha. A wave of guffaws came from all around. But right at this time Yi Yuan made a move. It was only to see him lightly tap the void. An elementary form of a grand array was currently being sketched out rapidly. As Yi Yuan constructed the array formation, he sent spirit medicines into the array formation, his movements incomparably swift.
Formation Dao pile refinement.
He's actually using formation Dao to refine rank 8 divine pills. What a profound array formation. I totally can't understand what he's doing. These 5 kinds of medicinal pills don't have records of formation. Tao pill refinement at all. Can he really refine rank 8 divine pills? After experiencing initial shock, everyone started doubting again one after another. After all, using formation Tao to refine rank 8 divine pills was what many ancestors could not accomplish either. Formation Tao and alchemy Tao were 2 completely different great Taos. Especially reaching rank 8 divine pill this level, the grand array needed to be used was too complicated. Ordinary alchemists could not develop it at all. Hence, after seeing Yi Yuan refining pills with formation Tao, everyone's first reaction was them being surprised. And the second reaction was disbelief. Zhao Zishuan sneered and said, courting people's favor by doing something sensational. The difficulty of these 5 kinds of medicinal pills is extremely high. Furthermore, they are extremely obscure. It's simply impossible to use formation Tao to refine them. However, he did not understand what was the source of formation Tao. The so-called source of formation Tao was standing from the angle of the source to analyze the array formation. Only knowing alchemy Tao source and not knowing formation Tao source, it would naturally be impossible to refine pills. Only knowing formation Tao source and not understanding alchemy Tao source, one would similarly not be able to refine it. However, how many people in this heavenspan world could be the same as Yi Yuan, comprehending 2 great powers of source at the same time? The array formation that Yi Yuan set up became more and more complicated. He kept sending spirit medicines into the array formation to refine unceasingly. Furthermore, the spirit medicines that he sent in did not start from the 7 treasures blood congealing pill but appeared rather disorderly and unsystematic. Sometimes what he sent in were the spirit medicines of the 7 treasures blood congealing pill. At other times what he sent in were the spirit medicines of the Zhang-Yi Imperial Extreme Pill. All in all, it was disorderly. When everyone saw this scene, they revealed a disdainful look even more. Even if it was formation Tao pill refinement, how could it be refined like this? It was simply neither here nor there. Feng Tianren laughed loudly when he saw the situation and said, "Ha ha ha. Fine, a man needs self-respect. Mu Taixing, I want to see how you earn this. Self-respect. The way he's doing it, your 1.5 billion will all go down the drain. What dogfart second sage? Complete baloney." Mu Tiexing's expression was livid, his heart sinking to rock bottom. Suddenly, he had a feeling of being played. Yi Yuan doing it like this, he was really going to lose everything. Not only was this second sage unworthy of the title, but he was also simply full of shit. How could he have been blind and bet on him? Facing Feng Tianren's mocking, he actually could not find any words to refute. Helpless, he could only heave a sigh and planned on turning around and leaving. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's formation Tao also neared its end already. 5 formations chain, formations arise, pill condense.
Suddenly, Ye Yuan shouted louder.
This massive formation finally started, operating fully. For a moment, light shone brilliantly. That blinding light shot straight into the sky, dazzling everyone until they could not open their eyes. That terrifying undulation could be heard audibly throughout Cloudheart City. A grand array that refined 5 medicinal pills at the same time. How shocking was the commotion? Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at that large formation in amazement, struck dumb with amazement. They seemed to have forgotten about time. After the light dissipated, 5 crystal-clear medicinal pills were suspended in the air quietly. Hiss! There were sounds of cold air being sucked in all around. The scene before their eyes had clearly already exceeded their understanding. Yi Yuan set up 5 large formations in one breath, then activated the 5 large formations at the same time, refining 5 rank 8 divine pills. This kind of means, forget about seeing it. They had never even heard of it before. Marvelous work of art. Inconceivable. Is this second sage's strength? Truly ridiculously strong. Just based on this move, second sage has already attained mastery, becoming an ancestor-class powerhouse. We were all duped by his age. Sacred Ancestor High Priest is Sacred Ancestor High Priest. His eyesight is really sharp. The title of second sage is well deserved. The originally doubtful voices all turned into exclamations at this time. Yi Yuan's strength already completely subdued them. The Mu Taixing, who had just walked out not far away, suddenly turned around, 2 eyes shining.
Fei Fast Spirit Divine Pill.
When he spoke, Mu Taixing's chest was heaving up and down, even his voice was trembling. Clearly, he was extremely excited. Rank 8 Vast Spirit Divine Pills were several times more valuable than Void Spirit Divine Pills. Furthermore, there was demand but no supply. One had to know Zhao Zixuan, and the rest practically represented the peak standard of 8-star alchemy gods already. Even some senior 8-star alchemy gods, their standards were far inferior to them as well. When they took action, they could merely just refine Void Spirit Divine Pills. 2. This showed that the Void Spirit Divine Pills circulating on the market were already very, very few. As for Vast Spirit Divine Pills, it was virtually extinct. Vast Spirit Divine Pill. Ha ha ha, Vast Spirit Divine Pill. Rich. Really hit the jackpot this time. Fong Tianren, weren't you showing off just now? Didn't you say that second sage wasn't even dog fart? Open your dog eyes and look at how strong second sage is. Mu Taixing had been holding his anger the whole time. At this time he finally released it without any reservation. Fong Tianren was long already struck senseless, looking at those 5 medicinal pills in a daze, his entire person in a dumbfounded state. His medicinal pills were purchased for 3 billion a pop. This price itself was already very high. Even if he were to increase the price, it could at most sell for 4 billion. But Mu Taixing's medicinal pill? He only paid the cost price, 300 million a pop. Vast Spirit Divine Pills had demand but no supply. Even if it was 20 billion each, there would absolutely be heavenly emperors who were willing to buy too. 5 medicinal pills were 100 billion. 1.5 billion exchanging for 100 billion. Fong Tianren felt like his brain was somewhat overwhelmed. How could it be? How was this possible? This young second sage who had just stepped into heavenly emperor realm, how could he possibly refine such a high-quality rank 8 divine pill? This time he really made an error of judgment. Actually, he did not make much money from these few medicinal pills either. It was just that he could not afford to offend those few little ancestors either, so he could only swallow the bitterness himself. Zhao Zixuan's complexion was ashen, only feeling like his understanding was subverted. Using Formation Dao pill refinement, he refined all 5 of these extreme medicinal pills. Furthermore, the grade was even higher than theirs. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan did not go all out. He only refined 5 medicinal pills at the same time in order to save trouble. If he refined it one by one, the quality of the medicinal pills would definitely be higher than now. It might even be possible to attain End Spirit Divine grade. This is impossible. How can Formation Dao pill refinement possibly be refined like you did? How did you do it? Zhao Zixuan was battered out of his senses as he said. Yi Yuan said coolly, nothing is impossible. It's just that you're too weak and can't understand it. That's all. You feel that it's impossible for me to reach your level at this age. But that's just because your understanding limited your imagination. In Alchemy Dao, being this Yes Jr. isn't unjust for you all. Zhao Zixuan 5 people were all battered out of their senses. Their confidence was shattered until there was not an unscathed spot. All along, they had always considered themselves to be number 1 alchemy geniuses. These few people normally did not yield to anyone, all thinking that they were number 1 below the heavens. But today, Yi Yuan shattered their pride into smithereens in a crushing manner. Let them go, apologize. Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned sullen and he said in an aggressive manner, carrying the might of a great victory. Yi Yuan's voice could make the deaf Hear and the blind see. The expressions of Zhao Zishuan and the rest changed suddenly. Finally, they were unable to withstand Yi Yuan's pressure and announced release. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright two people saw Yi Yuan, their old faces could not help turning red, very embarrassed. They had lived to a ripe old age, but were schemed against by a few little fellows and even caused Yi Yuan to expose himself in public. They more or less felt a little bad in their hearts. Yi Yuan did not express much, but he looked at Zhao Zishuan and said in a solemn voice, "Apologize." The faces of Zhao Zishuan and the rest flickered incessantly. Agreeing previously was because they felt that they would win for sure. Who knew that it would actually end in a disastrous defeat? These few days of alchemy battle already attracted countless powerhouses. Now, apologizing in front of so many people was equivalent to damaging the reputation of their own masters. Thinking up to here, he stiffened his neck and said, "Already released the people. What's there to apologize? This matter was originally your followers, offending us first. So no matter how the logic goes, I'm on the side of reason. 2. Me teaching them a lesson is perfectly justified." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his gaze sweeping across the other few faces, and he said in a solemn voice, "The few of you are the same too?" The other few naturally were not willing to diminish their family's prestige. 2. How could they possibly apologize in public? Of course, this matter was originally your subordinates' fault. Want to apologize? It should also be them apologizing. Heh, even if you're second sage, you also can't be unreasonable, right? Why, looking at second sage's appearance, could it be that you're going to use force? It's just that your followers' strength is too weak. These few people were all extremely arrogant. The followers that they brought were all ninth firmament heavenly emperors, wanting to wreck Heavenly Emperor. Just Bright was all too casual for them. Therefore, they had nothing to fear. Suddenly, Yi Yuan turned around and left, walking toward the crowd. Zhao Zishuan and the rest thought that Yi Yuan was leaving just like that and said disdainfully, "Heh, so what if second sage? Merely a brat who just entered Heavenly Emperor. That's all. If I don't apologize, what can you do to me?" As Yi Yuan walked, the crowd automatically parted. But in the crowd, there were two people who were very awkward. These two people were precisely Lung Tianqi and Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather. The trap that they carefully set up actually became the battle that achieved Yi Yuan's fame. What irony! However, they hid in the crowd and even thought that Yi Yuan did not discover them. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually went straight towards them? Nowhere to avoid. Who knew that Yi Yuan walked past them as if no one had seen them? Yi Yuan continued ahead, gradually walking in front of someone, and said calmly, "Brother Zijin, you guys are the host. Is your Cloud Heart City going to care about this matter or not?" This person was precisely Heavenly Emperor Zijin. It turned out that he was also hiding in the crowd, observing Yi Yuan's alchemy strength. Honestly speaking, he was really taken aback. He completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually won in such a manner. Too exciting. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually found him in the crowd at a glance and came to question him. Heavenly Emperor Zijin also had another identity. That was Cloud Heart City's Lord. This matter should be managed by him. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with difficulty, "Second sage, this matter was originally your own problem. I feel that Zhao Zishuan they all aren't wrong." Zijin thought that Yi Yuan would fly into a rage, and then Yi Yuan would question him loudly. But the result was unexpected. Yi Yuan just nonchalantly said, "Understood," then turned around and left. Heh, what second sage? Merely a wuss, he doesn't even dare to let out a fart. Lung Tianqi said with a disdainful look. Zhao Zishuan also smiled and said, "No matter how formidable his alchemy Dao, he's also merely a brat. I reckon that he might be going back to cry to Sacred Ancestor High Priest right now." Ha ha ha. Everyone guffawed with laughter. What kind of status does Sacred Ancestor High Priest have? How can he possibly forcibly stand up for this minor thing? This kid is still too young. Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather also said disdainfully. But Heavenly Emperor Zijin frowned slightly, kept on feeling that something was not quite right. He did not understand much about Yi Yuan, but looking at Yi Yuan's attitude towards Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather previously, he did not seem like someone who yielded so easily. Just as he was musing, Zhao Zishuan and the rest came over to give thanks. Many thanks to Lord Zijin for your righteous actions. Zishuan is endlessly grateful. Heavenly Emperor Zijin smiled and said, "This emperor was just telling the truth. Zishuan doesn't have to be courteous." Zhao Zishuan said hatefully, "Second sage is indeed a rare alchemy genius, but his behavior is a little too overbearing. Clearly was in the wrong and he still wanted to force us to apologize. Truly preposterous." Zijin nodded and said, "This matter, second sage was indeed in the wrong. Actually, they naturally knew in their hearts as well. This matter was planned out by them in the first place." Zhao Zishuan also knew it in his heart. Hence, no matter what, Heavenly Emperor Zijin also would not stand on Yi Yuan's side. Otherwise, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? This side was just discussing animatedly when a thunderous voice rolled over from a distance. Priest Temple's Yi Yuan requests to challenge Cloud's Summer Mountain. These 10 words could make the deaf hear and the blind see, echoing throughout the entire Cloudheart City. Everyone trembled all over, immediately revealing looks of astonishment. What? Second sage he is actually going to challenge the mountain, Cloud, Summer Mountain. That's where Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove is staying. This is going to be a big trouble now. Everyone's gazes all gathered on a youth in brocade beside Zhao Zishuan. The youth in brocade was called Zhu Tianxiang, who was precisely Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's proud disciple. Challenging the mountain. This is a blatant face-slapping behavior. Is second sage planning on challenging a holy land by himself? Too crazy. Too crazy. You're wrong. Most likely, his goal isn't just a Cloud Summer Mountain. What? You mean? Everyone's gazes looked over toward Zhao Zishuan 5 people once more. Second sage's goal was not just a Cloud Summer Mountain, but it was to challenge the 5 great holy lands. They guessed correctly. Yi Yuan's goal was precisely to challenge the 5 great holy lands. Weren't you guys not apologizing? Fine. Then I'll slap until your entire holy land lose all reputation. Heavenly Emperor Zijin and Zhao Zishuan and company were clearly together. They were working in cahoots. There was nowhere for Yi Yuan to reason it out, even if he wanted to. Therefore, he might as well not reason things out. Since you were unreasonable, then I'll be unreasonable too. I'll beat you until you yield. The so-called challenging mountain was Yi Yuan challenging all of Cloud Summer Mountain's powerhouses all the way from the foot of the mountain up. As long as there was anyone who was not convinced, they could come forward and fight. This sort of action required extremely powerful strength, as well as immensely strong courage. Who in the present world dared to say that they could definitely win these few ancestor-level powerhouses? Yi Yuan doing so was betting his own reputation and the priest temple's reputation. At the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time, alchemy powerhouses were plentiful like clouds. One could say that it gathered the entire heavenspan world's alchemy powerhouses. Once Yi Yuan failed, not only would he become the alchemy world's laughingstock, even the entire sacrificial temple would become the alchemy world's laughingstock. After all, Yi Yuan was not some low-level minor character. He was the priest temple's second sage. Of course, if Yi Yuan won, then Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's lineage would become the entire alchemy world's laughingstock. One person sweeping across an entire holy land, there was no way it would not be humiliating. Sacrificial Temple's Yi Yuan requests to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. Yi Yuan's voice sounded out once more. The entire Cloudheart City exploded. Before coming, everyone had heard of the title of Second Sage resoundingly, like the roar of thunder. But no one could have thought that Second Sage was actually so tough. challenging the mountain at a word of disagreement. Zhu Tianxiang smiled coldly and said, "This guy is crazy, right? Who does he think he is? Apart from those few in this world, who dares to say that they can definitely win master? Having the title of second sage, does he really think that he is an ancestor-level powerhouse?" Zhao Zixuan laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha! It's really making me die of laughter. Just now I was really intimidated by this guy. After messing around for so long, this guy is just a kid who hasn't grown up, acting out of spite. Here, at this time, that one on Feather Mountain is likely currently stamping with rage, right?" After Heavenly Emperor Zijin was shocked, he also laughed in spite of himself, and said, "I underestimated this one's temper to actually do such an action that seeks death. With this, the mess can't be cleaned up anymore even if we want to." The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference had not officially started yet, and the atmosphere was already pushed to the climax by Yi Yuan. His action thoroughly ignited the quiet Myriad Region Alchemy Conference all at once. Regardless of whether it was those giants or small fries, currently, everyone's gazes were all focused on Cloud Summer Mountain. The crowd rushed out of the city like a tide, heading towards Cloud Summer Mountain. How could one miss such a grand occasion? Priest Temple's Yi Yuan requests to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. Yi Yuan's voice sounded out for the third time. The entire Cloud Summer Mountain could hear it clearly. At the top of Cloud Summer Mountain, inside the Great Hall, Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove's brows were tightly locked. In front of him, his disciples were all extremely enraged. "Master, this punk really takes himself to be some big shot to actually dare provoke a great holy land. Master, I can go and get rid of him by myself." Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove frowned and said, "This emperor didn't provoke the priest temple. Why did this boy do such an astonishing action?" Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's gaze turned intent and he said, "Where's Tianxiang?" The moment the group of disciples looked, Zhu Tianxiang was indeed not around. They understood this youngest apprentice brother very well. With his temperament, he should have long appeared. Master, youngest apprentice brother, and Zhao Zixuan, they all went to Cloudheart City. Eldest senior brother Yun Windborn said. Everyone's faces changed, immediately guessing what was going on. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove snorted coldly and said, "This scoundrelly punk, too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The priest temple, this old man doesn't dare to provoke either, but he's actually being the bird who takes the lead." Yun Windborn's expression was complicated as he said, "Master, then should we meet the challenge or not?" Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove snorted coldly and said, "Of course we accept the challenge. He already came to the doorstep. Could it be that we can still be cowardly turtles? This way, wouldn't we become the laughingstock of the world, saying that we don't even dare to deal with a little brat? Jilling, you bring the junior apprentice brothers to go and guard the pass. He young and aggressive, this emperor is also very curious about this second sage. Today I want to see whether or not he's really as formidable as the stories I heard. Ha ha ha. This boy repeatedly does alarming things, blocking the door and face-slapping, truly overbearing." Inside Feather Mountain's Great Hall, Sacred Ancestor High Priest burst into laughter. Yi Yuan's action caused such a great commotion. Sacred Ancestor High Priest would know even if he did not want to. "Master, with second sage messing around like this, if he loses, what he loses will be our face," eldest disciple said. "Yeah, Master. Take the chance that challenging the mountain hasn't begun yet. You should make a move and stop this absurd move. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove has already been famous for a long time. He's absolutely not an existence that second sage can shake." Third disciple said. Sacred Ancestor High Priest swept across the faces of his disciples and said, with a big smile, "Why do I have to stop it? Such an exciting great show, how boring would it be to stop it? Face. How much is face worth?" The few of you have been in a high position for too long, and you have long already forgotten your initial intention. Face isn't what others give to you, but you vying for yourself. The reason why you all have face is because Master strength is powerful enough. Master doesn't have face, it's because Master's strength isn't as powerful as medicine ancestors. Nothing more. The group of disciples trembled all over, all revealing expressions of shame. GMO was silent for a moment, and then he spoke up. Master, if Lord Second Sage is defeated, what should we do? Sacred Ancestor High Priest said indifferently. Lose then lose, what's the big deal? Some people, if they lose, then they are really defeated, while others will become braver in the face of setbacks. Which type do you think this boy is? GMO said without thinking. Lord Second Sage's temperament is extremely steadfast and persevering. So he's the latter. Sacred Ancestor High Priest nodded and said, therefore, he won't lose. Regardless of getting a win or a loss, the victor will be him. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's words were somewhat awkward sounding, but the meaning was very clear. If he won, Yi Yuan's name would become renowned throughout the heavenspan world, and he would rise to the rank of ancestors from there. If he lost, Yi Yuan would definitely reflect on the bitter lesson and learn his lesson from the failure. No matter what, Yi Yuan was already in a position that could not be defeated. GMO was shocked, suddenly feeling that Yi Yuan's operation was full marks. Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave him a glance and said smilingly, this boy is clear about what he's doing. This boy isn't somebody who causes trouble for no reason. You go and investigate the reason why he suddenly wants to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. Yes, Master. GMO received the order and left. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind him, climbed up the steps. Neither hurriedly nor slowly. The commotion stirred so much. It was impossible for Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove to not receive the move. After all, ancestors have the pride of ancestors. A large group of people followed behind Yi Yuan. They were all here to watch the show. The commotion was too big. They had to pay attention to it even if they did not want to. Heh! How far do you guys think Second Sage can challenge until? His strength is really very strong. But Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove's disciple strengths are similarly not weak. I reckon that he should be able to meet their eldest senior brother, Yun Windborn. Yun Windborn is a grand completion ancestor realm level powerhouse. Aren't you overestimating him too much? In my view, he can meet their third senior brother, Tong Chiwei. With the battle against Zhao Zixuan earlier, Yi Yuan already proved his own strength. Right now, there was already no one who felt that Yi Yuan this Second Sage enjoyed undeserved fame. However, he was actually going to challenge ancestor-level powerhouses right now. It was still overestimating his own ability a little too much. One had to know ancestor-level powerhouses, their disciples' strength already reached the peak of the heavenspan world's alchemy Dao too. Only in front of the ancestors would they be a notch lower. In front of others, those were all heaven-shocking big shots. This kind of powerhouse was not what anybody could provoke. Very soon, a youth in green robes walked over from on top of the mountain. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with disdain. It's you who's challenging the mountain? Yes. Do you know what place this is? I know. You know and you still dare to come? I'm here to slap faces. Ha! What high-sounding sentiments. This emperor is Ancestor Maple Grove's eighth disciple, Gu Yulong. I'll size up Second Sage's strength. You're too weak. It's better to let Ancestor Maple Grove himself come out. Gu Yulong had a disdainful look and said with a cold smile, I hope that your strength is as great as your tone. Since you came to challenge the mountain, pass me first before talking. Yi Yuan nodded and said coolly, Okay.
Mutishenk.
Oh, this lowly one is here. Hearing Yi Yuan's summons, Mu Taixing ran out subserviently, a flattering look on his face. He was a late-stage Heavenly Emperor superpowerhouse too. Currently, in front of Yi Yuan, he was like a little lackey. In the crowd, Fang Tianren was already crazy with envy. He hated it. Why did he have to posture in front of Yi Yuan? Why did he step on Yi Yuan? Originally, he was still very happy to have earned several billion. But now, when he saw Mu Taixing, that bit of profit suddenly became dull and tasteless. Furthermore, Yi Yuan actually went to find Mu Taixing again. Several days later, Mu Taixing held the vast spirit divine pill in his hand, gleefully, smiling like an idiot, while Gu Yulong was sitting at one side dejectedly, battered out of his senses. He lost too miserably. The medicinal pill was chosen by him. It was much harder than even Zhu Tianxiang's. Gu Yulong already performed very well, but he was still completely wrecked by
Ye Yuan.
Yi Yuan continued advancing. Before long, another person came down the mountain. The opponent this time was Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's sixth disciple. The result was still a miserable defeat. The few disciples at the back, Yi Yuan swept all the way. No matter what medicinal pill the other party picked, Yi Yuan would firmly suppress the other party. The current Yi Yuan was like an unrivaled expert, no matter how formidable your means were. I would stand firm and not budge an inch. His might was like a tall mountain being insurmountable. Finally, Yi Yuan encountered the third disciple, Tong Chiwei. The reason why many people predicted that Yi Yuan would stop at Tong Chiwei was because starting from him, the disciples at the back were all late-stage Ancestor Realm powerhouses. Late-stage Ancestor Realm powerhouses represented the apex of alchemy Dao. As long as ancestors did not come into being, this level of powerhouse was the strongest existence in the world. When Tong Chiwei saw Yi Yuan, he said coolly, "To be able to walk until here, you're indeed very strong already. Second Sage indeed lives up to your reputation. It's just that it ends here." Yi Yuan had an indifferent look as he said, "You're a junior, you choose the medicinal pill." Tong Chiwei's face changed and he said in a solemn voice, "Reckless and blind, since you're looking for abuse, then this emperor will grant you your wish. Choose the supreme God-refining pill." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Begin then." Tong Chiwei frowned and said, "Since it's an alchemy battle, it naturally starts at the same time." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I refine pills with formation Dao. If I start, you don't need to refine anymore. That way, you'll lose even more face." Tong Chiwei was shocked and angry as he said, "Formation Dao pill refinement. You're refining the supreme God-refining pill with formation Dao." At this time, Gu Yulong smiled bitterly and said, "Third senior brother, he has been doing formation Dao pill refinement all the way." Tong Chiwei's entire body trembled, finally starting to look at Yi Yuan squarely. He nodded his head and said, "Fine, I'll refine first. Today I'll witness your formation Dao pill refinement." Several days later, Tong Chiwei looked at that end spirit divine pill and was speechless for a long time. He did not even realize that Yi Yuan walked past him. Mu Taixing was agitated until his heart was about to jump out. He put away the supreme God-refining pill happily. How can this second sage be so strong? Against a late-stage Ancestor Realm expert, he was actually crushed by second sage until he's black and blue all over. Second sage is so young and yet he actually already reached the peak late-stage Ancestor Realm. The highlight of the show is at the back. Eldest senior brother Yun Windborn is a grand completion Ancestor Realm powerhouse, a truly apex existence. Winning against him, even if second sage loses, no one will dare to say anything either. Leaving behind the second senior brother with a defeated look, Yi Yuan advanced once again. This time, who he was facing was a true apex existence. Yun Windborn, grand completion Ancestor Realm. This was the limit that ordinary alchemists could reach already. If there was no heaven-defying lucky chance, comprehending Dao pills was virtually something impossible. The various major ancestors' chief disciples had already followed their ancestors to cultivate for God knows how many years. Most of them stopped at this realm and did not advance. A powerhouse such as Sacred Ancestor High Priest, his first 3 disciples, were all grand completion ancestor realm, but there was not even one person among them who had comprehended Tao Pill. The human race's powerhouses were numerous. The state of alchemy Tao was flourishing. There were still some grand completion ancestor realm alchemists, but among these people those who could take this final step were scanty few. If not for Medicine Ancestor issuing this call this time, these few ancestors would not come into being at all. The alchemy powerhouses who followed up were inexplicably excited. This kind of pinnacle showdown, how could one see it normally? The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time was originally hosted for disciples of the younger generation. Everyone also completely did not expect the peak showdown of grand completion. Ancestor Realms. Yun Windborn looked at Yi Yuan and said with a calm demeanor, "Able to walk. Until this point at a young age you truly set the world ablaze." This Yun admires endlessly. The current Yun Windborn was not whatever Ancestor Maplegrove's disciple, but a grandmaster of the generation. Yi Yuan was very strong and he saw it, but he would not shake his own faith because of Yi Yuan's might. Reaching this level of realm, he had long already cultivated extremely strong confidence. No one could shake it in the slightest. With the ancestors not coming out, he was the summit of the top. As for Yi Yuan comprehending Tao Pill, he did not think about it at all, because that was something impossible. Thinking back then, how amazingly talented was he too. Even if he could not compare to the present Yi Yuan, he also would not be too lacking. But countless tens of thousands of years had passed, he was still unable to take that step. Yi Yuan was indeed outstandingly talented, but he would be stuck at this step. In the next 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, even a trillion years. Same old rules. You're a generation younger. So you pick the medicinal pill. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly. The rest all had strange looks. Yi Yuan was young in age but behaved like an elder. It was really incongruous. But these words were also true in all senses. Nobody could find any fault, either. Yun Windborn's self-restraint was much better than his junior apprentice. Brothers. He did not get angry, but he said with a faint smile, "It ends here then. Being able to walk in front of this emperor is already sufficient to prove your title of second sage. Withdraw now and this emperor can take it as if nothing happened. If not, this defeat will affect your Tao heart. TSK. A master is a master. This tolerance is really extraordinary. Yun Windborn's strength isn't at all inferior compared to the priest. Temple's high priest Mao Yuan too. He's already standing at the top of the alchemy path. If the ancestors don't come out, who can challenge? If second sage is sensible, he should withdraw." Yun Windborn's action immediately drew many praises. This was the bearing of an expert. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and could not help laughing as he said, "You all are indeed old fellows who have lived for trillions of years. But on the path of alchemy, those who reached first can teach. You all are not viewing this Yi as second sage, that's fine. Then I'll fight until you all are convinced." From Zhu Tianxiang to Yun Windborn, including many people present, they all felt that he was relying on Sacred Ancestor High Priest's awe-inspiring reputation to obtain the title of second sage. Hence, that was why they dared to go from bad to worse, digging a pit for Heavenly Emperor just bright to jump, then even acted in collusion. Since that was the case, "I'll fight until you are convinced." He did not explain anything because words were feeble. If he said that he knew how to refine Tao pills, nobody would believe it at all. Since that was the case, then he would face the ancestors and have a dialogue with ancestor-level powerhouses. Yun Windborn was clearly indifferent as he said with a smile, "Since that's the case, fine then. The medicinal pill will be chosen by second sage." Yi Yuan shook his head and insisted, "You are a junior, so you choose it. Otherwise, this Yi will win unscrupulously." Everyone had strange looks on their faces. Yun Windborn shook his head and laughed in spite of himself and said, "Fine, this Yun will choose the South Battle Ancient Spirit pill then." Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. This South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill was the most difficult existence among rank 8 divine pills. Yun Windborn's strength already reached until here? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and nodded his head slightly and said, "Okay, Mu Taixing." Mu Tiexing's entire person was in a daze. He did not know how he walked over. Coming all this way, his entire person already floated up to the sky. The difficulty of the medicinal pills got higher and higher, but the quality got higher and higher. Today, a pie really fell from the sky. Right now, he was endlessly grateful toward Fong Tianren's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. If not for this guy wanting to step on Yi Yuan to move up, he also would not have picked up such a huge bargain. Spending 10 billion superior-grade divine essence stones, he bought a set of spirit medicines from Yun Windborn there. "Begin then," Yi Yuan said coolly. Yun Windborn did not argue either, smiling slightly, and started refining the pill. The moment he made his move, the wind and clouds immediately surged. An aura of Tao suddenly descended upon Cloud Summer Mountain. For some time on Cloud Summer Mountain, fate arose and extinguished. Flowers bloomed and faded. It was like a world was slowly forming inside the medicinal cauldron. Compared to Yun Windborn's pill refinement, his junior apprentice brothers did not even count as a fart. Many people have witnessed the pill refinements of Zhu Tianxiang and the rest. At that time, it already took their breath away in astonishment, being immensely shocked. But only now did they know how insignificant they were, and how ignorant. It turned out that alchemy Tao can reach such a level. Forget about Zhu Tianxiang. Even Ancestor Maplegrove's second disciple paled. In comparison, in front of Yun Windborn too. Yun Windborn's might was the strength accumulated over the years. It was an unrivaled strength. With the ancestors not coming out, no one could reach such a height at all. Many people all cast sympathetic gazes toward Yi Yuan. This time, second sage finally kicked a metal plate. Even if Yi Yuan's realm also reached grand completion ancestor realm, it was impossible to surpass Yun Windborn too. This kind of strength that was tempered endlessly was simply unmatched. Unless one reached the legendary Tao pill level, otherwise it was simply impossible to win. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered, his eyes staring at Yun Windborn without blinking. Indeed, compared to his junior apprentice brothers, this Yun Windborn was much stronger. From Yun Windborn's refinement, Yi Yuan learned many things. He would never overlook his opponents because they were weak. If there was good stuff, he would learn without the slightest hesitation. Just like this, time passed quietly. Several days later, the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill formed. Yun Windborn's face still had a faint smile, opening the furnace calmly. For a moment, Cloud Summer Mountain seethed with excitement. End Spirit Divine Pill. End Spirit South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill. My God. Looking at this quality, it should have reached peak End Spirit, right? Truly well-deserving of being Yun Windborn, the South Battle Ancient Spirit. Pill is the taboo of 8-star alchemy gods. He can actually reach peak End Spirit. It simply reached the acme of perfection already. South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill, that was a legendary medicinal pill. Being able to refine the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill was a form of honor in itself. But Yun Windborn's strength could actually refine it to the limits of peak End Spirit. Having this level of skill, one could virtually roam the heavenspan world, unhindered already. The major powers that came to the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, apart from ancestors, they really could not find anyone stronger than him anymore. At the very most, it was also just being equally matched in strength with him. People could not help casting sympathetic looks toward Yi Yuan. Yun Windborn already gave him a way out earlier, but he refused to back down no matter what, insisting on looking for abuse. Yun Windborn looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "Second sage, this Yun asked you to leave earlier. It's to respect that your talent is outstanding, and I couldn't bear to deal a blow to your Tao heart. But you insisted on forcing this Yun to take action. So why bother?" When Yi Yuan heard he could not help finding it funny. This Yoon Winborn felt that he won for sure? Of course, it was not just him. Among everyone present, no one felt that Yi Yuan still had a chance to win. Deal a blow to my Dao heart? Just based on you, you're not qualified enough. Yet, don't you forget, there's still spirit link above N spirit.
Ye Yuan.
Shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, Spirit link? Hoo-hoo, not that this Yoon is looking down on South Battle Ancient. Spirit pill, it's really that this step is too difficult. The alchemy, powerhouses in the same generation as this Yoon are at most evenly matched in strength with this Yoon too. Even for the eldest disciple under sacred ancestor. High Priest Shu Yen, it's also impossible for him to refine the South Battle Ancient Spirit pill to the realm of Spirit Link. Yoon Winborn said with an indifferent smile. In his view, Yi Yuan was merely on his deathbed struggle, gilding gold onto his own face. Spirit Link divine pills, it was not like he could not refine them. But he could not refine it for the South Battle Ancient Spirit pill. Refining the South Battle Ancient Spirit pill to the realm of Spirit Link, it would not be successful unless ancestors take action. But could Yi Yuan reach the strength of ancestors? Obviously not. Hoo-hoo. Spirit Link's South Battle Ancient Spirit pill. Really never heard of it. The talent is there, having an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities is also there. Perhaps this is a true powerhouse. Spirit Link divine pills are merely trash. In his eyes, the words were not nice. Everyone worshipped the strong. Yoon Winborn refining the South Battle Ancient Spirit pill already became an insurmountable peak. Hence, with Yi Yuan talking about Spirit Link divine pill, that was blaspheming. The peaks in their hearts. Could peaks be scaled as and when you liked? Yi Yuan said coolly, I already said, you're just a junior. Don't be conceited. And guess the strength of our generation. You're not qualified enough yet. Everyone's faces revealed a strange look. Yi Yuan's demeanor that he was behaving like a senior was really embarrassing. Did this guy really take himself to be an ancestor? Yoon Winborn smiled and said, Is that so? Then second sage, please, condescend to teach. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and pointed repeatedly at the void. A mysterious and profound array formation gradually formed under his fingertips. The array formation was very profound. Yoon Winborn was a titan of alchemy Dao, but he did not quite understand array formations. He only felt that the array formation was very complicated, very profound. But whether or not this array formation could refine medicinal pills, he did not know. Most likely it could not refine any pill. Refining a medicinal pill like the South Battle Ancient Spirit pill with Formation Dao was simply a joke. Without the enhancement of medicinal cauldron, without exquisite to the pinnacle fire controlling arts just based on a grand array you want to refine a divine pill that surpassed peak end spirit? Nothing more than wishful thinking. The people present all basically had this opinion. Not that they were looking down on Yi Yuan. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's talent truly astounded them. It was just that the opponent was too strong. In front of an apex existence like Yoon Winborn, Yi Yuan's talent was not worth mentioning. No matter how high the talent, there had to be a limit. And this limit was stopped in front of Yoon Winborn, this insurmountable mountain. No reason other than just because Yoon Winborn represented the peak of alchemy Dao. This time, the array formation that Yi Yuan set up was more complicated than any one time. Toward Yoon Winborn, this opponent, Yi Yuan could not find any problem. He was indeed powerful. Through the refinement just now, Yi Yuan even learned many things from him. It was just a pity that the opponent he ran into was him. Yi Yuan was not a powerhouse pretending to be ancestor level. He was a genuine ancestor level powerhouse. This array formation, Yi Yuan set it up for the greater part of a day. Spirit Link divine pills represented the apex of alchemy Dao. So-called Spirit Link actually already touched the source of great Dao. Spirit Link divine pills were only a hair's breadth away from Dao pills. But this hair's breadth was as far as the horizon. There was an incomparably tough yet thin film. You could see through, but you could not touch it. Yun Winborn, this level of powerhouse was forever blocked outside the door of Dao pill by this thin film. Unable to refine Dao pills, they could forever only be disciples. No matter how strong, they were also just mortal level strong. Yi Yuan did not experience late stage and grand completion ancestor realm, these two realms, but he directly reached the source of alchemy Dao. But when he turned his head back to look again, the originally incomparably complicated medicinal pills were also merely thus in front of him. South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill was a taboo-like existence in other people's eyes, but in front of him it was merely like this. He could make use of Formation Dao to analyze the medicinal pill bit by bit, then finish refining through Formation Dao according to the prescribed routine. When he sent the spirit medicines into the array formation, the grand array suddenly released a dazzling light. A power of great Dao even stronger than when Yun Winborn refined suddenly descended, pouring into the array formation. Everyone's faces all changed at this instant. Such a powerful aura of Dao. Could it be that he can really refine a Spirit Link South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill? This is impossible. Yun Winborn's expression finally changed drastically. The original indifference was long already replaced by shock. Even though he had 10,000 disbeliefs that Yi Yuan could succeed in refining, logic told him that Yi Yuan really succeeded. Reading his level of realm, how could he not understand what this terrifying aura of Dao meant? Very soon, the array formation dissipated. The medicinal pill condensed. A wave of aura that made people alarmed instantly spread out. Oppressive spiritual energy. I seem to have seen a living thing. Is this a spirit link divine pill? I seem to have seen the great Tao of heaven and earth. He really succeeded in refining. Just where do his limits lie? Everyone was dumbfounded. Among them, the vast majority were seeing a spirit link divine pill for the first time. This level of medicinal pill only circulated in the hands of top powerhouses. Even ninth firmament heavenly emperor powerhouses might not have seen them before too. Many people looked toward that medicinal pill. Their eyes were red. Envy. The medicinal effect of a spirit link divine pill was simply unimaginable. Mu Taixing, what are you still in a daze for? Yi Yuan saw that Mu Taixing was still in a trance. So he reminded Mu Taixing. Mu Taixing's entire body trembled, suddenly feeling one murderous gaze after another landing on his body.